Gōsutoai. By The Dead Girl Risen. Chapter 1, Eyes. Get back here, you damn brat. A guy shouted from behind a laughing golden-haired boy. Catch me if you can. The boy shouted as he continued running from the angry Chunin, who was a fluorescent pink with rainbow glitter covering him. The young boy, who had bright blue eyes and 3 whisker marks on his face, looked around before he grinned as he slid underneath a woman's legs, causing her to shriek. Then the young whiskered boy, whose name was Naruto, turned a corner and, using the few precious seconds he had, fell to the ground and rolled underneath the dumpster. The Chunin turned into the ally and ran straight past Naruto's hiding spot. As the blonde-haired boy escaped his hiding spot snickering, he heard someone growling behind him. Without turning to see who it was, he booked it. The boy continued running and dodging, though every time he thought he had lost his pursuer they had found him again. The blonde-haired boy started making his way to a place he had just recently discovered this past week or so. It had lots of rooms and stuff, so he should be able to find somewhere to hide until the pursuers gave up. Naruto pushed himself to go faster as he heard the multiple shouts behind him. He may have used a few pre-made traps as distractions and made even more people chase him. Whoops! He ran up the stairs as quickly as he could and burst into the Hokage monument, which was primarily an evacuation point for civilians in case of an attack on the village, but it also had a ton of rooms in which there was a lot of cool stuff. Making his way through the mess of corridors, he picked a room at random and opened the door and closed it as quietly as he could. Raising a hand up, he wiped off the sweat on his brow. His breaths were labored as he finally looked up to see what room he found himself in. Distantly his ears picked up the sound of shouting, which unfortunately was getting louder. His eyes widened as he saw someone in the same room as him. The man had long black hair, and skin as white as the snow, then there were his eyes yellow and cat-like, or snake-like. The man was putting something in his pocket. Glancing quickly to the object next to the man, he saw that they were coffins. This way. I can sense the brat's chakra. A voice shouted, sounding distressingly close to where Naruto was hiding. Deciding that since the pale man wasn't doing anything at the moment to ignore him, he looked for a spot to hide. The pale man's eyes narrowed at him before one of the corners of the man's lip twitched up. Before Naruto knew what was happening, his mouth was covered and he found himself being melted into the wall right as the door slammed open. The young boy could feel himself being moved through the ground, though the man didn't release him. Finally they went above ground and the pale man removed his hand. Coughing, he blinked as he realized that the strange pale man had saved him from the mob. Next time Naruto would have to figure out how to avoid a censor ninja. Maybe Gigi would tell him if he asked nicely. Naruto beamed at the strange man though. Thanks, he said happily. The strange man just eyed him for a moment before he spoke. Don't mention me to anyone, and we'll call it even. His voice had a bit of a hissing quality to it, making Naruto think of snakes, and with the strange man's snake-like eyes he definitely seemed like a snake. Naruto nodded and looked around, trying to find something he recognized so he could make his way back home. After all, the sun was starting to go down, and Gigi told him that he shouldn't be out late at night. Not recognizing where he was at or where to go to get back home, the young blonde shrugged and trotted off after the strange snake man. What's your name, mister? I'm Naruto. The yellow eyes flickered over to him and twitched up into a small amused smirk. You will just have to find out, won't you? Naruto pouted. After another couple of steps he asked, what was that awesome jutsu you did? It is a jutsu I have modified from the original. It lets me travel through any material, so long as I have the material for it, that is. Cool. Naruto said, his eyes wide, then he blinked as something clicked in his mind. Wait, doesn't that mean you're a ninja if you can do jutsus? The man just seemed amused, though he didn't reply. Naruto pouted for a moment again before asking another question. Where you going? The snake-like man raised an eyebrow at him, an amused expression on his face. Naruto almost thought the man wasn't going to answer before he said, to my lab. A lab? Does that mean you're a scientist? What kind of science do you do? I heard from Gigi that there were many kinds of scientists. Or are you a doctor? Doctors have labs as well, don't they? The snake man gave a creepy chuckle. You sure are inquisitive, aren't you, Naruto-kun? I like to classify myself as both a scientist and a doctor. Inquisitive? Naruto repeated slowly, trying to repeat the word. It means you are very curious and ask a lot of questions? Ah, Naruto said in realization, nodding his agreement. Looking around once more, he asked yet another question. Say, mister, where we at? The man glanced at him again. We are at the clan grounds. Most of the more minor clans live in this area, though the Uchiha clan also live near here. The Hyuga are on the opposite end of this section of Konoha, while the Aburame live in between the two. Naruto blinked, processing all of that information and trying to memorize it. He never knew this was where they lived. He had wondered so he could prank them. The odd duo continued to walk. The young boy continued looking around, though he didn't see anyone else out on the streets here. Where is everybody? Naruto asked out loud. I assume something has distracted them. the snake man said in an amused tone. A few minutes later the pale man paused. Follow that path, it will lead you to the market district. Take care to not be spotted on the clan grounds, they tend to not like strangers. Naruto beamed at the man. Thanks Snake-san, he said as he took off down the path as silently as he could while still running. A few minutes of running later he found himself entering into the market district, but it wasn't any area he recognized. Slowing down to a walk he cautiously looked around. The sky was dark now, night having fallen fully about 10 minutes ago. The young boy shivered in the cool breeze brought in by the night. Despite this place being filled with noise, people chattering, music blaring and all that, this place seemed to be way more creepy than the empty clan grounds. A bottle smashed nearby causing the boy to startle. The smell of alcohol made him wrinkle his nose. He saw a couple of men enter into a building with a red light on it and the sounds of laughter. Shuddering he increased his pace trying to find out of this weird market distract. Suddenly he felt as if he was being stared at. Increasing his pace even more he was almost about ready to run, when he was shoved him into a nearby ally causing the boy to stumble and fall, landing painfully on his butt. Who are you? The man said blinking his slightly foggy eyes slowly as he stumbled a bit. Been drinking too much I guess, thought you were a couple feet more to the left or dash. The man cut off as he blinked a couple more times, before his friendly, if awkward smile vanished. You. Looks like tonight's my lucky night. I found a demon brat by itself, the man said, his eyes getting a glint in them. The man stumbled closer to him as Naruto got up. The man shoved the boy into the alley wall leaning in close. The blue-eyed boy scrunched his nose as the man's breath reeked of alcohol. Can you please let me go, stranger-san? Naruto asked politely though his voice wavered in fear. The man either didn't hear him or ignored him, and since the man was right up in his face staring him straight into his eyes the golden-haired boy doubted it was the latter. Naruto was forced to stare into the man's dull green eyes. You know what I hate most about you? The man whispered with a growl. What? Naruto whimpered out. Your fucking eyes. Always filled with that stupid innocent look. As if you haven't done anything wrong. You're such a monster. The man's words slurred together before he shook his head and continued on. You don't even feel guilty for what you've done, have you? For everyone you killed, including my son. He never got to have that innocent look, never got to see the sun, never got to enjoy life. And my wife. My beautiful wife, my radiant sunshine. She's gone as well 'cause of you. Her radiant sparkling eyes. I'll never see them again. The man trailed off, his eyes tearing up. I think you got the wrong person, mister. I haven't killed anyone. Naruto protested, struggling a bit, but he was unable to escape. The man pulled him away from the wall a bit before slamming him back against it, dazing the young boy. Don't lie to me. He hissed. The man grinned crazily as he pulled out a pocket knife, keeping Naruto pinned to the wall with his remaining hand. Those eyes? I hate them, he shouted, bringing the knife dangerously close to Naruto's face. Stop! Please stop! Naruto screamed fearfully. He started thrashing, trying to break free as the man brought the blade closer to his left eye. His violent thrashing caused his head to jerk forward and the knife pierced his eye. The blonde screamed in agony. The pain was worse than anything he had ever felt. The man laughed in a crazed manner. Looks like you took care of one of your eyes for me. The man brought the small knife up to his other eye and Naruto focused on it, frozen in fear. Let me go. Please someone help me. Anyone please. He cried out in pain and fear before the man drove the knife deep into his eye. Pain coursed through him, worse than anything he had ever felt. Why was no one helping? Who would want to help a monster like you? The man whispered as he traced the knife down his face all the way to his heart. You killed my family, you demon, now I'm gonna kill you. The young boy froze, unable to move. Naruto whimpered in agony as the pain coursed through him. He waited, unable to do anything but cry in pain for the man to finish him off. Slowly the deranged man's grip on him loosened and fell off to him. The blonde heard a thud as something hit the floor. The young boy was frozen in fear. Who's there? Naruto whimpered out, scared and in pain as silence permeated the air. As no answer came, he slowly tried to move his head, trying to see anything, but he saw nothing. Pain crashed through him and he started to cry. Calm down, Naruto-kun. A voice spoke after another pause. It was the voice of the snake man. Naruto tried to look in the direction he thought the voice was coming from. His body protested at the movement. How can I calm down? He sobbed. I can't see anything. How can I be a ninja if I'm blind? There was a moment of silence before the snake man spoke up again. I might be able to help. The snake man's voice had his normal silky qualities to it and the normal vague amusement to it the man seemed to have whenever he spoke. Naruto figured that was the man's normal voice, but right now it annoyed him that the snake man still seemed amused even after Naruto had his eyes stabbed. Setting that annoyance to the side for now, he cautiously asked, You can help? He choked the question out as he tried to refrain from whimpering in pain. Perhaps, The man stated slowly as if thoughtful. If he could, I might be able to replace your eyes. Naruto whimpered, nodding his head, which only brought about another wave of pain. Please, it's dark, I don't like it. It hurts. I will help you, Naruto-kun, but you will owe me a favor. The young boy nodded. Okay, he whispered quietly, sniffling. It was after he agreed that he got the feeling he just made a deal with the devil. I'm going to pick you up now, the man warned before he grabbed Naruto. The young boy sobbed quietly, scared that he would never be able to see again. Though the pain seemed to be going away. Faintly he felt the wind rapidly brushing past them, as if they were moving very fast. He was gently placed down on top of a cold metal table. The pain had vanished, but it was still so dark. Naruto heard various things being shifted and paper being rustled, and then he heard the snake man muttering, yes, this is good. It seems I have everything I need. There was a pause and some more rustling. Alright, Naruto-kun, I'm going to give you a shot to make you sleepy, do not resist. Naruto gave a nod. A small prick on his arm caused him to wince. The boy laid down and waited for sleep to claim him. Minutes later he was asleep. Oh. Feeling a pull, he frowned as he blinked and suddenly found himself standing before a black-haired man with yellow slitted eyes and pale skin. The man chuckled in what he appraised to be a decent evil chuckle. He sighed inwardly as he found he couldn't move. Edo Tensei, it seemed. HMPF, why did this man summon him? Looking around he found that he was in some kind of laboratory and on the table was a kid, no older than 5. He scowled. Why have you summoned me? He asked after he found he could move his head at least. The man glanced at him and didn't answer. But the man did restrict his movements even more, so now he couldn't even talk. I am doing an experiment. The man answered a minute later as he came up to him. The black-haired man smirked as he came over and tried to take one of his eyes. He watched as the eye the slitted eye man had taken fell to dust and his eye reformed in his body. What did this man think he was trying to do? Was the man trying to find some way to take his eyes? He growled deep in his throat and the man smirked at him. The man walked over to the boy and took out one of his eyes and returned to the Edo Tensei. He saw that the bright blue eye of the boy was damaged as if had been pierced. The man once more took out his eye, but before his eye could reform, the man shoved the boy's eye. He felt his own eye reform using the material of the eye. The man grinned as it finished and then once more took the eye out from his eye socket. He waited for the eye to turn to dust, but it didn't. Could the summoner have really managed to copy his eye this way? It seemed impossible, but as the pale man looked at the eye he was able to notice that the eye was completely healed, though the eye was a slightly darker shade of blue now. His own eye took a bit longer to reform. The slitted eye man returned to the boy and placed the eye back in the boy and used a medical ninjutsu. The process repeated for the other boy's eye. The man smirked. Thank you very much for your assistance, he said in a clearly sarcastic manner as he released the jutsu. He growled before his Edo Tensei body fell apart, and now he was back to being a spirit. If you ever summon me again, and slip up and give me enough control, I will kill you for what you have done, he threatened even though he knew the man could no longer hear him. Deciding he had enough, he figured he should return back to where he was before the foolish man summoned him only to use him for some experiment. Pausing, he glanced at the boy. The eyes remained even after the Edo Tensei was released. Could it have actually had some effect on the boy? The man picked up the boy and used Shunshin. He reluctantly decided to follow, curious despite himself if what the man did had any effect on the boy. He made a henge as he found that he was in Konoha, no need to get the other spirit's panties in a twist. Eventually the man stopped at an apartment, after having henged himself, and dumped the boy onto a bed. The apartment was a mess. Empty cups of ramen, clothes and other junk. The experimenter stared at the boy for a moment before he left. He sighed as he leaned against the wall, waiting for the boy to wake up, wondering just what the summoner had expected from what he did. Oh, Naruto, oh. Naruto groaned as he woke up, his eyes felt sore, pulsing with pain. Over the next few minutes the pain slowly faded away. He cracked his eyes open and stared at his apartment roof. Where are all the colors? Was his first thought as he sat up and looked around. He blinked and yawned before he startled as he realized that he was seeing stuff. I can see again. He may have only been blind for a few minutes, but it had felt like forever. Not being able to see, he hated it. Though not being able to see colors was weird, but at least he could see something. Ah, it seems you are awake, Naruto-kun, a familiar voice said. Naruto turned to see the snake man. His eyes, which used to be yellow, were now just a gray. Everything appeared in shades of gray up to the darkest of blacks, and the lightest of whites. Naruto leapt up and tackled the snake man in a hug. Thank you so much for returning my sight to me, Mista. The man who returned his sight to him awkwardly patted him on his back. After Naruto finally released him, the snake man asked, How is your vision, Naruto-kun? Everything is in shades of gray, but I can see things more clear than before, like the time used to be blurry, but now I can see the numbers. he said excitedly, pointing to his clock as an example. The man gave his creepy chuckle, though Naruto didn't think the man was purposely trying to be creepy. It seemed the man was just naturally creepy. Kukuku, interesting, it seems that your vision has become monochromatic, and your eyesight most likely was degraded before I fixed them. Monochromatic, Naruto repeated slowly. It means that you only see one wavelength of the visible spectrum, the snake man explained. Naruto just frowned again, not understanding. The man sighed, it means you only see one color? Oh. Naruto exclaimed before blinking, wait, so how did you heal my eyes, snake and I? The snake-like man didn't answer. Will I ever be able to see colors again? Naruto asked after a moment. I do not have any answers for you, perhaps they will, but they might not. The man's head tilted to the side and his eyes flickered to the window. I must be going now, I have been delayed for too long. Remember, Naruto-kun, to not mention me to anyone, and that you owe me a favor, the snake man said as he slowly started sinking into the ground. Goodbye, Naruto-kun. Goodbye, snake and I. Naruto said, waving as the man's head fully disappeared in the ground. The young boy collapsed back onto his bed afterwards, wondering what he should do. Eventually he got up and changed his clothes. Deciding to get some well-deserved ramen, he went to his favorite place of all time, Ichiraku's Ramen. Happily eating the food, he chatted happily with the ramen stand owner and his daughter. Chapter 2, Shimmer. It took him a month to start getting used to the lack of colors. What he had once took for granted, the blue skies, the green grass, were now a bleak, lifeless-looking gray. It made the world a lot more different. With everything being gray, Naruto found that it was easier now to ignore people. After all, if he wasn't paying attention to them, they just blended in with the background. Then one morning after waking up, he noticed something strange. In the corner of his room the air seemed to shimmer and waver as if something was there, kind of like a heat wave. With a frown, he went over to the shimmer and hesitantly poked it. The shimmer moved to the side. His stomach rumbling, he decided to get some food before trying to figure out what that shimmer was. A couple hours later he still had no idea what it was, only that it would move if he tried to poke it, and that it followed him if he left his apartment. When he left he noticed that there were other shimmers around, but no one else seemed to notice them. Gathering up his courage, he asked a random civilian if they could see the shimmers. No. Now leave me alone, was the bit-out answer before the civilian hurried away. Naruto gave a small smile. That had been one of the nicest civilians he had met. Deciding that if no one else could see them, it would be better if he couldn't see them, he set out to try and ignore them. He didn't need to give the civilians any more of a reason to think he was a monster. As another month passed, the shimmer seemed larger, more oval-like. Then, as the third month passed since he had lost sight of his colors, he saw that the oval shimmer seemed to become more defined, looking more and more like a person. The shimmer that followed him was the most detailed, but the others were starting to become more defined as well. Naruto also noticed that at times the shimmer that followed him seemed to disappear, but it always seemed to come back. By the end of third month, each shimmer looked the same as a normal person, yet no one else could see them. It was at this time that he decided he needed to figure out what had happened and what that mysterious snake man had done to his eyes. So he went to the library. The librarian, an old woman, gave a nod to him. She had once been a ninja, and thus was kind to him. He went up to her and asked if she knew who the person was. He described what he could remember: pale skin, yellow slitted eyes, black hair. She seemed to pale and asked where she had seen him. Remembering his promise to the man, Naruto shrugged and said that he had overheard a couple people describing him. The librarian relaxed a bit and said, his name is Orochimaru, he is one of the 3 Sannin. He is a missing nin for experimenting on children. If you do see him, make sure you tell the Hokage or the ANBU. She went to a shelf and after a moment pulled a book. Here, if you're interested in learning more about the 3 Sannin, this is the book. Thank you, he said gratefully as he took the book and started reading. When he was done he was horrified. Yet, Naruto didn't want to break his word. He wouldn't tell anyone Orochimaru had been in Konoha. Besides, that was 3 months ago, surely it wasn't that big of a deal. Naruto could only hope that the snake Sannin forgot that he owed him a favor. Naruto returned to his apartment, the stalker shimmer following him again. Getting into his apartment he studied the shimmer. It, or rather he, had long spiky hair, which seemed black. One of the man's eyes was covered by his hair, but the other seemed to be black. He looked as if he was judging Naruto as he stared back with his arms crossed in front of his top that had a high neck guard. The young boy couldn't tell what color it was, but it seemed to be a dark gray. Underneath the shimmer had lighter gray pants. What are you? Naruto asked hesitantly, afraid of what the answer would be. Was this a ghost? He hasn't really done anything harmful, but no one else could see him. Naruto saw the shimmer's mouth moving, but no sound came out. I can't hear you, Naruto told the shimmer. It looked like a person, so the young boy was going to assume it was a person. The shimmer frowned a bit. I wonder if I should tell Gigi, he would believe me, Naruto wondered out loud. He saw the shimmer shake his head. I shouldn't tell him? But why? The shimmer once more tried to speak, but Naruto couldn't hear him. Maybe he should learn how to read lips, that would be useful if he wanted to know what the shimmers were saying. The shimmer frowned. Suddenly in his hand was a leaf headband. The shimmer pointed to it, then to himself. You're a ninja? The shimmer gave a nod. Then the headband disappeared and the shimmer held its hands out, a look at me sort of gesture. You're a secret ninja? The shimmer smirked and held up his hand displaying 3. Naruto frowned confused, the shimmer sighed and pointed to his mouth, then to Naruto and held 3 fingers again. It took a moment, but Naruto figured out that the shimmer meant the third word he had spoken, secret? Once more the shimmer gave a nod, a small smirk accompanying it. Thinking back to the conversation, Naruto asked, You want me to keep you shimmers a secret? The shimmer raised an eyebrow, but he did give a nod. But why should I keep you a secret? Naruto's personal stalker shimmer brought out the headband again, then he did a zipping motion over his mouth. The headband probably meant a generic ninja, rather than specifically the shimmer, and the zipping motion was a universal sign for someone keeping quiet. So hesitantly he asked, Ninjas keep secrets? He answered with a confirming nod. So you want me to keep the fact I can see you a secret, because ninjas keep secrets? The stalker gave a nod. Naruto shrugged, and decided that for now he would keep it a secret, after all it wasn't like keeping the secret would harm anybody. The rest of the day he and the shimmer continued to talk, or rather Naruto asked questions and tried to figure out what the shimmer was trying to answer. The next day it was the 1st of June and so Naruto made his way to the Hokage's tower, though he couldn't help but feel as if someone was watching him. As soon as he entered the building he noticed that once again the stalker shimmer stopped following him. This was the only time the shimmer stopped following him. Last month he had suspected it had been because of the shimmer he had seen in Gigi's office, this month maybe he would be able to figure out who it was. Entering the office he smiled at the Hokage. Hello Naruto-kun, how are you? I'm doing fine Gigi, Naruto answered and handed over a couple pieces of paper. As the Hokage asked him the standard questions, Naruto glanced at the shimmer. He had what looked like very light gray hair and wore a hapuri. The shimmer had 3 weird marks on his face that were a darker shade of gray than the rest of his face. He wore a dark gray armor over a black-looking bodysuit, and the top of the armor was framed by white fur. He looked familiar. Naruto stared out the window as Gigi asked him about his thoughts on the upcoming school year, where he would be starting the merged academy. I'm excited, but what if the kids don't want to be friends with me? He asked turning to look at the person he considered his grandfather. The Hokage just smiled and said he was bound to make friends. Naruto listened to the comforting words and relaxed a bit. Glancing out the window again, he looked at the Hokage monument and blinked in surprise. The second head on the wall kinda looked like the shimmer. He knew they were the previous Hokages, the Shodai, Naidame, Gigi, and the Yondame. But he didn't know their names. Say Gigi, what are the Hokage's names? He asked. The third gave him a smile as he answered, the Shodai Hokage was Hashirama Senju who founded the village. The Naidame Hokage was his brother, Tobirama Senju, who was also my sensei. Naruto glanced towards the shimmer to see him with a small smirk, a proud look on his face. I am of course the Sandame Hokage, the third amusedly spoke. And the Yondame Hokage was Minato Namikaze? With that the meeting returned to normal and Gigi gave him a little bit of money for him to buy food and other supplies. Then his Gigi gave him another couple sheets of homework to do, mostly writing and reading sheets with a bit of vocab memorization. As soon as he exited the tower his stalker shimmer continued to follow him. As he walked back to his apartment, he saw a couple of the Uchiha police people helping another Uchiha police person to walk towards the hospital. He was too far away to see why they were helping him, but he could hear what the people were saying. They spoke of how his eyes had been stabbed, and that he was going to the hospital to have them fixed. Apparently enemy ninjas tended to go for Uchiha eyes. It may take them out of that battle. If they survived then the hospital was able to heal their eyes. If the medics had been able to heal his eyes, then what had Orochimaru done? It must have been some kind of experiment, as that is what Naruto read that the snake Sannin did, but what exactly he had done was a mystery. He may not know the specifics, but Naruto suspected that whatever it was had given him the ability to see the shimmer people he now saw. After all, no one else could see them, and he had only started to see them after Orochimaru had fixed his eyes. The next few months passed with him working on trying to learn how to read lips so he could communicate with his stalker, who from what Naruto had figured out was following him mostly out of boredom. Stalker Shimmer had disappeared a few times, but he always reappeared eventually. It was through studying Stalker Shimmer that he learned that the shimmers were see-through, though it was hard to tell as the gray blended in. Learning this though made it slightly easier to ignore random shimmers in the street. Then again he tended to ignore most people as everyone, shimmer and living both seemed to give him looks of disdain and scorn. With the only exceptions generally being ninjas. Naruto had asked his stalker if he was a ghost or a spirit and the man had just gave one of his usual smirks. Naruto took that as confirmation. If this had been a few months ago, he may have freaked out a bit, but the shimmers didn't seem harmful. In fact his stalker was pretty helpful and always tried to answer his question, though usually if it required more than yes or no it was a bit of a guessing game to figure out what was trying to be said. Now though it was October 10th, and Naruto was dreading it. People seemed to be extra spiteful today. The boy glanced down at his vocab sheet to make sure he had used those words correctly. He grinned as he saw he had used them in the right manner. Gigi would come visit him later today, but for now he was happily doodling. Currently he was trying to draw what the Hokage looked like, trying to match the grays with what he remembered and hoping that they were the correct color. His stalker seemed amused when he showed him the drawing. Naruto sometimes felt it was odd to call the shimmer a stalker, yet the shimmer decided to not give his name. That was okay though, Naruto kinda liked the mystery. Chapter 3, The Stalker. Oh, Stalker Shimmer. Oh. He had been following the child for a few days when the summoner used the Edo Tensei on him again. Once more the man tried to replace someone's eyes, yet even though he used the same trick as last time, it did not work. This seemed to frustrate the snake-like man, which of course made him amused, and relieved. Seeing as the summoner's experiment had failed, the yellow-eyed summoner released the Edo Tensei. About a week after that he was summoned again, though once more the experiment failed. He wasn't sure why it failed, but he was glad that it did. Neither did he like being summoned as such. Whenever he did he always forgot what he had learned after he had died. A month after he first started following the boy, Naruto, he was starting to get bored. Nothing seemed to have happened. He did not know what he suspected, but even if his eyes did give the kid his dojutsu, then it would probably be activated in a normal manner. It all changed though when the boy seemed to stare right at him, a puzzled look coming over his face. Then the boy poked him in his stomach area. He had of course moved and the boy's eyes tracked him. Curious he questioned, "Can you see me?" The boy did not respond and continued on with his day. The next month there was another summoning, and the summoner seemed to be getting frustrated at the lack of a repeated success. As for Naruto, the boy seemed to be staring at him and the other spirits, a confused expression on his face. Then the third month when the boy finally could see them clearly, or that's what the boy said after they started talking. Talking of course being relative phrase, it mostly revolved around the boy asking questions and him trying to figure out a way to answer as the boy could not hear him. He did learn that the summoner's name was Orochimaru, and was apparently a missing ninja. Naruto was even starting to learn how to read lips, though it was slow progress. At the start of the fourth month, Naruto was preparing to go meet that Hokage of his once more. As he always did, he hinged himself into someone who looked like they could be related to Naruto. No need for Tobirama to be alerted to the fact he was here. Once again, Naruto failed to react to him hinging. It seemed as if the boy did not notice, though when he made the henge sign and changed in front of the boy only showed his confusion about the hand sign. As the boy entered the Hokage tower, he stayed outside. There was no need for Tobirama to learn he was here. He raised an eyebrow as a random spirit approached him. "Is it true? Can that boy see us?" He gave a sneer. "Do you believe everything you hear?" The spirit gave an affronted look. "Geez, I was just asking a question." He crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes as he started to release a bit of killer intent. Nothing too much, or Tobirama would notice, but enough to get this idiot to leave him alone. The spirit left. He gave a sigh as he waited. It was a shame that he had not seen nor heard anything about Hashirama. He wanted to apologize for his actions. It would seem that his friend had chosen to pass on, so he wished his friend a happy afterlife, even if it meant he was unable to apologize. Naruto soon exited carrying a small stack of paper, which from his previous months of watching the boy he knew contained basic things to help the boy write and expand his vocabulary. He sedately followed after the boy, a small smile on his face. "Stalker Shimmer, do you like ramen?" Naruto asked, peering at him through his bangs as he looked up. He shrugged in answer, and the boy started rambling about ramen. It was strange, but he was quickly becoming accustomed to the nickname Naruto had given him. The boy seemed more amused than annoyed or upset at not knowing his name. He thought that the boy would make more effort to learn who he was, but the boy seemed content not knowing. Naruto stopped at the ramen stand and started chatting with the two keepers of the stall. They then returned and Naruto placed his assignments on the table and began to work on them. A few more months had passed since then and Naruto started to learn how to read lips. He was even starting to train the boy. Nothing too strenuous, just a few light exercises and a few of his basic taijutsu stances and moves. Currently it was October 9th and the two were at the apartment sitting at the table as Naruto ate his dinner. I am both dreading and looking forward to tomorrow, the boy stated after a few minutes of silence. He tilted his head questioningly. The villagers are always extra mean on my birthday, but Hokage Gigi will come by and give me a present. He frowned, wondering just why the village hated the boy. Surely they did not hate him for hosting the QB? He was aware that the civilians seemed to know of the boy's status. Though why they knew, he did not know. He could not fathom a reason of why the civilians had to be informed of who the Jinchuriki was. Naruto went into the shower with his clothes to prepare for his bed. He chuckled as he remembered an incident after Naruto realized that the shimmers were in fact people. The boy had taken a shower and had left his clothes in the bedroom. Naruto started to exit only to turn a brilliant shade of red as the boy saw him standing in the corner as per usual. Out! The boy had screeched, his face scarlet. The boy was as red as a tomato. It had been amusing to see the boy so riled at him standing there. Naruto hadn't appreciated the amused grin on his face as he started reaching into the bathroom and throwing things at him. Chuckling to himself, he left the room. After that incident, Naruto always made sure to bring an extra pair of clothes in with him. He sighed as the boy went to sleep after saying goodnight to him. It was always boring during the night. As a spirit there was no need for him to sleep, though it helped to pass time. Heading to the living room, he laid on the couch. He may not need to lay down to sleep, but even after all these years it felt weird to be able to sleep standing up. He was not a Nara after all. Sleep was also not the correct term, since sleeping was something a living person needed. Mostly it was just him closing his eyes and turning his thoughts conscious off. It was weird to try and figure out how to describe, which is why he just stuck with sleeping. During this, his body would fade away. Perhaps this was a pseudo form of moving on to the pure realm. He did not know. As the sun rose up signaling the dawn of a new day, he allowed himself to wake up. Only a couple hours later Naruto woke up and went to the kitchen to start cooking. He followed after the boy and helped him. The two had managed a system where Naruto would look at him before doing something to make sure what he was doing was correct. Naruto was unable to cook simple things by himself. About the only thing he could do was a cup of ramen. That was to be expected though, since the boy was a young child. He would learn in time how to cook. As the boy sat down and ate, he caught Naruto's eyes. "Happy birthday, Naruto," he mouthed slowly so the boy could read his lips. The beaming grin the blonde gave him was blinding as the boy thanked him profusely. He just smiled fondly at the boy and listened as the boy rambled and ate. After the boy ate his breakfast, he pulled out some paper and a handful of crayons and started to doodle. Eventually the doodles were faintly recognizable as himself and Naruto. Of course none of the colors were right. Naruto had drawn himself as having bright green hair and pink eyes, with clothes that were a neon blue. The doodle that bore his likeness at least had black hair and eyes, but his clothes were a truly ghastly shade of orange and yellow. Still, despite how badly the colors clashed, it was amusing to see the boy scrunch his eyebrows together as he concentrated on the crayons. His tongue would poke out a bit as he carefully observed a crayon before nodding and using the crayon. It was entertaining that Naruto would concentrate so hard, despite seeing the colors in various shades of gray. After another 10 or so minutes the boy was finished with his drawing with a large beaming smile. "What do you think?" Naruto asked him. He chuckled and gestured towards the wall. Honestly, the drawings were great. Naruto beamed at him and pinned the drawing onto the wall, next to his other doodles. The boy then skipped out of the room and into the main room of the small apartment. He glanced towards the center drawing, which was him depicted with proper colors. Naruto had asked him which colors to use for which bits, and so he had pointed out the crayons whenever the boy started working on something that needed a different color. The boy was so happy with what little he managed to scrounge from the ground, broken discarded crayons that were often missing their wrappers. Naruto's best crayon were often nicked from the alleyways near restaurants. Pausing in his thoughts, he tilted his head as he heard a commotion coming from the main room of the apartment. "You damn demon, you killed us, you monster. I can't wait until you die. I hope someone kills you." His eyes narrowed in anger and he quickly hinged himself into a random appearance before he entered the main room by going through the wall. He quickly observed the situation as he stalked forward to stand in front of Naruto. There were about 5 or so ninjas in front of Naruto. "What, pray tell, do you lot think you are doing here?" he questioned them, crossing his arms. The lead spirit looked affronted at being interrupted. "Move out of the way," he snarled. "We have heard that the demon brat can see us, and we wanted to know just how much pain and suffering it has caused and what awaits it on the other side." The spirit gave a truly pathetic sneer. "You're just one lone spirit, stand aside or we will dissipate you, we are jounin after all." The other cohorts of the lead ninja brandished their weapons threateningly. He raised an eyebrow and shook his head, forming a tiger hand sign. A small smirk curled at his lip as he thought the jutsu name. Katan, majestic flame demolisher, perhaps using his largest fire jutsu was a bit overzealous, but he hated idiots. By the time the flames vanished, the nitwits were gone, either due to being dissipated, or by fleeing. So long as they did not come back, he did not care. Shaking his head, he turned around to check on Naruto and make sure the boy was safe. The boy was beaming at him. "Thank you, Guardian Shimmer," the boy said, nodding his head as if he had just decided something of great importance. He raised an eyebrow and slowly asked, "I thought I was Stalker Shimmer." "You were. But, now you're Guardian Shimmer, at least until you tell me your name," Naruto responded cheerfully. He chuckled at the boy, a small smile lifted the corner on his lips. Yes, sticking around was definitely more amusing than following that apprentice of his. He shook his head, banishing those thoughts. He now had a chance to do something about it, especially since this boy could see and learn from him. That was for later thought. Today was Naruto's 6th birthday and he wanted to make sure the kid was happy. The fools of the village did not deserve such a special child who wanted to protect them even after all they had done. He watched over the boy even after the Hokage of his had come to visit and they celebrated, just the two of them. He watched, a silent protector, as the Sandaime told Naruto he would be enrolled into the academy when the new term started in January. Chapter 4. The next couple months passed peacefully, but his ability was developing even further. He was starting to be able to hear the shimmers. At first he had thought he had imagined hearing Guardian Shimmer scoff in response to something Naruto had said, but a little while later when he was rambling on about how excited he was for the academy, he had heard the man when he asked why. At first it was only sparsely that he heard the shimmer, but slowly the ability developed, and by the time Christmas came he was able to hear Guardian Shimmer about 50% of the time, while the others were only about half that. Naruto figured that it was because he spent more time around Guardian Shimmer. The shimmer just smirked at him and did a hair-ruffling motion. Naruto pretended he felt it and just smiled. Anyways, it was Christmas and that meant Gigi was coming to visit. Guardian Shimmer sighed at his excitement as Naruto bounced on his feet waiting for the knock. When it came he opened the door and let Gigi in, though at the same time another shimmer came through the wall. And suddenly the air became tense as Guardian Shimmer stared down the Naruto Shimmer. "Hello Naruto-kun, how are you today?" Gigi asked, holding something in his hand, oblivious to the tense air as the two shimmers continued their stare down. "I'm doing fine," he said excitedly, though he kept glancing at the two shimmers. The Hokage frowned at him. "Is everything all right?" Naruto debated whether to tell him or not. "So you are the child who can see us?" the Naruto Shimmer said. Naruto glanced over to him to see him saying something else, but he couldn't hear whatever it was. Guardian scoffed in reply though and said, "It is smart to keep his abilities a secret. It is a common practice among shinobi after all. It is his choice whether he tells the third or not." "Naruto-kun," the Hokage said, and Naruto blinked. "Sorry," he apologized. "Why don't you tell me what's wrong?" Gigi asked kindly with a smile. Naruto bit his lip before he nodded. "All right." That got the two shimmers to stop glaring at each other and look at him. "This is gonna make me seem crazy," Naruto started hesitantly. Guardian put his hand over Naruto's shoulder, a gesture of comfort Naruto appreciated even if he couldn't feel it. The third just smiled kindly. "It's okay Naruto-kun, I'll believe you." Naruto slowly nodded then said, "I can see dead people, spirits I guess, though I tend to call them shimmers." Sarutobi blinked, clearly not expecting that. "Oh? Yeah, I can now see them pretty clearly. I can't really hear them perfectly yet. I can hear Guardian Shimmer about 50% of the time now, and others about half that." "Guardian Shimmer?" the third parroted. "Aha! He's the shimmer that I used to call Stalker Shimmer, until he protected me from some mean shimmers, though at that time I couldn't hear shimmers at all, but they had the same mean look as the villagers do. Why have you not mentioned this before?" "Well, it never really was an issue, and I try to ignore the shimmers cause I don't want them knowing I can see them, and since Naruto Shimmer is always in your office when you're there," Naruto said, shrugging. "Naruto Shimmer?" Two voices echoed. One of them said Shimmer, who was giving him a flat, unimpressed look, and the other was the third. Naruto, the mature boy, he was stuck his tongue out at the Naruto, who narrowed his eyes at him for the disrespect. "Yeah, from what I have gathered from Guardian Shimmer, after you die, if you had chakra, you become a spirit to help protect the living from the undead and demons and such. Of course, you can always pass on completely if you wish, or if you're seriously wounded in a fight with another shimmer or one of the creatures of the in-between, then you can be forced to pass on completely." The third stared at Naruto. "Who is this Guardian Shimmer of yours?" "I don't know his name. I haven't bothered to really try and find out, though I could if I wanted to." "What does this guardian of yours look like?" Naruto grinned and went to his wall of drawings in the other room. He looked at them and grabbed the one he was pretty sure was the correct color drawing. He had two of these, one that was the correct color and one that was the wrong colors. He couldn't tell them apart, but it was 50-50 chance. He went to go show the Hokage and then heard his guardian sigh. You grabbed the wrong one, which meant he grabbed the one that his guardian Shimmer said gave him dark purple hair, pink shirt and a lime green pants. The night aim saw it and Naruto heard him snickering. Naruto blinked and rubbed the back of his head. Whoops. He went to grab the other one. Sorry Gigi. This is the correct one. The Hokage raised an eyebrow at the fluke. Naruto sighed and said, I'm colorblind. The third's eyes widened in surprise. You're colorblind, I guess that does explain those drawings. The third mused. You mentioned you could see Tobirama-sensei? Gigi asked after a moment of looking at the drawing. Naruto nodded. Yeah, he typically is always in your office, though he followed you here today. Naruto turned to said person. Why did you come out of the office, night aim Shimmer? The man stared blankly at him and stated in a flat voice, a couple other spirits told me that you could see them. I came to investigate that claim. Naruto nodded. Ah, sensei's here? The third repeated seemingly in shock. Yes he is, he was always standing behind you in your office. Where is he standing now? The third asked. Naruto pointed to Tobirama. The third looked in that direction. Would you mind if I conversed with him and have you tell me what he says? I don't mind, but I might not hear the response always. As if proving his point, Tobirama said something Naruto couldn't hear. How are you doing, sensei? Sarutobi asked. The night aim rolled his eyes. That is the first question you ask after all these years, Sarukuin? Naruto repeated it word for word and tried to copy the man's tone of voice. Gigi chuckled. Yes, this is quite unexpected after all. You've become quite old, Sarutobi. The third Hokage just chuckled. Indeed I have. What do you think of Konoha-sensei? Naruto watched as the night aim tilted his head slightly to the side for a moment before responding, though Naruto couldn't hear what it was the night aim said. Sorry Gigi, I couldn't hear what he said. His guardian stood behind him, mostly just watching the events and standing defensively. Naruto got the feeling he and the night aim didn't get along very well. I said that Konoha, while having come along further in some ways, has gone backwards in others. The night aim said. Naruto relayed the message to the third. The village has gone backwards? The third repeated with a frown. Tobirama glanced at him. Most of it is because your teammate keeps going behind your back and the council undermines you. You are old, Sarutobi, perhaps you have forgotten that you are the Hokage of Konohagakure. Your word is the law. It is because you either do not see what they are doing or overlook what they are doing in order to keep the peace. But the council of yours have dropped the academy standard to nothing. The village is weakening in its strength. Do you remember when you were an academy student what was needed to pass? Now it is just written tests and 3 near useless jutsus. With the standards set as they are, you are setting children up to die. Then there is the fact there is a civilian council at all. They have no business in shinobi matters. And your teammate, he still runs his little group despite you having disbanded it. Naruto's eyes widened at the long message. It had cut out in multiple parts, and so after grabbing a pen and some paper wrote it down, taking 3 or 4 repeats before he read it to the third using the tone of voice that Tobirama had used. The third's eyes went wide as his sensei scolded him using Naruto as a median. Tobirama looked towards him. It is unfortunate that you have to be here, but I thank you for the chance to set my student straight. I have been watching Konoha slowly decay and hopefully Sarutobi can fix it. Naruto just smiled. It's fine. Besides, I want to be Hokage in the future. Tobirama nodded. That is a good goal, Naruto-kun. Perhaps I will help you. It took Tobirama a few times repeating before Naruto heard what he said. The young boy had stars in his eyes. Really? So cool. The night aim Shimmer lip twitched up in a semi-smile. Indeed, it is interesting that someone can see us spurts. I'm sure many others would want to teach you a few things as well. Naruto nodded rapidly. His guardian cleared his throat and Naruto looked at him. I hope you did not think that I would not be training you. Now that you can hear me most of the time, we can begin your training. Thank you. Naruto shouted and tried to tackle his guardian Shimmer in a hug, only to pass right through him and faceplant. Ow, Naruto whined, rubbing his nose as he sat up. His guardian Shimmer chuckled and did the hair ruffle. Tobirama looked decidedly unimpressed. Naruto shared a glance with his guardian, who had become good at telling what the boy was thinking. He rolled his eyes, but stuck his tongue out at Tobirama with Naruto. The night aim's eyes widened and he said something Naruto didn't hear. His guardian just responded with something Naruto once more didn't hear. Tobirama looked affronted and said something back, and the two Shimmers started bickering. Sarutobi shook his head, finally coming out of his shock. Unaware of the two bickering Shimmers, he asked, "Have I really been that negligent?" Negligent. Naruto repeated the word slowly. It means to be neglectful. Seeing that Naruto didn't know what neglectful meant, the third elaborated. Neglectful means that I have been failing in doing what my duties require. Naruto nodded in his understanding as he ignored the pieces of the bickering he could make out. Night Aim Shimmer and Guardian Shimmer are bickering like an old married couple? Naruto whispered to the third. The man spluttered and then chuckled in amusement. Oh, I almost forgot, I brought you a gift, Naruto-kun. Oh? Naruto asked, excited, ignoring that the two shimmers looked like they were about ready to fight. Sarutobi handed him the small package he had been holding earlier. These books are gifts. One is to help you with the academy, though I will be taking a careful look into the academy standards now that Tobirama-sensei mentions that they are so low. Naruto opened the package and inside was a couple books. One was a book on the history of Konoha, another was a book on traps, the third was a book about sealing, and the fourth looked to be like a diary, only it looked old and worn out. One last one was a small book on chakra. Holding the diary, he asked, "What is this?" Sarutobi gave a gentle smile. "It is a journal from a seal master as they learn to create seals. He would have wanted you to have it." The boy smiled. "Thanks, Gigi. I'll be sure to learn from these." Naruto ducked as a kunai went flying through where his head had been. "Oi! No fighting in my apartment, please," he shouted at the two shimmers who had started throwing weapons at each other. "My apologies, this ignoramus does not seem to know how to be a respectful guest in another's house," his guardian shimmer said smoothly. Tobirama glared at him and said something, and the two quickly left, most likely to go fight. "Ignoramus," Naruto repeated, but the shimmers were already gone. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow as he explained, "It means ignorant or stupid." "Ah. The shimmers left to go fight, I think." The third slowly nodded. "This has been a lot more eventful than I thought it would be." "No kidding, Guardian Shimmer always avoids going into the tower. I guess I now know why. I figured he was avoiding the night aim." "Interesting, I wonder just who your guardian is?" The third mused, glancing once more at the picture. "I don't know." Naruto sighed, keeping Orochimaru a secret. A deal was a deal. He just hoped the snake Sannin forgot about him and the favor he owed. "Why don't we go get some ramen?" the third offered. Naruto beamed and nodded. The two went off and ate ramen together at Ichiraku's. Chapter 5. Oh, Naruto, oh. After the meeting with the third, the academy had been delayed for a month while the Hokage rebutted the whole system. Naruto didn't know everything that went down, but things started changing around the village. The first warning sign was when civilians started to riot and complain. Umbu had jumped down and had said something. Naruto was too far away to hear what, but the civilians had looked shocked. The shimmers seemed to be happy about it, and when he talked to his guardian shimmer, the man had said that because of the talk between Tobirama and Sarutobi that the village was returning to how it should be. Naruto had been making slow progress on the book about chakra as his guardian helped him learn to read. He didn't understand most of it so far, just that chakra was made of two parts, a physical part and a spiritual part. Finally, the academy was reopened and Naruto joined his fellow kids in the classroom. A pair of civilians stood at the front of the classroom. "Hello, children. How are you doing?" one of them asked as every seated themselves. A few goods responded. "I'm glad to hear that. My name is Hanti and this is Shinsetsu," Hanti said with a smile as he gestured to the female next to him. He wore a basic tunic and had short cropped hair. Shinsetsu gave a polite bow as she said, "I'm pleased to be the assistant for what looks like a wonderful group of students. I hope we can all get along." The woman had on a kimono that looked pretty basic, though it had a few flowers on the bottom. Her hair was placed in a bun with two decorative chopsticks stuck through them. The class started out with the teachers asking everyone to introduce themselves, their names, favorite colors, and what their dream was. They also wanted to know if you planned to be a shinobi or a civilian. Eventually it came to be his turn. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. My favorite color is gray, mostly because it was the only color he could see, and my dream is to become the Hokage," he said with a smile. "I want to be a shinobi." Obviously, his guardian commented dryly. The class procedures on, the teachers explaining that this year the class mostly focused on being able to write and read, and they went over some of the more important works as well as the history of Konoha. They mentioned they would have a PE day once a month, but they had recess every day for an hour. They also said that for an hour every week they would have art time where the kids could draw. Later it was recess time and Naruto was sitting against a tree trying to read more of the chakra book he was given with the help of his guardian shimmer when the air suddenly became tense. Naruto looked up and saw that a group of older kids had surrounded him. The kids were from one of the split academies. He couldn't tell if they were from the ninja or civilian academy though. Putting his book in his bag, he gave a large smile. "Hello," he greeted cheerfully. He knew this wasn't going to end well. "Your name is Naruto Uzumaki, yeah?" one of the kids asked. He gave a nod in response. "So you're the monster then that our parents told us about?" one of the other boys said. "I'm not a monster," Naruto protested. A girl with long hair said, "I've seen the way the villagers treat you. Everyone thinks you're a demon possessing the body of a human." "I'm not," he protested. "Shut up, monster," one of the boys, who had spiky short hair, shouted. No one wants to hear your lies, you stupid orphan. His guardian Shimmer was scowling at them, but there was nothing he could do to protect Naruto from the living. Why do you even live, demon? You should just go kill yourself. One of the older girls said snidely. Naruto flinched back. The kids were about to say something else, but luckily a teacher called for the recess to be over. The young blonde trudged his way back to the classroom. He sat next to the same boy from earlier, a boy who wore a high-collared jacket and wore glasses, even inside the building. He was pretty sure the boy's name was Shino. Naruto reseated himself next to the boy who had been silent the entire time. But that was fine, Naruto didn't want to chat with anyone now anyways. His guardian put his hand over Naruto's shoulder, offering a silent comfort as the teachers continued with the first day of the class. The day ended and Naruto made his way out. Looking around, he saw parents picking the kids up. His eyes caught onto the girl who had been cruel earlier, and she was talking with another woman. Then he saw the girl point to him and say something else. He watched the woman laugh and pat the girl on her head. Naruto sighed as he turned away and started walking back to his apartment. Mostly the civilians just ignored him, but today they seemed to be glaring at him more, and he heard whispers. They wondered why a demon like him was allowed in the academy. Why such a monster was allowed near their children, and the one that hurt the most, why was he still alive? The villagers didn't like him and wanted him dead. Naruto couldn't take it anymore and he ran, trying to get away from everyone. Oh, Guardian Shimmer, oh. He watched over the boy and helped him to read. He could not help Naruto with his writing, but reading he could definitely help with. The academy start was delayed by a month as the third Hokage cracked down and started to tend to the fire that the village was supposed to be instead of the dimming ember it had become. The will of fire indeed. He wondered sometimes what Hashirama would have done had he decided to remain in the in-between. He had not heard anything about Hashirama and figured that perhaps he had decided to move on. He had seen the civilians try to riot and protest against the changes the Hokage was making, but the Umbu had quickly shut them up. After all, if the civilians did not want the protection living in Konoha provided them, they could always leave. Konoha was a ninja village and civilians had no right to interfere in their rulings. Something that Sarutobi had forgotten about, but was now reminded about. He had seen most of the other spurts seem more pleased with the going-ons of the living world. He smiled and gave the boy another hair ruffle as Naruto sat next to him for more help with reading the chakra book. The boy smiled at him. He may not actually be able to feel the hair ruffle, but he still appreciated the gesture. A month after the academy was supposed to open, the Hokage had finally finished reviewing the materials and the academy reopened. Naruto excitedly got dressed in some of his newer clothes. The boy wore a simple gray shirt and black paints. The boy said that since all he could see was gray, he might as well appreciate the one color he could see. The boy entered into the academy and sat next to a boy who wore a light gray high-collared coat and sunglasses. He recognized that style of dressing. The boy was from the Aburame clan. Users of bug, even back in the founding of the village, they tended to be avoided because of the bugs the clan used. The class proceeded mostly with introductions and other basic things. He watched as most of the kids introduced themselves, though it was interesting to note that quite a few of the major clans had kids that were clan heirs, or were from the main branch of their families. Naruto made his introduction and the class continued on discussing what the class would be talking about throughout the year, and then it was recess time and he continued with helping Naruto to read. It was surprisingly nice being like this. Deep inside him he felt an ounce of regret. Ignoring that, he continued helping the boy until he noticed that some older brats were surrounding him. His eyes narrowed at them as he doubted they had kind intentions towards Naruto. Naruto gave a large grin, painfully fake, as he greeted the other kids. He watched, unable to do anything, as the kids bullied Naruto. Naruto flinched at one of the things the kids said. He snarled at the brats, wishing he could hurt them. If they were to meet their demise anytime soon, he was going to make their time in the in-between painful before forcefully destroying their spurts so they could not find their eternal peace. He hated people like these brats. Another brat was starting to say something, but the teacher called for the end of recess. He watched as Naruto trudged his way to the classroom and sat once more next to the Aburame boy. He placed his hand over Naruto's shoulder, trying to comfort the boy a bit. These idiots did not deserve someone like Naruto. The class finally ended and he saw Naruto watch with pain-filled eyes as children were picked up by their parents. Naruto did not deserve to be treated as he was. The boy reminded him of Hashirama. The third was a naive fool for releasing Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki. Naruto turned away and started slowly making his way back to his apartment. He sighed as the comments and whispers of the villager reached his ears. How could people be so cruel to a child? The village was created to be a safe haven for children. He was about to try and comfort Naruto when the boy took off running, tears streaming from his eyes. He watched and sighed as he heard the civilian snicker and laugh at Naruto's misery. He thought about following the boy, but he was no good at comforting children. Frowning, he wondered how he could best help Naruto. Looking at the building, he scowled, but figured that Tobirama would know better that he would. He never had to deal with children since his wife had left him and took their son with her. He had only been able to hold Kasai once. Shaking his head, he started walking to the tower. The spirit guards at the tower jumped out of his way when he glared at them. Since Tobirama had learned he was here, he stopped bothering with the henge. He went to the Hokage's office and the spirit Umbu fled the room. He scoffed at that. He had not even come to fight Tobirama. The man narrowed his eyes at him. The air became tense. He noticed in slight amusement that even the third seemed to notice something was up as his pencil stopped and he looked around for a moment. "Why are you here?" Tobirama asked, getting straight to the point. He sighed. "I do not know how I can help Naruto. The civilians are, as you know, not accepting of him. Though you are not good at dealing with children either, you are better than I am," he said, crossing his arms. "Where is Naruto now?" Tobirama asked. "I do not know. He ran off after overhearing some villagers say that they wished he was dead. The first thing is to find him, then the next thing to do is to comfort him." He gave Tobirama a blank stare. The man shrugged in response. Great, neither of them knew how to comfort someone. This would be so much easier if Hashirama was here. The best thing we could probably do is offer something to take his mind off of what the villagers suggested. He narrowed his eyes a bit at that. He questioned. "I will not having you corrupt the boy any further. The only reason I haven't had my ninja attack you is because you have yet to do anything to harm either of the worlds. I have not corrupted the boy at all, unless you say that helping the boy learn how to read is corrupting him," he muttered. Even after they were dead, Tobirama did not trust him. Go figure. "We are wasting time, let's go find the boy." Fine, he agreed, and the two left to search for the blonde-haired boy who could see them. Hours later, of not being able to find the boy, Tobirama enlisted the help of the other shimmers, and waited in the Hokage's office, while he went to search the outskirts of the village. Chapter 6. "Oh, Naruto, oh!" The young boy ran. He ran away from everything. He made his way along an out-of-the-way path, not particularly caring where he was going so long as he was away from everything. Eventually he tripped and fell. Sniffling, he looked around. Seeing no one around, he relaxed a little bit. He hated the fact that he was unwanted by the village, that he was nothing but a monster and a demon to them. Sitting up, the boy looked around again. He didn't know where he was at. Blinking, he saw something that seemed to be flickering in and out of his vision, curious and looking for something to distract himself with. The young boy slowly walked over to the flickering area. Soon he saw that it was a barrier-like thing surrounding a field. Frowning, he entered it. Walking deeper into the area, he found a small clearing which had a bench and a small array of flowers that were different shades of gray, which meant they varied in different colors. Blinking, he saw that someone was sitting on the bench staring at the flowers. Naruto focused on the man and noticed that he had that slight see-through quality that meant he was a shimmer. The man glanced up at him briefly and Naruto recognized the man. He was Hashirama. The man returned to staring at his flowers. Naruto went to sit next to the man. From the stories he had heard about Hashirama, the man was a cheerful person who believed the best in everyone. His guardian shimmer commented that Naruto reminded him of Hashirama. But the shimmer didn't seem cheerful. He kinda looked sad, like Naruto was feeling. He sat next to the first Hokage for a while, mentally giving the nickname Sad Shimmer to the man. Perhaps the man had a mask around people and acted cheerful. Naruto did that a lot of the time. After a couple hours, he left thoughtful of the first Hokage. Walking along the path, he memorized his way back to someplace he recognized so he could find the field again. Coming into Konoha proper, he blinked in shock as one of the shimmers pointed at him and shouted something. What it was he couldn't hear, but soon another shimmer, this one wearing a Umbu mask, came over to him. "Naruto-sama, Hokage-sama has been looking for you," the Umbu shimmer said. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that but followed the Umbu shimmer to the Hokage tower. The secretary automatically allowed him into the Hokage's office since Gigi wasn't in a meeting. "Hello, Naruto-kun," Sarutobi greeted. Naruto waved at him before focusing on Tobirama. "You wish to see me?" he asked the shimmer. Sarutobi blinked and then he raised an eyebrow. Tobirama nodded. "Yes, your guardian asked for me to help with comforting you since he is unskilled at comforting people. And then when neither he nor I could find you." Naruto frowned at that. "I'm fine, it's nothing I'm not used to," he replied. "A child should not have to be used to something like that," Tobirama said with a frown. Naruto shrugged in response. "What's going on, Naruto-kun?" the third asked, confused. "I was upset earlier and ran off. Guardian Shimmer apparently decided to ask Nightaim Shimmer here for help, but after they couldn't find me, I guess he ordered the other shimmers to keep an eye out for me. Umbu Shimmer informed me that Tobirama wished to see me and here I am," Naruto explained with a shrug. "There was another reason I wanted to see you actually," Tobirama said. "Oh?" Naruto asked curious. The second Hokage nodded. I know that, your guardian, Tobirama frowned a bit at that before he continued, is helping you with your schoolwork, but I was wondering how you would like an early start to your training as a shinobi? Naruto's eyes were wide. Really? Tobirama nodded. I mentioned last month that I would be willing to help, and for the last month I was considering what I could help you with. The young boy bounced on his feet. When do we begin, Tobirama-sensei? The third's eyes widened slightly. The second crossed his arms. We begin this weekend? All right. Naruto cheered. Tobirama frowned a bit, but didn't say anything. So Tobirama-sensei is going to be training you? His Gigi asked, an amused look in his eyes. Naruto nodded. Yep. Does sensei have anything else to tell me while you're here, Naruto-kun? The boy looked over towards the man who seemed thoughtful. After a moment he spoke up. Some of the Uchiha spurts mentioned seeing a strange person enter the clan grounds. They say that he is egging on the coup when they follow him. Naruto repeated what Tobirama mentioned. The third's eyes went wide. Can you tell me more about this person? Give me a moment to summon the one who followed the man. Tobirama told Sarutobi through Naruto. A few minutes later a shimmer came into the office. The shimmer was a Uchiha if the clan symbol on his back was of any indication. The man said something Naruto didn't hear. By this point he was able to hear almost everything of what his guardian said, and about 75% of what every other shimmer said. Yes, can you tell us about the strange man who entered the Uchiha grounds? The shimmer looked at Naruto. Oh, Naruto-sama is here. It is an honor to meet you. Naruto gave the man a weird look and noted to ask about being called Sama later. Actually he had noticed that this past month he had been getting looks of respect from some of the population, but he had dismissed it thinking they were looking at someone else. The man generally appears out of nowhere with just a swirl, completely different from the Shunshin. He has long black hair a bit lower than his shoulders, and then he hanges himself into a generic Uchiha appearance. I followed him and he talks with the other clan members, exacerbating the problem of the clan believing that they're being ostracized, but there's one other thing some of us found out. The shimmer paused, briefly glancing at him. One of the others remembered seeing him before, the night the Kyuubi attacked. The masked man was the one who controlled the Kyuubi. He also fought the fourth Hokage and the fourth had thought the man was Madara. As we know, this is impossible since the man is dead. The man disappears as strangely as he appears, with a swirl vortex that seems to pull him in. Naruto repeated the information to the Hokage. The Hokage leaned back looking thoughtful. This ability of yours is very powerful. These spirits are the ultimate spies. He murmured. The Uchiha shimmer paused before saying, Fugaku is starting to become suspicious of Itachi. Naruto related that bit to the third who nodded. Perhaps. How do you think your clan would react if one of the Uchiha were assigned to be Naruto's tutor? The third mused. The Uchiha shimmer frowned thoughtfully. So long as you discuss it with Fugaku he might actually see it as a sign of trust, but with the masked man spreading those rumors there will be no way to stop the coup without a more drastic measure. Naruto relayed what the shimmer said. I will have to give more though to this. If you see the masked man around please find out what you can of him. I will alert my shinobi to be on the lookout as well as the Fugakudano. The third said thoughtfully. Thank you Naruto, I will summon you if I have need of you, and I'm sure sensei can also summon you if he has something that he needs to say to me. And I'm sure you know not to repeat anything sensitive to anybody else. Do not repeat any sensitive information outside this room. The Hokage said, dismissing Naruto, and warning him. Tobirama nodded his agreement to what the third said. Naruto gave a respectful bow and left. Oh Sarutobi, oh. He looked up from his paperwork as his door opened without someone first knocking. He smiled as he saw Naruto come in, though the boy seemed distracted as he closed the door behind him. He activated the privacy seals so no one outside the office could hear the conversation. The Umbu would still hear the conversation, but he trusted them. Hello Naruto-kun, he greeted the boy. The boy waved at him before focusing on a patch of empty air. You wish to see me? The boy seemingly asked the thin air. He blinked, realizing his suspicion was right. He raised an eyebrow as Naruto listened to presumably Tobirama say something. The boy frowned before responding, I'm fine, it's nothing I'm not used to. A pause before Naruto shrugged. What's going on Naruto-kun? He asked, wishing he knew what his sensei was saying. I was upset earlier and ran off. Guardian Shimmer apparently decided to ask Nightingale Shimmer here for help, but after they couldn't find me I guess he ordered the other Shimmers to keep an eye out for me. Umbu Shimmer informed me that Tobirama wished to see me and here I am. Naruto explained with a shrug. Sarutobi nodded and was about to ask why Naruto was upset when Naruto said, oh, in a curious voice, once more focusing on a patch of air. Naruto's eyes went wide from whatever he heard as he questioned in a hopeful voice, really? Sarutobi watched amused as Naruto began bouncing in place, obviously excited about something. When do we begin Tobirama-sensei? The boy asked, and his eyes widened a bit. Did that mean Tobirama would be helping Naruto to train? It was just then that Sarutobi started to realize just how powerful this ability truly was. Alright. Naruto cheered, apparently pleased with what he heard. So Tobirama-sensei is going to be training you? He asked Naruto, amused at the boy's antics, and knowing his sensei, he knew that they would test each other's patience quite a bit, as his sensei had no sense of fun, as Koharu once said. Naruto nodded. Yep. Does sensei have anything else to tell me while you're here, Naruto-kun? He asked, curious. He watched as the boy turned to the blank space of air. Then he changed his posture a bit to, from what the third assumed, copy Tobirama's stance, as he tried his best to copy the man's tone of voice and said, some of the Uchiha spurts mentioned seeing a strange person enter the clan grounds. They say that he is egging on the coup when they follow him. His eyes once more widened. If someone was encouraging the coup, that wasn't good. Can you tell me more about this person? He requested, looking over to the same patch of air Naruto had been looking at. Give me a moment to summon the one who followed the man, Tobirama told him through Naruto. A few minutes pass, and then he saw Naruto turn high attention to the door. Another moment passed before Naruto's face scrunched up as he looked at the air as if it had said something weird. He idly wondered what that was about. After a few minutes of Naruto staring intensely at the air, the boy turned to face him and said, the man generally appears out of nowhere with just a swirl, completely different from the Shunshin. He has long black hair a bit lower than his shoulders, and then he hanges himself into a generic Uchiha appearance. I followed him, and he talks with the other clan members, exacerbating the problem of the clan believing that they're being ostracized. But there's one other thing some of us found out. One of the others remembered seeing him before, the night the Kyuubi attacked. The masked man was the one who controlled the Kyuubi. He also fought the fourth Hokage, and the fourth had thought the man was Madara. As we know, this is impossible since the man is dead. The man disappears as strangely as he appears, with a swirl vortex that seems to pull him in. He leaned back after hearing that information. It was quite a bit of information, none of which he knew before. That the masked man who set the Kyuubi on them had actually fought against Minato, and that he appears and disappears in such a strange fashion. He was pretty sure that in fact it wasn't someone in the village, and it was most likely a rogue Uchiha, though who specifically he didn't know, as there were no Rouge Uchiha at the moment. This ability of yours is very powerful. These spirits are the ultimate spies. He murmured out loud. Fugaku is starting to become suspicious of Itachi, Naruto said, obviously repeating one of the spurts. Perhaps. How do you think your clan would react if one of the Uchiha were assigned to be Naruto's tutor? He questioned, having figured that the spirit the Nidaime had summoned would be a Uchiha, since that was the most obvious way the spirit would be able to provide more information. So long as you discuss it with Fugaku, he might actually see it as a sign of trust, but with the masked man spreading those rumors, there will be no way to stop the coup without a more drastic measure. Naruto relayed. I will have to give more thought to this, he admitted before requesting, if you see the masked man around, please find out what you can of him. I will alert my shinobi to be on the lookout, as well as the Fugakudano. Thank you, Naruto. I will summon you if I have need of you, and I'm sure sensei can also summon you if he has something that he needs to say to me. And I'm sure you know not to repeat anything sensitive to anybody else. Do not repeat any sensitive information outside this room, he said, warning Naruto to keep the stuff secret. The boy actually bowed respectfully as he left, having apparently realized that he was in fact giving a command as Hokage and not as the boy's pseudo-grandfather. When Naruto left, a shadow from the corner of the room stepped forward, his form shimmering to reveal the Umbu commander in his white cloak. Hokage-sama, what was that? He asked. That was Naruto Uzumaki's special bloodline, an SS rank secret not to leave this room, he said sharply, leaving no room for dispute. As it is, his bloodline allows him to see spirits, which he seems to have taken to calling them shimmers. The Hokage watched amused as he saw the Umbu commander become shocked despite trying to hide it. After a minute, the Hokage added, apparently the Nidaime Hokage, my sensei, still remains the Hokage of what is called the in-between. As you can see, with Naruto acting as the median, I have been able to gather important information. Yes, the Umbu commander said. Are you sure that Naruto can keep the information to himself? Sarutobi thought about the blonde-haired boy. Yes, he himself only told me of his ability a little over a month ago, despite claiming that it had developed a bit over half a year before that point in time. I think he only told me because from what I gathered, my sensei had been hearing rumors about Naruto and followed me. When he entered, he encountered Naruto's guardian, and the two apparently don't get along. The commander took in the information before, after a moment of contemplation. This kid's Kekkei Genkai, have you thought about what to do with Naruto? It is odd, but for now I will let him continue to be a normal academy student. May I suggest that perhaps he be allowed to occasionally train with the Umbu? Seeing the Hokage frown, he clarified, mostly on the information parts. If he can learn how to securely transmit messages to you, or me if need be, then it could help with the security of the village, such as if the information is time-sensitive or important but you are in a meeting. Being trained in how to deliver the information will be good for him. The Hokage thought over the suggestion the commander made and agreed it would help. Very well, I will tell Naruto about this tomorrow and his training can begin. His training is off the record, no one is to know about this, only you, Sloth, Hummingbird, and Fox are to know that Naruto is receiving training. The three other Umbu stepped out of their spots. It might seem like overkill, but as Hokage the Umbu took his protection very seriously, despite the fact he could protect himself. Grabbing a few papers from a drawer on his desk he signed a few papers. Naruto Uzumaki has S-rank clearance to security information. If you even think that the spirits can provide information to help the village, that ask Naruto. If this ability of his can secure Konoha, then we will use it. After all, the spurts often see things we don't. The secret of his parents and his Jinchuriki status though is to be made a SS rank secret. He declared. By your command, Hokage-sama. The Umbu said as one. Sloth, Hummingbird, and Fox went back to their spots, while the commander took the papers and left. Chapter 7. Oh Naruto, oh. He left the office and returned to his apartment to see that his guardian Shimmer was there waiting for him. The man nodded at him, his posture relaxing slightly. Say, do you know why the other Shimmers are calling me Sama? Naruto asked. It is because of your status of being a living person who can communicate with us, the benefits of which this ability of yours is startling with just what you can do. His guardian answered. It's weird, Naruto said, wrinkling his nose. Pausing, he thought back to the Shimmer he had found. He wondered if it was really Hashirama. The Shimmer looked a lot like the man, but what if he wasn't and just some Shimmer that looked similar since he couldn't see colors? I found something earlier. Follow me, Naruto said, grinning at his guardian. The man shot him a questioning look, but Naruto ignored it as he made his way to where the path was. Walking about halfway up he found the flickering field again. See, he pointed to the flickering area. His guardian frowned at him. See what? The flickering area, it kinda looks like it's not there and then it is there. Naruto said, watching it. Interesting, I do not see anything, perhaps another spirit put up a barrier to be alone. His guardian said. Well, there was the sad Shimmer I found. I will be unable to enter the area. The guardian said. I'm gonna go talk to the sad Shimmer. Naruto told him. The Shimmer looked at him carefully before nodding. I will wait for you here. Naruto entered into the flickering area again and towards the clearing. Still sitting there was the sad Shimmer. He looked as if he hadn't moved at all. Hello. Naruto greeted. The Shimmer didn't even look up. Naruto pouted. Oi. Sad Shimmer. He called. That got the possible Hashirama attention. The man looked at him and gave a slow blink. Slowly he pointed to himself. Yeah, you can see me? The man slowly asked, furrowing his eyebrows. I can see all kinds of Shimmers, well, spirits, but I call y'all Shimmers. You look sad, hence your name. My guardian Shimmer protected me, hence his name became guardian instead of stalker like it used to be, and I sometimes call Tobirama Nightaim Shimmer. Maybe I could also call him Sensei Shimmer. Naruto said, rambling a bit. The sad Shimmer just looked at him before commenting. You were sad earlier? Naruto nodded. Yeah. Stupid civilians. What happened? The boy looked at the Shimmer. The civilians don't like me for some reason. I'm sure Guardian Shimmer and Nightaim Shimmer know why, but they haven't told me. Then again, I haven't asked. I will have to remember to ask them. Anyways, the civilians were being extra mean today for whatever reason, and some older kids were being meanies. The man seemed to get even sadder for some reason as he crouched down and drew on the ground a cloud hanging around his head. Naruto frowned. Say, what's your name? He asked. The sad Shimmer looked up, a bit of surprise on his face, asking a silent question. You look like Hashirama, but I could be mistaken cause I'm colorblind. Naruto answered the unspoken question. The man gave him a small smile. I am Hashirama. Naruto nodded. So why are you sad? Hashirama shook his head. It's getting late, little one. You should return home. I'm sure your parents will be getting worried. He said with an obviously fake smile. I'm an orphan. My only guardian is my guardian Shimmer. Naruto turned to leave before pausing. I'll come visit you again soon. Naruto exited the clearing and saw his guardian waiting for him. The two silently walked back to Naruto's apartment. Naruto went to his drawing and started drawing the clearing and Hashirama, though he didn't bother trying to find the correct colors. He hung his drawing up on the wall. His guardian looked at the newest picture. Is that supposed to be Hashirama? He gave a nod. Yeah, sad Shimmer. His guardian frowned at that. Sad. He seems really sad for some reason. Naruto replied as he got ready for bed. He ate his dinner, changed his clothes and laid down. Good night, guardian. Oh, Tobirama, oh. He watched the conversation between his student and the Umbu commander with interest. To train Naruto in information delivery would be useful to Konoha. Turning, he smirked. Konoha now had a heavy advantage against the other nations. Summoning the squad leaders, he assigned them a new assignment, to create a functional spy network, for now all information would come to him and he could relay it to Naruto as needed, and this way he could have less off-duty spirits. Since there was so many who decided to stay behind, they always had an overabundance of spirits. Now though some of the other spirits could help the village. While they may not be getting paid like their living counterparts, their job was no less important. They cleaned up the filth that formed. The filth were basically evil spirits. A bit of time passed and he paused when another spirit entered. "What do you want now?" he asked, crossing his arms. He had been surprised when he found that this man was still around, and was in fact guardian to Naruto. He did not trust the Uchiha at all, but it had been partially his fault for what happened. "What happened to Hashirama?" the Uchiha asked. Tobirama barely hid a wince. "I assume Naruto found that area where he hid himself away." The Uchiha nodded. "Technically here in the in-between I am the Sandaime, and Hashirama the Nidaime. The Shodai for the in-between world was your brother." The Uchiha's eyes widened. "Izuna," he breathed out hopefully. "Your brother has already moved on to the other side. But he only moved on after he had a chat with both me and Hashirama. Your brother has a very sharp tongue." The Uchiha snorted and muttered, "That is an understatement." "Yes, well, after Izuna spoke with him, he became upset, and as soon as I joined he said I was once more Hokage, and he left, barricading himself away in that clearing. It was soon after when Izuna came and had a chat with me, if the chat he had with me was close to what he had with Hashirama." Tobirama shook his head. "After he chatted with me he said his job was done and he allowed himself to move on." The Uchiha was silent. Tobirama glanced at him and saw that there was a bit of pain in his eyes, for what he didn't know. "I think that right now Naruto is the only one who can help him. He has blocked himself from us, and the other living can't see him." He called Hashirama Sad Shimmer, the Uchiha said. Tobirama nodded. A lot of the older spirits said that after Izuna had his talk with Hashirama that he stopped smiling and only did his job out of a sense of duty. The Uchiha frowned. "I wonder what Izuna said to Hashirama." "It was most likely saying how it was Hashirama's fault for not paying attention to how the villagers treated you that drove you away," Tobirama admitted, "and he also placed a lot of blame on me, for not trying to work with you better, that because of how openly suspicious of you I was, and the lack of Hashirama doing anything, because he didn't notice, that it was those reasons that the citizens didn't trust you and drove you to the actions you did." The Uchiha looked at him, his eyes wide. It took a moment, but then the man glared. "Damn it, Izuna," he hissed. Tobirama raised an eyebrow. "My brother always did hate you, Senju. It was neither you nor Hashirama's fault for what happened. I was used to being an outcast, whether in my clan for my eyes, or in the village for my power and the rumors. I could deal with your suspicions, hell I even supported the fact that Hashirama was made the Hokage. What I could not accept was the fact that the clans were being destroyed. That the peace we had worked so hard for was falling down around us and there was nothing we could do. I wanted peace." Tobirama stared at the Uchiha who had activated his Sharingan when he mentioned his eyes. The three Tomo were spinning wildly in the man's eyes. The Uchiha collapsed onto one of the chairs in the office. Looking at the man, he wondered what happened. Something had gone on behind the scenes that neither he nor Hashirama knew about. What happened? The man seemed reluctant, but after a moment he sighed. "Back before I left the village I was reading the stone tablet that had been passed among the Uchiha clan for generations. The Sharingan could only decipher a bit of it, the Manjikyu a bit more, but it was the eternal Manjikyu that told me about the infinite Tsukuyami. A genjutsu that would cover the world and bring everyone peace, and that it would be the salvation of the Uchiha clan. I spent a bit planning how to bring it to fruition. I had left the village in order to find out more about the infinite Tsukuyami. I found more information scattered about, and I encountered the Kyuubi. Taking control I returned to complete the next step, to gain the Rinnegan." Tobirama's eyes narrowed as the Uchiha continued his tale. The man looked worn down. The Uchiha looked out the window. "As you know, me and Hashirama fought in the Valley of the End where I supposedly died. But I had gotten what I had come back for, which was Hashirama's cells. I grafted it onto my own body and waited for the Rinnegan to form. But by the time the Rinnegan formed I was getting to be too old and I could only prolong my life after summoning the demonic statue. I waited and eventually things happened where I found a boy to mold to my whim, Obito Uchiha." The Uchiha's voice was full of regret. The man let out a tired sigh. "After I had broken the boy to my will," and here the Uchiha flinched. Tobirama could clearly see that the man was ashamed of his actions. "I gave him my name to use and Black Zetsu, who I believe to be the manifestation of my will from the demonic statue." The Uchiha stood up and started pacing. All throughout this time I continued feeling like I had betrayed my brother, like he was judging me. What I did not know was that the feeling was not natural, in fact it was Zetsu manipulating me, it was a subtle poison he used. When I died the first time I had used a time-delayed Izanagi to bring myself back to life. As a spirit at that time I watched Zetsu merge into my body. Of course when I became alive again I could not remember my time as a spirit. When I revived my head felt more clouded than before, though I did not realize it until after I had died the second time. My head felt more clear and I watched as Edo left to continue what he believed I wanted. I watched as Zetsu grinned and spoke out loud to his mother saying that soon he would be able to bring her back. I was manipulated. I know that does not excuse my actions, and if Edo follows the plan and revives me I will once more forget this information. So I will train Naruto to fight off Zetsu and me if needed so that Hashirama's peace can be upholded. It may not be perfect, but it is better than the Warring State era. Tobirama thought over what the Uchiha had told him. He wasn't apologizing for his actions, and he did not expect forgiveness, in fact saying that he will most likely cause trouble in the future because of this Zetsu person. But he was trying to fix it as best he could by training Naruto. How long do you think we have before this Zetsu makes his move? The Uchiha shrugged, I do not know. Before that blasted Edo Tensei of yours was used on me I was watching Edo manipulate the Mizukage. Tobirama glanced up sharply at him. What do you mean my Edo Tensei was used on you? Orochimaru of the Sannin summoned me using it. Naruto was laying on a table and was unconscious. The man tried to remove my eyes, luckily though they turned to dust, but he seemed more amused than anything as he took out one of Naruto's eyes, which were badly damaged like they had been stabbed. He placed Naruto's eye in my Edo Tensei eye socket after removing my eye once again, and then my eye reformed using the material from Naruto's eye. He then removed that merged eye, and placed it in Naruto. He did the same with the boy's other eye. Tobirama's eyes were wide in shock. Naruto's monochromatic vision is not his normal eyesight, he was able to see color before. I have a suspicion that his ability to see us is somehow from what Orochimaru did. The Uchiha stated with a scowl. I only decided originally to watch over Naruto, because it was more amusing to watch him than to continue trying to follow my apprentice around. That is a lot of information you have provided. Tobirama stated, narrowing his eyes a bit. I have made many mistakes, Tobirama, excuse me for try to do what I can to make up for it. The Uchiha bit out. I will take this information into consideration. What does Naruto know of it? None. I still have yet to tell him my name, though I think he does know and just keeps calling me guardian because he wants to. The Uchiha admitted. Tobirama nodded. It made sense that Naruto would know. If he also knew the stigma attached to his guardian, then that could be why he refused to admit he knew the Uchiha's name. The third has decided that Naruto is to receive a bit of umbu training, mostly around the aspects of information. What do you know about the Uchiha's plot of throwing a coup? The Uchiha's eyes widened a bit. The clan is planning a coup. Tobirama nodded. I do not know anything about it. A Rouge Uchiha wearing an orange mask with one eye hole is found to be appearing, hinging into a random Uchiha and spreading rumors to egg on the coup. Edo, the Uchiha confirmed Tobirama's forming suspicion. I did not tell him to do this. If he is not doing it of his own violation, it could be that Edo is being further manipulated by Zetsu. The Uchiha stated. If you have further need of me I will be watching over Naruto. The Uchiha said after a few minutes passed with each thinking to themselves about the situation. Chapter 8. Oh Naruto, oh. It was now his second day for the academy. Naruto, after he got ready and ate, went to the academy looking for a seat. A few people had changed seats, but the spot next to the boy Shino was still open. Going over, he sat next to the boy who didn't protest, so he figured it was okay. His guardian stood behind him as usual, his mostly silent presence a comfort as Naruto saw some of the kids point at him and whisper amongst themselves. The boy next to him shifted and Naruto looked at him. The kids here do not like you. Why? He questioned bluntly. Naruto shrugged. I dunno, I guess their parents told them to avoid me. Why? The boy questioned. I dunno, they've always hated me, he replied. It is illogical to hate someone who has done nothing, the boy stated. Naruto blinked and frowned. Does that mean you don't hate me? He cautiously asked. So long as you do nothing wrong then I will not hate you. He beamed at the kinda weird boy. Can we be friends then? He asked hopefully. What do you think of bugs? Shino asked in return. Naruto shrugged. I don't mind them. Then we can be friends? He was beaming the entire class period. When recess came he and Shino looked for bugs around the playground. It was the start of a wonderful friendship. At the end of the day he was about to return to his apartment when an umbu shimmer appeared. The Hokages would like to talk to you. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that before changing course to head to the Hokage tower. Do you know what they want to see me for, guardian? He asked looking up at his guardian. The man smirked down at him. I have an idea, yes. Naruto entered and the secretary stopped him. Please wait a moment, Naruto-kun, the Hokage is finishing up a meeting. The young boy sat down and waited. The shimmer went into the office. He didn't come back out. 20 slow minutes later the door opened and a man came out with a frown on his face. He had short hair that was a darker shade of gray and wore a simple kimono that had diamond patterns around the bottom of it. The man glanced at him and Naruto smiled and waved. The man gave a nod to him, before turning and leaving. You can come in now, Naruto-kun. Gigi's voice came through the door. Naruto went into the room, shutting the door behind him. You guys wish to see me? He asked, looking at both the third and the second. I will let Tobirama go first, his Gigi said with a bit of a frown. Tobirama looked towards Naruto. The spirits are setting up a spy network for you to use. Once it's fully set up, the information will come either directly to me, in which I can tell you so that you can inform the Hokage of relevant information. Naruto gave a nod before turning to the third. They are setting up a spy network to be able to gather information for you. Good. Now, because of how important your information can be, it is likely you might have to contact me, or if you are able to contact me, then you are to contact the commander. Naruto frowned. Commander? From right behind him a voice said, that would be me. Naruto jumped and spun around, gathering chuckles from the living and the dead. He pouted, that was mean. The commander continued staring at him, or at least Naruto thought he was, since he couldn't see his face through the mask. After being informed of your ability, I have been tasked with training you. You will be given some training as an only focusing on the information parts and communication. No one outside of this room is to know of your ability. None of the living, that is, without permission from either Hokage-sama or me. As he said this, 3 other came out from hiding, revealing a sloth, a hummingbird, and a fox-masked These 3 will help with your training. And they will from now on be guarding you at all times, only one at a time though, and they will rotate. Naruto slowly nodded. Because of your ability, your security clearance has been raised, and that is because I trust you to not abuse this power, Naruto. The Hokage said, looking at the boy seriously. I understand, Hokage-sama, Naruto said respectfully. Understanding now was not the time to call him Gigi. Good. When you are being trained, you are no longer Naruto. You have no name, only the mask you wear. The commander said, pulling out a blank mask that was just an average gray all across instead of white with gray marks like the others. You are the one who is between worlds, so this mask is between the light of the day and the shadows of the night. Welcome, Nomani. He took the mask before asking, what color is it? The Hokage chuckled, it is gray. Naruto nodded and put it on. Blinking, he was surprised that the mask was see-through from his end. The commander looked at him and nodded. From now on you will address me simply as Commander. Yes, Commander? Naruto said. Your training will begin in an hour. I will find you. I recommend getting food. Naruto nodded and the commander disappeared. Naruto-kun, remember that no one is to know about your abilities or your training except for those in this room. The Hokage said kindly. The boy took the mask before putting it in his backpack. I understand. If people knew of my ability, they would be trying to kidnap me or assassinate me, right? Guardian told me this back when I first started hearing him. Naruto said, looking at his guardian with a smile. The man truly was looking out for him. His guardian gave him a hair ruffle. He pretended he felt it. There is more information I need to convey to Sarutobi, Tobirama stated. Naruto nodded. Gigi, Sensei Shimmer has something to tell you. The Hokage rubbed his head. Why do I feel like this is going to give me a headache? Tobirama glared at him, not that the third saw it. It has been learned who the identity of the Rouge Uchiha is. His name is Edo Uchiha and he was believed to be dead. Instead he was rescued. He now believes himself to be acting in the will of Madara Uchiha, but is in fact operating under the will of someone called Zetsu. Naruto repeated the info. The Hokage frowned. Edo Uchiha, if my memory is correct, he was one of the members under Team Minato, along with Kakashi Hatake and Rin Noara. Kakashi is believed to be the only living member. Thank you for the information. You should go get some food though before the commander gets you. He gave a nod and left. Going to Ichiraku, he ate a bowl of ramen. With still a good 45 minutes left, he decided to go chat with Hashirama again. Heading to the field, he looked at his guardian who seemed to be thinking about something. He wondered if the were following him even now. That someone could be following him without him knowing made him worried. Finding the flickering field again, he entered and his guardian waited outside. Hello. He greeted Hashirama. You came here again, the man sorta questioned, but it sounded like a statement. Of course. You still haven't told me why you're sad. It's not really something a kid should hear. Hashirama tried to deflect. Naruto frowned. When was the last time you interacted with someone else before me? The first Hokage didn't respond. You blocked yourself away from the people who want to help you, and the living besides for me can't see you sad, Shimmer. So I'm gonna help you, he declared with a smile. I don't deserve to be helped, the first said, looking away. Don't be stupid. Everyone deserves to be helped, even a monster like me likes to be helped, Naruto said. The first Hokage looked up startled, "Wah dash." Naruto just shrugged, "The civilians don't like me, they call me a monster and a demon. I don't know why. Another thing I failed at." The Hokage muttered quietly, though Naruto still heard it with his sharp hearing. "What are you talking about? How could you have failed at that? You weren't around when I was born?" Konoha is supposed to be a place where children can be cherished and protected, trained in safety so that they do not have to fight. The first said despondently. "Well, we are being trained at the academy, and all the other children are treated normally. I'm just the odd one out. Kinda like my guardian was." He mentioned that back when he was alive the village didn't much care for him either. He said they thought he was a warmonger. Naruto stated, carefully watching Hashirama's reaction. The man looked at him, eyes wide. Who is your guardian?" "I haven't learned my guardian's name, I just call him Guardian," Naruto answered with a foxy grin. Hashirama frowned and shook his head. "Where is this guardian of yours anyways?" "He's waiting outside this barrier you put up since he can't see this place." "How did you find this place anyways?" the first asked. "Well, I was running to get away from everything when I fell down. When I looked up I saw a sort of flickering as if something was trying to not be seen, but I could see it," Naruto said with a shrug. Naruto finally sat next to the Hokage. He waited for the man to say something or ask another question, but he didn't. So Naruto just sat next to him quietly. A little bit later Hashirama looked up right as the commander appeared in front of them as if out of nowhere. "You found a pretty secluded spot," the commander commented looking around. Naruto nodded. "Put on your mask and this outfit, I will take you to begin your training," the commander ordered, handing him an outfit that Naruto recognized as the standardized outfit all Anbu wore. The first Hokage frowned as Naruto quickly changed his clothes before he pulled out his mask and put it on. "You are an Anbu?" Hashirama asked after Naruto was done. His tone seemed upset. Naruto noticed that the commander to the side grabbed his backpack, which he had shoved his other clothes into a scroll. "Not really, but because of my ability I need to learn how to provide information to the third." "What spirit are you talking with, Nomani?" the commander asked sharply. "I am speaking with Hashi-chan," Naruto said with a foxy grin, sticking his tongue out at the startled man. "Hashi-chan?" said man repeated. "Aha, 'cause my guardian mentioned he was always annoyed when you called him Chan." "So nah," Naruto told him. "See ya later, sad shimmer," he said as he reached the commander. The commander picked him up and they disappeared in rush. "What was that?" Naruto asked when they stopped. "A shunshin," the commander replied. "Cool." They were outside a building that looked rather plain. The commander entered the building and Naruto followed. He followed him past several masked Anbu who, while giving no outward appearance to their shock, were staring at him. Naruto could feel it. They entered a blank room. "Today I will begin your training on learning the Anbu hand signs. This is useful for conveying messages to any Anbu you need to. For now we will just focus on learning the words, but as you get a basic grasp on it we will work on your speed at forming the signs, as well as training your eyes to read the signs at high speed. Also when you are around other Anbu you need to hide your identity. The mask you have gives your hair a more generic hair color of brown, and it can mask your voice, but people can still recognize from your speech patterns. Therefore when you wear the mask you need to be able to change your speech patterns. Your body language as well, the way you hold yourself can give you away to those skilled enough." Naruto slowly nodded, thinking back both Tobirama and his guardian. He shifted his positioning a bit to imitate how Tobirama stood. Thinking over the way they spoke and how he copied Tobirama's tone of voice he carefully said, "Is this inappropriate?" He said that word slowly, making sure to pronounce it right. "Way for me to speak?" The commander nodded. "You are using the same kind of tone as when you were relaying what Tobirama-sama was saying to Third Sama." Naruto gave a firm nod. "Good to start with, just remember to not let people connect your mask to you." "Understood, Commander," Naruto said respectfully. "As you're not an actual Anbu we can be more thorough in your training, rather than the crash course we typically just give until the Anbu choose what branch they specialize in. We already know that you need to specialize in information delivery at the moment." His guardian appeared about halfway through that statement and took his place behind Naruto. The next few hours they went over basic hand signs, such as what, who, where, why, and how. After Naruto started working on those his guardian commented that learning a different way to communicate those basic questions with shimmers would be beneficial. Relaying this to the commander he agreed. It didn't take them long to develop a way to communicate those 5 questions with the shimmers. His guardian agreed to spread the word of the gestures. If Naruto twitched his head a bit the question was who, if he moved his left arm he was asking what, his right arm was where. His left leg was why, and his right was how. Naruto had quite a lot to learn, but his training was only going to be every few days with the umbu to give him a chance to memorize and learn how to form the hand seals. Then umbu numbers were done with just one hand. Naruto was able to quickly memorize how to do 0 to 10, then the commander started him on the individual letters. Spelling out actual words was time-consuming, but it was a good way to be able to surely deliver the message. The commander said that if he could memorize and learn the hand signs at a decent pace he would be done with the first bit in a half a year. That being said, he didn't expect Naruto to remember all the letters right away, he just wanted Naruto to remember what he could. If he didn't think the hand sign was correct then he didn't want Naruto to practice it. Finally Naruto was done for the day. The commander took him outside and then used Shunshin to get him to a place where he was alone, then he handed him a scroll. The commander showed him how to unseal it and then how to reseal it. Naruto unsealed his backpack and other clothes. Quickly changing, he placed his mask and outfit into the scroll. "I will find you when it is time for your next training." Naruto beamed. "Got it," he said and left. It was getting late and he was hungry again. Time for more ramen. Chapter 9. Oh Umbu Commander, oh. He focused on his senses and felt Naruto's chakra, which was like a beacon with how much of it the boy had. Going to the location, he found himself surprised with how secluded it was, a small clearing off the side of one of the paths up the Hokage monument. "You're dismissed for now," he told Sloth, who was the one currently watching Naruto. The boy was sitting on a bench gazing at the flowers absent-mindedly. The boy looked to the side before looking up at him. "You found a pretty secluded spot," he commented, making it obvious that he was looking around. Naruto gave a simple nod. He gave silent approval for not answering the unasked question. "Put on your mask and this outfit, I will take you to begin your training," he ordered the boy. The boy came over to him and he handed the boy his outfit. The boy changed clothes, relatively quick for a kid but still slow for even a genin. The commander scolded himself for thinking that Naruto has had no training, and was in fact only 6 years old. He should remember that the boy would have to be trained patiently. He doubted that Naruto could truly understand the importance his ability gave him. After the boy shoved his clothes into his backpack, he grabbed it and sealed them into a scroll which he placed in his pocket. He watched as the boy turned to the bench before speaking. "Not really, but because of my ability I need to learn how to provide information to the third." He frowned and questioned, "What spirit are you talking with, Nomani?" He did not like not knowing what was going on, and the fact that there were invisible people around sent him into paranoid mode. "I am speaking with Hashi-chan," Naruto said with a foxy grin before the boy stuck his tongue out at the bench. The commander frowned behind his mask. "Hashi, as in Hashirama the first Hokage?" "Aha, 'cause my guardian mentioned he was always annoyed when you called him Chan." "So nah," Naruto said to the bench, where the commander was forced to assume Hashirama was. "See ya later, sad shimmer," the boy commented over his shoulder as he walked to him. Hashirama being called Sad Shimmer. The Umbu commander supposed that the codename was acceptable. After all, no one who heard the stories of the first could ever think of the man as sad. The commander picked Naruto up and used the Shunshin to take them to their front entrance to the Umbu building. It might seem like it would be obvious, but in fact none of the valuable information was kept here. This was just the place for them to hang out in their off time, or to train new recruits. A lot of the Umbu had no outside life and the mask was their only identity, and so they lived in this building. "What was that?" Naruto asked. "A Shunshin," the commander replied. "Cool." The commander entered the building and Naruto followed without having to be told. They passed by several other Umbu who were shocked at the tiny new Umbu following him. "Who is the boy?" Lion asked as he passed by. "Special training recruit," he replied back. They others weren't to know that it was Naruto being trained, but there was no way to hide that a boy was being trained. Better to satisfy their curiosity with what he could, than to have them try and find out themselves. He glanced to the boy who seemed oblivious to the communication going on. He would have to fix that so the boy could see and communicate at Umbu speed. The boy would need that to be able to provide and receive information as quickly as possible. He brought them into a blank room. This room was now Naruto's training room, and if the boy was accepted to be a full Umbu member when he was old enough, then it would become his personal room if he so choose. "Today I will begin your training on learning the Umbu hand signs. This is useful for conveying messages to any Umbu you need to. For now we will just focus on learning the words, but as you get a basic grasp on it we will work on your speed at forming the signs, as well as training your eyes to read the signs at high speed. Also, when you are around other Umbu you need to hide your identity. The mask you have gives your hair a more generic hair color of brown, and it can mask your voice, but people can still recognize from your speech patterns. Therefore when you wear the mask you need to be able to change your speech patterns. Your body language as well, the way you hold yourself can give you away to those skilled enough," he explained to the boy, trying to make it as clear as possible to the child. Why had he recommended this again? Ah yeah, 'cause the boy can speak with spirits no one else can see. He saw the boy start thinking, and he inwardly twitched at how much of the boy's thoughts and emotions could be read through his posture. That would be fixed eventually. He watched as the boy's posture change. It reminded him of how the boy shifted his posture when he was imitating Tobirama. The boy slowly spoke as he said, "Is this an appropriate way for me to speak?" The commander gave a nod. "You are using the same kind of tone as when you were relaying what Tobirama-sama was saying to Third Sama," he stated. It was relatively different from how the boy normally sounded. Eventually the boy would be able to switch between the two easily. For now though, if the boy needed a bit of time, that was fine. Naruto gave a firm nod in response to his statement. "Good to start with, just remember to not let people connect your mask to you," he told him. "Understood, Commander," Naruto said respectfully. "As you're not an actual Umbu, we can be more thorough in your training, rather than the crash course we typically just give until the Umbu choose what branch they specialize in. We already know that you need to specialize in information delivery at the moment," he told the boy. The next few hours they went over basic hand signs, such as what, who, where, why, and how. After Naruto started working on those hand signs he made good progress. Then he tilted his head, and then looked at the commander. "My guardian says that it would be good for me to develop a way to ask those 5 questions to the shimmers silently." He nodded. It was a good idea. Taking a bit of time they managed to quickly develop a system Naruto could use to communicate with the spirit silently. Then they continue on with him showing Naruto the signs and saying what it was, and Naruto copying the hand sign and repeating what it was. The boy had a lot to learn and he doubted the boy could memorize all of it, but as long as he remembered a fourth of it correctly by the time they next met, then the boy would be doing good. Then he was finished training Naruto for the day. After taking him to a place where no one would spot Naruto, he handed the boy a sealing scroll and taught him how to use it. The boy took his stuff out and changed and then sealed his Umbu stuff in the scroll. "I will find you when it is time for your next training," he told the boy. The boy grinned brightly and said, "Got it." Then the boy turned and wandered off. He watched for a moment before he made his way to the Hokage tower. "Clear out," he signed to the Umbu who were in the Hokage's office, and they left. "How did it go?" the third asked, looking at him. "Nomani is learning well, and the guardian had him develop a way so he could silently communicate with the shimmers. I have set him to start learning the basics. I have also started him on developing his alter ego without telling him that was what it is." "Good. Anything else to report?" "When I found him he was in a clearing. He spoke with a shimmer he called Hashi-chan. I thought he was referring to the first Hokage Hashirama. But I am not 100% sure. And the Umbu who was watching him?" "Sloth, I will alert you to what he reports when he reports." "Good, dismissed." He left the Hokage's office. "Oh, Naruto, oh." He woke up with a yawn, tiredly getting ready for the academy. He stumbled through his morning routine. He had stayed up late last night practicing those hand signs with his guardian. He went to the academy and sat next to Shino, who he greeted with a tired hello. The boy said hello back, and then Naruto tried to fall asleep, though his guardian kept waking him back up. But as the time passed and the tiredness faded, Naruto found himself awake again. In that you're tired but now you're awake so you can't fall asleep sort of tired way. The school day passed without anything interesting happened. Afterwards he went to the clearing to once more speak with Hashirama. "Hello," he greeted smiling. The shimmer looked at him, but didn't say anything. "My guardian said that you were one of the best storytellers," Naruto mentioned after about 10 minutes of sitting in silence. Hashirama shrugged. A few more minutes of silence passed before Naruto spoke up again. "So for Christmas last year Gigi came to visit me, yeah, and Tobirama happened to be following him. Well, since my guardian wasn't expecting another shimmer to visit, especially Tobirama, he wasn't hinged to hide his appearance as he mentioned he did. I never saw him being hinged though. I think it's something to do with my ability. Anyways, Tobirama waltzes right through the wall, instant tension. Like it was so thick you could see it. Anyways, because I couldn't help but glance between the two, Gigi learned about my ability. But later the two started bickering like an old married couple. I guess they both reached their point cause they started throwing weapons at each other. I had to duck. One of them flew right over my head, and while now that I think about it, the weapon probably wouldn't have hurt me. I didn't realize that at the time. Anyways, I told them no fighting in my apartment and they just moved the fight outside my place. Though recently the two seem to be getting along a bit better, they aren't instantly at each other's throat. I wonder what happened." Naruto rambled on. Hashirama looked a bit amused. "Your guardian, what does he look like?" "He has long spiky hair, and a high-collared shirt. I think he said that his hair was black, but I can't really remember." Hashirama paused. "It can't be," he said. "That Madara chose to pass on." He muttered out loud, not really to Naruto. "Who said Madara passed on?" "Izuna," Hashirama said before he closed his mouth and turned away, though not before Naruto saw the pain in the man's eyes. Naruto tried to get the man to talk for another hour, but Hashirama said nothing. I'll see you tomorrow? He exited out of the field and went to his guardian. I got closer, he mentioned that someone named Izuna told him Madara had passed on. His guardian clenched his fist. Tobirama might have more info. He mentioned Izuna spoke to him as well. He said, pausing. He turned to Naruto, who was just looking at him with a smile. When you finally get him to see reason, tell that idiot that I miss him, will you? Naruto nodded. Of course. Naruto saw his guardian glance at him again as they finally made it back to his apartment. Why do you not call me by my name? I'm sure you figured it out by now. He shrugged to the shimmer. To me you are my guardian, you never complain about me calling you that, but if you would rather I call you Madara I will. He told his guardian. His guardian shook his head. You can call me what you want. Naruto beamed. Then I shall continue calling you guardian? The shimmer nodded at him and ruffled his hair. Naruto froze after the man was done and touched his hair. He had felt the man ruffle his hair. His guardian was staring in shock as well. Slowly he lowered his hand onto Naruto's head again only for it to pass through. After that moment of weirdness the rest of the day passed as per normal with his guardian helping him learn the hand signs. The next day he went to the academy, spent recess with Shino, then after school he spent more time with Hashirama, which while the man was okay with chatting about some stuff other topics had him avoiding it or refusing to say anything. It was an hour or so after he arrived at the clearing when the commander appeared. Naruto changed into his umbu clothes and then they went to the building. The commander tested him and was surprised that Naruto had managed to get half of the signs down. He went over the signs again and spent a few hours helping Naruto learn the signs. Then they were done for the day. The next day revolved much around the same though the commander didn't appear and so Naruto spent the time learning with his guardian. Finally though it was the weekend, and Naruto remembered that Tobirama said he would train him. Getting up and eating breakfast he wondered what the man would train him in. Naruto was about to go and find the man when the shimmer walked through his wall. Tobirama looked at him. Follow me. He commanded walking back out the wall again. TCH. He could have been more polite. His guardian grumbled. Naruto ran out after him slamming his door shut behind him. Soon they arrived at a training field. The first thing we are going to work on is your chakra control. Now because you have a larger chakra pool than others your age it will be harder to start with a basic leaf sticking, so we will begin with tree walking. He demonstrated. To do this exercise you need to push chakra to your feet in order to stick to the surface. Too much chakra and you will blast off the tree, too little and you won't stick. Tobirama looked at him. There are two common ways of learning this exercise. One is to lay down with your feet placed against the trunk until you find the amount to stick, though this is usually preferred by people with lower amounts of chakra so they can raise it until they stick. The other method is to run up the tree. This is preferred with those with larger chakras that need to learn to place less in. Because of your larger chakra you should start with the tree running method. Most of this is just trial and error, so after today this will be up to you to complete in your own time until you get it down. The boy nodded and he began practicing the exercises. Around lunchtime Tobirama gave him an hour and a half break. Naruto got food and then went to Hashirama's clearing where he told the man about what was happening. The first Hokage seemed happy listening to him ramble on about stuff. Naruto even forgot the passage of time chatting away to the first, but the man let him know that an hour had passed and so Naruto went to train with Tobirama again. The next day Sunday he mostly spent training by himself, though he did visit with Hashirama. The only new thing was that later in the day the Hokage summoned him to the office and Naruto found that the third decided that unless an emergency happened then a brief weekly meeting would suffice to get a report about what was happening, at least for now anyways. The next day Sunday he mostly spent training by himself, though he did visit with Hashirama. The only new thing was that later in the day the Hokage summoned him to the office and Naruto found that the third decided that unless an emergency happened then a brief weekly meeting would suffice to get a report about what was happening, at least for now anyways. The next week passed in a simple fashion. He went to the academy, spent recess with Shino who was becoming his best friend, then the day would end and he would go spend roughly an hour with Hashirama before either the Umbu commander would show up or Naruto would go practice his own training in the Umbu hand signs and tree walking. Another week passed and two things happened. One, Naruto finished tree walking, and he fully memorized the very beginning of the Umbu hand signs. Tobirama came and taught him the next chakra exercise, water walking. His guardian continued to help him with the academy role, and though Naruto never said it out loud his guardian was like the father he never had. Though he did finally get around to asking if the shimmers knew why everyone hated him. We do, but it is not our place to tell you. If my student has decided not to tell you then it is his choice. Tobirama had stated as his answer. His guardian had sighed. I would tell you, but Tobirama has made it very clear what he would do if I told you. His guardian shuddered. How Tobirama even found that thing I have no idea. His guardian murmured, a far-off gaze in his eyes. As for his training, the commander started teaching him the next set, which was basic words such as the 5 village names, basic ninja tools, days of the week, months, and finally words for emergency, invasion, and other such things. This was how his next half a year passed. He would go to the academy, spend time with Shino during recess, and then when the day ended he would spend time with Hashirama. The man seemed to open up a bit more, and slowly pieces of what happened came together. Apparently Madara's brother Izuna hated Hashirama's clan and never wanted the peace. With his dying breath he told Madara to not make peace. Madara though did, much to Izuna's displeasure, but the shimmer had a sense of duty to his brother, and as the people of Konoha died and become shimmers, Izuna made a spirit version of Konoha. Before, the shimmers had been disorganized, fighting against each other and the filth that polluted the in-between world. But when Hashirama died, a while after supposedly killing Madara, Izuna had been pissed at the man and let him have it. Izuna had said that Hashirama should have tried harder. That he should have paid attention to Madara. Hashirama didn't repeat the words Izuna had said, but rather gave Naruto the gist of it piece by piece. Izuna left to go live in the Spirit Clan grounds, stating that he wasn't leaving until he was able to give Tobirama a piece of his mind. So Hashirama took charge of the Spirit Konoha, but the words Izuna said haunted him. And from what Naruto could gather drove him deep into depression. When Tobirama arrived he passed the duties to him before fleeing and locking himself here in the clearing, where he resided ever since. Hashirama said that he couldn't even pass on unless someone forcefully moved him on, since to move on willingly you needed to be at peace with yourself. As for his training with Tobirama, the man focused on chakra control, but he also started Naruto on the hand signs. Once Naruto could make all the hand signs perfectly and had them memorized, Tobirama started him on an exercise to help increase Naruto's speed at them and to smooth the transitioning. It started as a simple pattern: start with one like monkey, then follow it with dragon, then monkey again, then rat, monkey, then bird, so on and so on. The pattern ended up looking like monkey, dragon, monkey, rat, monkey, bird, monkey, snake, monkey, ox, monkey, dog, monkey, horse, monkey, tiger, monkey, boar, monkey, ram, monkey, hare. Once that was complete you move to the next sign, in this case dragon, and follow the same kind of pattern: dragon, monkey, dragon, rat, dragon, bird, etc. etc. The point of the exercises was to get you familiar with the hand signs and to transition between any of them smoothly. The two-step, as it was called, was only the basic start of it. Some of the more demanding teachers made their students do a three-step in which the pattern would be monkey, dragon, rat, bird, monkey, bird, snake, and so on so forth. Then with the dragon it would be dragon, monkey, rat, bird. The three-step was supposed to be able to help further refine the hand signs and to help with the transition some more. But as it was time-consuming, most decided that it was not needed. Such was not the case with Tobirama, as he told Naruto once he became proficient in the two-step then he would be doing the three-step. As for his training, he was learning the hand signals at a good pace and finished the basics in hand signings a couple weeks ahead of schedule, but that was good as it meant they could move him on to the more advanced stuff, such as being able to read the hand signs at high speed and to form them at high speed. Which usually shinobi developed the speed as they learned through missions and such. Naruto didn't have that time, as they never knew when he might need to be able to rapidly communicate with the about something. Which his training with Tobirama helped, as he needed decent chakra control, which he now had, in order to channel chakra to his eyes in order to help see the hand signs. This was a trick developed by other clans to try and mimic the Sharingan. While it did what it was supposed to and enhanced the person's vision so they could see faster things, it didn't help with the mental process of understanding what was going on faster. But he was also tasked with sending chakra into his arms and hands so he would be able to move him faster, though again this wouldn't be much of a help if his brain couldn't process the information at the same time. It was only beneficial to use at the speed of what the brain could progress. After that it wasn't much help. But still, so long as his brain could process the information, then it would be useful. Which led to his next training, getting his brain used to processing at a higher speed. Which luckily enough was relatively simple. It involved sparring. At first the commander had him learn the academy basic taijutsu stance and its katas, saying that eventually Naruto would need to develop his own or inherit a taijutsu form from someone else. The commander then spared against him, starting at what he said was the average genin speed, which was still really fast for Naruto. The man only wanted him to dodge to the best of his abilities, and he wasn't putting much force into his punches, only enough to leave a light bruise, that with Naruto's healing would most likely not even form. As Naruto got used the speed and was starting to dodge more and more of the attacks, the commander would slowly increase the speed, though for now Naruto had only just started this training. But that was just his training. For his personal life he spent the few hours of free time he had with Shino, even meeting the boy's family, who he was surprised to find welcoming him. But Naruto could understand it, as the aburames were often avoided by the civilians who felt that hosting bugs inside of the body was just creepy and weird. It was one of the reasons Naruto and Shino had bonded. No one else wanted to be around the two. With his friendship with the boy, Naruto stopped causing as many pranks. Which led to what happened now. The two boys had decided to go to one of the lesser-used training fields at the edge of the village to hunt for interesting bugs. It was then they came across a group of people, who the two thought were civilians. One of the group had come up to the boys wearing what looked to be a sheepish smile. "Hey, we're a group of traveling merchants, we got lost though, do you think you could help us out?" The man asked. "It is of no problem to help you, because helping civilians is the duty of shinobi," Shino stated in a pleasant voice. Well, pleasant to Naruto, to anyone else it would be monotone. The merchant smiled and waved the rest of the group over. "Yeah. A mission databao," Naruto said with a grin. Naruto heard the group whispering behind him. "Naruto?" His guardian said, going tense. Rolling his left shoulder he asked, "What?" "These are not civilians, the way they are moving, these are ninja." Naruto's eyes widened slightly. What could he do? Say Shino, Naruto started. The first thing he had to do was alert the boy to the danger they were in. Before he could even blink though, Shino was knocked out and being held tightly by one of the shinobi. Another man grabbed him tightly, holding him. "I can't believe our luck, this will definitely get us in favor of the Tsuchikage," one of them said. "Shut up," the woman said. That was the last he heard before they knocked him unconscious. He woke up to found himself bound, though they had left his mouth free. He was being carried on the shoulder of the largest man in the small group of 5. Looking around he saw his guardian keeping pace with the group, an evil look in his eyes as he glared at them. His guardian even had his Sharingan activated. Naruto looked at his guardian, who gave him a smirk. A sense of calmness spread through him. "Looks like the brat's awake," one of the man who had a scar running down his cheek said. The only woman of the group nodded. "What's your name, brat?" she questioned him as they jumped down to the forest floor. Frowning at them, he rotated his left shoulder a bit again. "For now just answer their questions. If they ask anything that could put the village at risk, then don't answer." "Naruto Uzumaki, may I know the name of the people who kidnapped me?" he asked politely. The woman looked at him before nodding. "I am Chikyu." She had long hair, and she currently wore a basic merchant-looking shirt and pants. "The big guy who is carrying you is Asusukura?" The man grunted. "He's a charming one, isn't he?" she said sarcastically. "The man with the scar on his cheek is his brother, Asabiruto?" This man gave a nod of his head. "He's more of a conversationalist than his brother. The man who keeps bouncing around like he is on a sugar rush is Jishin." Naruto watched as the man ignored Chikyu, introducing him, instead bouncing around. "The tiny one is Mimizu." Naruto gave a nod, slightly surprised that they had actually given their names. "So why did you kidnap me?" he questioned, looking around before he asked. "And where's Shino?" "We left the pipsqueak behind. You on the other hand are worth quite a fortune. If Konoha wants you back, and I'm sure they will," Chikyu said, grinning. "Tsuchikage-sama is definitely going to be pleased with us." Why do you think I'm worth a fortune and that Konoha would want me back? I'm not even a ninja yet, databao," Naruto said, trying to gather information. The 5 had started walking, with Asabiruto carrying him still. "Really, why would Konoha not want the son of the blasted Namikaze back?" the woman retorted with a roll of her eyes. "Who's Namikaze?" Naruto asked, confused. The woman turned to him, her eyes narrowed a bit as she slowly said, "Minato Namikaze," as if speaking to a particularly slow child. Naruto huffed, still not knowing who she was talking about. "The 4th Hokage," she said. "Oh. The Yondaime?" Slowly things clicked together. "Wait, you guys think I'm the son of the 4th? I told you my last name is Uzumaki. So you were given your mother's last name then to protect you? I'm okay, I can't deny that. But if I was the son of the 4th, I'm pretty sure that the village would at least like me." The woman raised an eyebrow. "Explain." "TCH, annoying," he said, copying Sloth's favorite saying. "I'm not well liked by Konoha," he stated with a huff. "Why are you not liked?" "I dunno," Naruto replied. "Well, we'll do a blood test to see if you're the son of Namikaze, but you look exactly like him minus the whisker marks," she decided. Curious, he asked, "What will you do with me if I am not the son of the Yondaime?" She shrugged. "That is for Tsuchikage-sama to decide. Why are you not resisting or trying to scream for help?" "Meh, I don't really see the point. If they even realize I'm missing, the civilians are more likely to celebrate me going missing than want my return, and if the ninja want to find me, then the Hokage will send a pursuit squad," Naruto said, making sure to call the old man Hokage for once. "Besides, if I scream or try to resist, you guys will most likely knock me out. It's much more interesting being awake." Why was he taking this so calmly? Was what he asked himself even as he tried to answer the woman. Sure, those are all logical answers, but... Naruto glanced at his guardian, who smirked at him. apparently my Sharingan can affect you, not any of the other living. I have temporarily suppressed your emotions so you can think clearly. Interesting. Naruto thought, anyways what village is Tsuchikage the leader of? Iwagakure, how old are you anyways brat? 6 almost 7. Naruto said. You're a couple years younger than Tsuchikage-sama's granddaughter. Asusukura, the cheek scar guy, spoke. This is good for the jutsu, Jishin. Chikyu commanded. The bouncy guy stopped and did a few hand signs before clapping them, causing a gust of wind to blow outwards. Good, now let's get moving again. If anybody is in pursuit that won't throw them off for long. The group took to the trees again. Chapter 10. Oh Tobirama oh. 10 minutes after Naruto gets kidnapped. What? He demanded, shocked. The spirit in front of him was cowering from his killer intent. Leave, Tobirama stated with a growl. He turned to his student who was looking up, a frown on his face. The Umbu had left for some reason. He glared at the third Hokage. Naruto has been kidnapped, he stated, even though he knew it would be useless. Deciding to try something, he focused all of his killing intent on the old man who used to be his student. The Hokage stood up. Sensei, the man cautiously asked. Oh Sarutobi oh. He was doing his paperwork as per normal when he heard a faint noise, then he could feel a faint trace of killing intent. Looking to his Umbu, he noticed that they didn't feel anything. Dismissing them, he frowned. Then he felt a stronger blast of killing intent, still relatively faint, but it reminded him of his sensei. Sensei, he called out, knowing he would get no answer, but if his teacher wanted to talk with him, why not just summon Naruto? His paranoia kicking in, he grabbed his crystal ball. Naruto Uzumaki? The crystal ball remained blank. There were only a few places in Konoha Naruto could be if it wasn't showing him. Summoning his Umbu in again, he commanded, alert the Umbu, find Naruto Uzumaki. The four bowed and disappeared. 10 minutes later the commander showed up. Why are the forces searching for Uzumaki? The crystal cannot see him. There are some places the ball cannot find in Konoha. Wasn't there a watch on him? Yes. I do not know where Sloth is currently. An hour later an Umbu came in carrying Shino Aburame, Naruto's only friend his age. The boy seemed groggy. Hokage-sama, we found Air Aburame knocked out on one of the outskirt training fields. Inu found Naruto's scent there mixed in with foreign scents. He couldn't place them with anyone he had met before, but he said they smelled of earth. He and Sloth, who showed up a few seconds after we did, left to pursue the scent trail and requested that backup be provided. Backup granted. Send Fox and Hummingbird to back them up. Those three have the most experience with Naruto from protecting him from villagers. The Umbu bowed and left. Shino-kun, can you please tell me what happened? Me and Naruto were out at the training field looking for bugs. We found a group of what we assumed were civilians. They said they were a group of traveling merchants who got lost. We decided to help them. Naruto was saying something and then everything went black. If you send one of my clan members on the hunt, they should be able to find him, as one of my female Kakachu were planted on him. Good job, we will make sure one of the Aburame are alerted. He told Shino, smiling kindly. He saw the kid seem to fidget a bit. Well, fidget for the Aburame as he moved his glasses a bit. We will bring Naruto back safely. Your father will be here to pick you up in a few minutes. Shino nodded. The third sighed. He hated that he had to wait for more news, but with a team in pursuit, Naruto should be back with them by the end of the day. Oh Naruto, oh. So how much longer until we reach this village of yours? Naruto asked as he sat on top of the man's shoulder. The man was really huge, even bigger than an Akimichi. They had allowed him to sit upon the man's shoulder after he started complaining about his stomach hurting. The view was incredible from on top the man's shoulder. Another 3.5 days, the woman responded. It's already been. Naruto tried to think of how many it had been. 14 hours since they have knocked you out. His guardian supplied. 14 hours? Naruto finished. So? You don't think the major villages would be so close, do you? Suna is the closest to Konoha and they are 3 days away. We are 4 days away from Konoha. Kumo I believe is also 4 days, while Kiri is 5 days at least, because of the water. And those times are only if we are uninterrupted and move at a decent pace. Civilians take weeks to move anywhere. Chikyu answered. Over the hours she had taken it upon herself to inform Naruto thoroughly on any questions he happened to have. You know, perhaps you might want to stay in Iwa. Asusukura spoke up. Hot? Naruto asked, blinking. Well, you said your village hates you, yeah? Then why not decided to stay in Iwa? Well, you'll be welcome if you don't take after the bastard Namikaze. Naruto shook his head. Nope, I'm loyal to Konoha. I have my friends that I've made there. Like Shino, Tobirama, Hashirama, the commander, and Gigi. And Fox, Hummingbird, and Sloth, though he didn't interact much with them, just once or twice a week when they brought him groceries and stuff after seeing how the civilians try to rip him off. He knew that one was following him at almost all the time if the commander wasn't with him, which brought the question why one of his guard weren't there. Oh sloth, oh. An hour after Naruto gets kidnapped? He stifled a yawn as he got up before he froze and cursed himself. He had fallen asleep on the job. Man, the commander was going to be so annoying and chew him out for this, but first he had to find Naruto. Hey, if he could find Naruto before the next shift was supposed to start, well, what they didn't know wouldn't hurt. Over here. Inu shouted. Inu and Tora were standing over the body of Shino Aburame, Naruto's friend. Sloth cursed under his breath and jumped down. I have Naruto's scent. Tora, take Shino to the Hokage and request backup. Sloth and I will go in pursuit of the scent trail. Tora nodded and picked up Shino. Understood. Inu looked towards him and then he started chasing after the trail. Sloth started sweating bullets. Inu wasn't saying anything. There was no threatening aura. And that was scarier than if there was. He whimpered. He prayed nothing bad was happening to Naruto. When the Umbu later heard how he had fell asleep on the job and that was what caused Naruto to be kidnapped, they started placing bets on how Inu was going to make Sloth suffer. Oh Naruto, oh. Naruto yawned after waking up, seeing he was still with Team Earth as he mentally called them. He shrugged and shifted to sit up on the man's shoulder. Did y'all sleep at all? He asked. When he had gone to sleep they were moving, and they were still moving now. Chikyu chuckled. Yes we did, only for a few hours though, enough for us not to be so sluggish before we continued on. I'm bored. Janken. Asabiruto grunted out. Naruto blinked. That was the first he had heard the man who was carrying him speak. Sure. As if he had passed some test, the group relaxed. The next few hours passed with the duo competing in a fierce match of Janken. Eventually the two became so accustomed to what the other was likely to do and then they started tying. Naruto glanced at his guardian and stared at him, and so his guardian rolled his eyes but activated his Sharingan, allowing Naruto to cheat. After 20 consecutive wins, Naruto was giggling as the big man seemed to be getting frustrated. So they called it off, but it did allow Naruto a temporary reprieve from his boredom. And even though he may have cheated a little bit, he still did a little victory thing and declared himself the Janken King. His guardian snorted, "Idiot?" Naruto pouted, meaning. He signed subtly. Hashirama is not infecting you with his stupid depression cloud, is he? His guardian questioned with narrowed eyes. Naruto just grinned widely. An hour later his stomach rumbled. I'm hungry, he complained to his captors. Mimizu, who was the one who carried extra food rations apparently, scuttled over to him and handed him a ration bar. Thanks, Naruto said and ate it, wrinkling his nose at the taste. Does IWA have ramen? He asked. What sort of question is that? Chikyu asked. I love ramen. Ramen is the food of the gods. His guardian glared at him. Naruto sweat dropped and added, Inarizushi is a close second, and truly it was. The few times he managed to get the food it was really good. We have both ramen and Inarizushi. The rest of the days passed with not much happening, other than Naruto playing his way through the rest of the members, and after playing with them a while where they started tying often because they kept trying to double bluff each other, then he would have his guardian help him cheat, which he was not ashamed of. And ruthlessly defeated them. You are the Janken King, they agreed. We might have to enter you into the Janken tournaments, that's the only way to make it official. Chikyu said, grinning, money signs appearing in her eyes. Say, what color is IWA anyways? Color. Well, because we're fire country the Hokage has a red hat, yeah, so I was wondering if since IWA is earth country if your Tsuchikage had a brown cap. You'll just have to see for yourself. Naruto sweat dropped. I can't see color though. He wasn't whining when he said that, honestly he wasn't. He was. The five stopped and stared at him, their eyes wide. You can't see color? No, it's not the big of a deal at first, yes, but now he was used to seeing the world in grays. Maybe, but it means that it's harder for you to see the beauty of nature. Mimizu spoke for the first time. His voice was quiet and small. Apparently Mimizu rarely spoke, if ever. Yeah, I guess. We will be in IWA in an hour, brat. We're gonna have to tie you back up now though. Chikyu said. Ah, why? You know I'm not gonna bother to escape. I guess, she said, agreeing. Though if you do try to run off, a lot of people in IWA hate Namikaze and will try and kill you until your presence is announced, or if you're with one of the ninja. Right? Naruto said, rapidly nodding. They arrived at IWA and the group made its way to a building. Eventually they were led into a room which had an old man in it. The man looked as old as the Hokage. Behind him stood a shimmer who looked like he was wrapped in bandages. The bandaged man paused at seeing his guardian. Why are you here, Madara Uchiha? The man asked at the same time as the Tsuchikage spoke up. What are you five doing back here so soon? The man demanded, irritated, not even bothering to look at them. You two look familiar, his guardian mused, ignoring the bandaged man. The bandaged man was about to speak up but paused when he heard what Chikyu said. Sir, we believe we have found the Namake's kid. This caused him to look up. His eyes locked onto Naruto's hello. He chirped in greeting. You do look like you could be that bastard's offspring. The man stated before turning to Chikyu. Why is he not bound then? Actually just give me the full report now. And so the woman did. Naruto, quickly getting bored, looked around before shrugging and asked Asabiruto, you up for another round of Janken? The office became silent and Naruto felt people staring at him. What? I'm bored. The brat of yours sure is disrespectful, the bandaged man said. Madara simply raised an eyebrow at that but shrugged. You have already defeated all of us, multiple times, Asusukura stated. Naruto frowned. He saw his guardian get a mischievous smirk on his face. How about you ask the old man to play you? The bandaged man blinked as Naruto grinned, then as he looked at the old man, who was that Tsuchikage, will you play Janken with me? Can the brat see us? I had heard rumors. The bandaged shimmer said, looking more closely at Naruto. The man stared at him, his eyes wide before he threw his head back and laughed. Sure, why not? I'm the ranking king at Janken here in IWA, though brat, you're gonna lose. We will do 50 hands, first to get 25 wins is declared winner. You up for this, brat? Naruto grinned. The first 24 he would play as his own and then he would have his guardian cheat him to victory. When his guardian activated his Sharingan and told Naruto what to pick, Bandage Shimmer said, you're cheating. It is only cheating if he is caught, and none of the other living will know. His guardian told him with a smirk. 50 rounds later and Naruto won, to the shock of the old man. Say old man, what's your name? Anoki, and I ain't old, brat. He grumbled. You got lucky, brat. I'm the Janken king, Naruto declared. Anoki growled. You can't say that without going through the tournament, brat. Tournament? Naruto asked, interested. This was the second time it had been mentioned. Yep, the next tournament is tomorrow. You've come just in time for the weekly semi-casual tournament. Sweet. Interesting. It is accepted that the people of Janken tournament will cheat if they can, but if they're caught they will be kicked out, and yet your brat can cheat and they won't know, the bandaged shimmer spoke calmly. Anoki looked at him. ASU brothers, take him down to get his blood works done. We should have the yellow flash's DNA somewhere. Also see if you can see who that bastard reproduced with. Then bring him back here, he ordered. Understood, Tsuchikage-sama, the two brothers said before leaving Naruto being planted on top of Asabiruto's shoulders. They went to the hospital where they drew a vial of his blood. Asusukura said that it would take a few days before the blood work was done. They made their way back to Anoki's office. Now, what to do with you? Procedure says I should just throw you into a cell until the blood work is done, but Chikyu reports that you are surprisingly cooperative, he said, looking at him. Naruto shrugged. I would rather not be in the cell, and besides I'm curious to know who my parents are. No one has ever told me. I have some of my shinobi spreading the word to the others to leave you alone. Until then you need a personal guard? The old man mused. Yo, old man. A shout was heard as the door was thrown open. Naruto turned around from his perch on Asabiruto's shoulder. Whoa! Old man, where did you find a mini-me, The older boy declared. He looked to be around 9 or 10. Deidara, meet Naruto Uzumaki, Anoki stated flatly. He is not a mini-you, Deidara. He is a mini Namikaze. The boy waved him off. But look at our hair, old man. Anoki's eyes narrowed. The bandage man sighed. Naruto frowned. What do you mean our hair? Don't you see how our shade of hair is the exact same shade? The boy asked, looking at him. Crossing his arms he said, I'm colorblind, so no, I don't know what color your hair is. Naruto frowned, trying to even remember his own hair and eye color. The images were fuzzy, but he was pretty sure he had blonde hair and blue eyes, maybe. So what do you think of art then? Deidara asked, his smile turning slightly maniacal. Anoki growled, explosions are not an art, Deidara. Of course it is. Art is an explosion. The boy shouted back. The two started arguing. Unartistic old man. Arrogant youngster. Anoki shouted back. Naruto amusedly watched the two argue back and forth. I kinda wished I had some popcorn, he whispered. Years later he was standing next to Kisame with a bag of popcorn as he amusedly watched Sasuke and Itachi fight. The shark man happily snagged handfuls of the buttery goodness. A few minutes later the arguments were starting to get repetitive, and so Naruto decided to end it, and using his most innocent voice he asked, Say Deidara-san, you any good at Janken? I'm one of the best. You're looking at number 3, Deidara said with a smirk. Would you mind playing with me? Naruto asked, ignoring the number 3. Of course. I got to practice for the tournament tomorrow where you're going down, old man. Deidara said with a large smirk. Alright then, Deidara, you and the ASU brothers are now Naruto's guards for his duration of his stay here. After his blood works are confirmed I'll decide what to do with him then. Ha? Deidara asked, dumbfounded. Naruto here was kidnapped from Konoha, since he is being cooperative, and he is only 6 years old, then we're allowing him to roam around with guards. Deidara nodded. Say Deidara-san, after we play Janken can we get some ramen? If you win we will have ramen? If I win we're eating Bakudan. We keep going until someone surrenders. Naruto nodded and the two started. For the next hour the two played while walking around IWA. Unlike Konoha there wasn't as many shimmers wandering around, although the shimmers did have to look at him in shock and then with fear at his guardian staying a good distance away, although they also looked confused, cause the banded shimmer was following him. Finally Naruto decided to end it and glanced at Madara, who with a roll of his eyes activated his Sharingan and told Naruto what moves to do. How? Deidara called out in shock about 10 rounds later when he lost every single one. I am Janken King, or I will be after I defeat everyone in the tournament tomorrow, Naruto said with a grin. You evil kid? Naruto smirked. Ramen, he declared. Yeah, Deidara grumbled. The group of 4 went to go eat ramen. Naruto wondered how Hashirama was doing. He hoped that the man was okay. Oh Hashirama, oh. 2 days after Naruto has been kidnapped. He frowned. Naruto hadn't come to see him in a couple days. And the kid had made it a point to visit with him every day, even if only for a couple minutes. Feeling for the kid's chakra, he couldn't find it in Konoha. Where was Naruto? If the boy was taking a trip he was pretty sure the kid would have told him. What if something happened? Looking out he made to stand up before shaking his head. It was too early to jump to conclusions. But you didn't pay enough attention to Madara. It's because of you that he left. If you hadn't been so self-absorbed, you could have saw how your best friend was suffering. Izuna's words haunted his mind. What if Naruto was suffering right now? A bit of his old resolve coming back, he stood up for the first time in forever. Staring at the clouds he felt as if Izuna was watching him even now, judging him. I won't fail you Naruto, not like I failed Madara. Hashirama threw to himself. It was time he made up for his failures. Naruto once told him that he heard a sensei talking to his team. So what if you fail? So what if you mess up once or twice, or even 100 times? Does that mean you're going to give up? Because if you're going to give up the first time things become tough, then you're not cut to be shinobi. No matter what, you don't give up. You fight on. You continue with your head high no matter what, and you do Konoha proud. Naruto said that the man's words really struck a chord with him, and with his team apparently, as they were looking at him with stars in their eyes. Hashirama took a determined breath and he made his move. He strode over to the Hokage's tower where he felt his brother's chakra. He ignored the whispers of shock from the other spirits. Hashirama. His brother said, clearly shocked as he stepped into the room. Where is Naruto? He asked. Tobirama blinked a couple times and smirked before he sighed. I'm afraid that he has been kidnapped. Our student sent a few ninja after him but they lost the trail, though the lot were heading in the direction of IWA. I'm going to find him. Is Naruto's guardian with him? He declared before he hesitantly asked the last bit. Yes, but what is going to find him going to do? We can't communicate that fact with Sarutobi. Tobirama said. That is your job to figure out. And if I can find him then I can try and bring messages between him and you, if need be. Hashirama stated before he turned and left. Chapter 11. Oh Naruto, oh. The two boys quickly finished eating and then Deidara asked, you never answered my question, Naruto blinked. What question? What do you think of art? He shrugged. I dunno, I like doodling, but other than my drawings I've never really seen any art. Deidara stared at him in horror. Follow me. I will show you my art. The two brothers behind him sighed. Naruto just shrugged and followed Deidara. Once at the training field Deidara brought out some clay objects that when Naruto got a closer look saw they were spider-like things. Watch, Deidara said as he threw the spider. He made a hand seal and the spider enlarged, becoming 4 times as big as before. Katsu! The supposed blonde shouted, making a cross seal. The spider blew up in a large blast. Naruto watched the explosions happen. It was pretty cool, though he guessed it would be color if he wasn't colorblind. Well, what do you think? The boy asked, excited. It was really cool. Can you tell me the colors and stuff? Naruto asked, wondering what color the explosions were. The older boy looked sheepish. I'm sorry. I forgot you can't see colors. I guess not being able to see the beauty of the reds and oranges and the white when they blow up can diminish some of artistic beauty. Naruto just shrugged. For the next 10 minutes Deidara rambled on about the artistic qualities of his explosions. The boy said he will be right back and 5 minutes later came back with crayons and paper. I want to know what you saw. What colors will you need? Gray, black, and white. Naruto said. He had done these a couple times for the Hokage or his shimmers who wanted to know how he saw things. He begun working on the drawing and an hour later he was done. Deidara-san, the drawing? He said, handing the drawing to the boy who had been working on his clay. You don't have to add the suffix, he commented walking over to Naruto. Wow. This is how you see my art? Deidara asked. It's how I see everything, in varying shades of gray. You poor boy. Deidara said, throwing his arms around him. Naruto flinched, not used to people touching him. Deidara noticed. Hey, you okay? Yeah, you just surprised me is all. The older boy gave a small nod. Naruto yawned. It was starting to get a bit later in the day. Huh, oh, what's your sleeping arrangements? Deidara asked. Naruto shrugged. The older boy looked at his guards, who also shrugged. To the old man then. Deidara shouted. The boy ran off, leaving Naruto once more to chase after him, the two brothers keeping up with him. Naruto arrived a few seconds behind Deidara, panting out of breath. The boy grinned and threw the door open. Yo! Old man, he shouted as he entered. Naruto followed behind and the brothers shut the door behind him. Brat. Inoki grumbled, giving the boy a glare. What are you doing here? Deidara opened his mouth when the door slammed open again. Old man. A voice shouted. Naruto turned and saw it was a girl who looked only a couple years older than him and a year or two younger than Deidara. Kuratsuchi. Inoki said, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Are the rumors true that we captured the Namake's brat? She demanded. We are doing the blood work for it, and what have I told you? He looked at both of them. What have I told the both of you about entering my room in such a manner? To not, the two replied with similar eye rolls. Kuratsuchi, the blonde-haired brat, is Naruto Uzumaki, the one who the Earth Squad thought was Namake's brat. Naruto gave a friendly wave. Hiya. She scowled at him. What's he doing out of the cells then? He pouted. Inoki scowled at her. Uzumaki has been cooperative, so we are allowing him some measure of freedom. Besides, he's only 6. I'm nearly 7. Naruto added with a grin. Say, you good at Janken? He asked with an overly innocent smile. One thing he was really liking about IWA was that everyone seemed willing to play with him. I'm one of the best. The girl said arrogantly. I'm number 5 on the leaderboard. 3 rounds of 21 hands? She stated. Naruto nodded his agreement. The two played and Naruto allowed her to win the first round rather thoroughly, then in the second round he made it as if he barely won. Then smirking in the third round he completely crushed her. His guardian smirked at him and muttered, I taught him well. Naruto just grinned. Banded Shimmer sighed. So why did you come here, Deidara? Inoki asked. Huh? Oh yeah. What's Naruto's sleeping arrangements? He will stay the night in the Bunbetsu no Aru hotel. Naruto gave another yawn. Thanks, old man. Deidara said. Let's go then, mini-me. He gave a slow blink at that, then shrugged and followed the older boy. Behind him he heard Inoki grumble to himself. Something about youngsters. Deidara led them to a rather nice-looking hotel. Then after checking with the receptionist and getting a room key, Deidara led him to his room. I'll come pick you up tomorrow. Since the tournament is semi-casual, we'll have to get you some nicer clothes. Anyways, good night, little Naruto. Good night. Naruto said with a wave. Do not think you're alone, you still have guards watching you even now. His guardian told him before Naruto could speak up. The banded Shimmer had stayed back in the Tsuchiki's office. Naruto yawned and after laying down he fell asleep. He woke up to his shoulder being shaken. Startled, he jumped away from whoever was touching him, feeling panic. Calm down, Naruto. It's me, Deidara, the older boy said, holding his hands up. Geez. You gave me a heart attack, sneaking up on me when I'm sleeping like that. Naruto said, taking a few breaths. Looking around he saw his guardian, who asked, would you like me to help suppress your emotions again? Naruto debated for a moment before giving a small nod. He didn't want to cause a scene because he had been freaking kidnapped by one of Konoha's biggest enemies. As he looked into his guardian's Sharingan, he felt a wave of calm come over him. Deidara was watching him with concern. You okay? Naruto nodded. Yeah, I'm fine now, I'm not used to being woken up like that. Deidara just gave a slow nod in response. Let's get some breakfast, and then we'll get you some better clothes, then we'll head over to the stadium. Old man Inoki said he will sponsor your entry into the tournament since you beat him in the casual game. Cool. The two went to eat some bakudan before getting Naruto some new clothes. It was a loose top that Deidara said was gray with brown trimmings. Because Naruto asked if it could be down, they added the leaf symbol in a red on the back. Cause Naruto was a loyal Konoha citizen, even if he was enjoying his vacation, as he had decided to call this kidnapping scenario. A few minutes later he had his shirt, and then he was given a pair of black pants. Again according to Deidara. His guardian didn't say otherwise, so Naruto believed the boy was telling him the truth on the colors. He changed into the new clothes, which felt surprisingly soft on his skin. Deidara beamed at him. Looking good, he said. Now the tournament's going to start in about an hour, but we got to get you signed up. Let's go find the old man. So they went to the Tsuchiki's office. Old man. You said you were gonna sponsor Naruto here. Let's get him signed up. So the group left to the big stadium. Naruto was signed up. Suddenly Naruto got an idea. Anoki-sama, he started respectfully, if I can do this entire tournament without losing a single hand, is there a prize? The old man laughed. Brat, if you can do the entire tournament without losing a single hand, we'll make you an honorary IWA shinobi, despite your ties to Konoha. Naruto stared wide-eyed. He had just wanted to get some food if he could do it. Anoki chuckled. Uzumaki, I don't know what tournament Konoha has, but we IWA shinobi take our Janken very seriously. I don't think Konoha has any tournament. Naruto mused. Really? HMPF damn tree huggers. The man grumbled, we don't know what tournaments Kiri or Suna have, just that they have one, but we know Kumo has speed tournaments. Naruto nodded. He looked to his guardian who smirked at him. Yes, I will help you not lose a single hand. Being considered an honorary ninja for a country not your own is a pretty big deal. I will explain more later if they do not properly explain it to you. Announcements were made and then the tournaments were starting. Naruto faced off against his first opponent. There were hundreds of other pairs sitting against each other. The first round was 3 rounds, with 21 hands, which was the common casual play apparently. Naruto played against his first victim, or opponent, and won easily, not losing a single hand thanks to his guardian. The first round ended quickly and then the second began, and then the third, which they were now down to 25 people, not including the top 10, who apparently didn't have to play against anyone else until there was a finalist from the common grounds. Names were drawn and the rounds were changed to 5 rounds of 21 hands. Naruto played against his opponents and kept winning, not losing a single hand. People were starting to realize now and were whispering. Finally he was declared the victor of the common ground and now had the option of challenging the Great 10. But he had to first fight against number 10, and then work his way up before he was declared winner. The rounds changed again, to 3 rounds of 50 hands. One by one he fought and defeated the Great 10 without losing a single hand until it was just him versus Anoki. I underestimated you, brat. I didn't think you could actually win without losing a single hand, but that ends here, he declared as they sat at the table. I'm gonna win, Naruto stated with a smirk. Because this is the final battle, why don't we make this interesting, 3 rounds of 100 hands. What does the audience say? The announcer called out. The audience roared in approval. His guardian snorted. The round started and Naruto fought against Anoki, his guardian calling out hand signs so Naruto would win without losing a single hand. After a long and intense battle, Anoki was sweating heavily as Naruto grinned viciously. It was the last hand of the round. Do paper, Madara said. Anoki clenched his hand and threw out his fist. Naruto smirked and at the same time his hand opened up into paper. He had won. Anoki stared in shock. I don't know how you did it, brat. Naruto smirked at him. I am Janken King. Yes you are, for now anyways. The announcer called out his victory and for a few seconds everything was quiet before the crowd started cheering. Alright brat, we'll make you an honorary shinobi later today, but first let's get some food, Anoki said smirking at him. Naruto nodded. You know, if you didn't look so much like that damn Namikaze, I wouldn't think you could be his brat. What do you mean? The Namikaze bastard hated Janken. Naruto stared wide-eyed. How? Anoki shook his head. I don't know. I'm sure Konoha thinks we hate him because he slaughtered thousands of us, but that's standard ninja business. We despise him because he hated Janken. Anoki grumbled. Naruto shuddered. How can someone not like Janken? They must be inhuman. Anoki nodded in agreement. Oh Minato, oh. He paused from his mindless floating in the Shinigami's stomach. Why do I feel like my own son is doing something I despise? Another pause, and that for some reason he's talking with that old bastard Anoki about me? He shrugged. I must be going crazy. There's no way my son can like Janken and be talking about me with Anoki. Oh Naruto, oh. Naruto sneezed. Alright brat, let's get you a headband, Anoki said. Yay. Thanks Anoki-sama, Naruto said with a grin. At least he was accepted here in IWA, and if he could do it here then he could do it in Konoha. Congratulations Naruto. Deidara shouted running up to him. How did a brat like you defeat grandfather and me? Kuratsuchi demanded walking up to him as well. Grandfather? Naruto asked confused. The old man there is my grandfather. Oh. Well I'm the Janken King, that's why. Naruto said pompously before sticking his tongue out. You brat, she shouted and came towards him with her fist raised. Naruto yelped and ran. Get back here you brat. She shouted. No. Naruto yelled back, turning a corner and sliding under a cart, very used to being chased. A few minutes later he paused. He hadn't heard Kuratsuchi's voice for a few seconds. Looking around he frowned, wondering where he was at. Shrugging he looked for the Tsuchikige's building and started walking that direction. There you are Naruto? Deidara shouted a few minutes later. Naruto waved. How did you escape from Kuratsuchi? That old man's granddaughter is one of the fastest of her age, faster than even most genin. Really? I guess it's 'cause I'm used to running away from the Chunin back in Konoha after I pulled off a prank. Oh, you're a prankster? Deidara asked. Yep. Cool. The two continued walking, making their way to the tower. Once there they went up to Inoki's office. Well, congratulations Naruto, you're the first Konoha ninja to be made an honorary member of IWA, and to get into our Red Alert book. Red Alert book? A Red Alert book is a book of people who can ruin your pride and embarrass you to the fullest extent in different things. Like Adano is known as the fastest person, and if you ever try to get into a race with him you're going to lose. You are in there as a Janken master. Of course now if you lose against someone your reputation will take a hit. Basically the Red Alert book is just a list of people who are the master at something, and choosing to challenge that person is usually not wise unless you're confident. I used to be in it as Janken King since I haven't lost in over 50 years. Wow. Naruto said as he grabbed the IWA headband he had been given. It was almost a normal IWA headband except that the symbol had a circle around it. The blood work should be done tomorrow, Inoki stated with a smirk. So long as you have the headband on you none of my ninja should give you trouble. Once your blood work is done then I will send Konoha a message so they can pay up for us to give you back. Naruto just nodded and tied the headband around his neck. Naruto, let's go spar a bit, Deidara said with a grin. Sure. The two went and sparred for a little bit before getting dinner and Naruto returned to the hotel. He was about to fall asleep when a shimmer burst through his wall. Naru-chan. Hashirama shouted and tried to give him a flying tackle hug only to pass right through him. Naruto looked at his guardian. We are alone. With a grin Naruto waved at Hashirama who was pouting. Hello Hashi-chan. Tobirama says you were kidnapped. Are you okay? They didn't hurt you, did you? If they hurt you I'll destroy them, Hashirama asked, coming over to him and looking at him, checking for injuries. I'm fine. Actually, I kinda became welcomed here as an honorary shinobi, Naruto stated, rubbing the back of his head. The room's atmosphere started to become heavier. Really, how did you do that? Hashirama asked, seemingly oblivious. Naruto glanced to where his guardian had his arms crossed and was glaring at Hashirama. Well, Janken, Naruto said with a grin. Hashirama, his guardian growled out. The man slowly turned to him. Madara. His voice was shaky and his eyes were wide. HMPF, this is the first time you see me since you would not leave that field of yours and you just ignore me. The atmosphere became heavier with every word. Hashirama bent down and started drawing circles in the ground. I'm sorry, Baka. His guardian grumbled and walked over to Hashirama. He paused as he stood over him and then he crouched down in front of him. Hashirama looked at him with wide eyes. It is not your fault for what happened, his guardian stated softly. Then he grabbed Hashirama's hand and stood up, bringing Hashirama up with him. You better not have gotten rusty. As soon as we get back to Konoha we're going to spar, his guardian stated, in lieu of actually saying that he missed the man. Hashirama obviously still got the message though, as for the first time since Naruto had met the man Hashirama beamed, his whole face lit up. Madara-chan missed me, he said, throwing an arm around his guardian. Madara scowled at him, but Naruto could tell it was only for show. Grinning mischievously Naruto called out, Ah, how cute, when are you two gonna kiss? He teased. His guardian growled at him. You brat, he said, and went to whack Naruto's head. Not expecting it to hit, Naruto didn't move but then was shocked when Madara's hand collided with his head in a gentle cuff. The two shimmers and Naruto paused. That is the second time that has happened, his guardian said with a frown. Naruto yawned. I'm tired, he said, lying down. Sleep, Naru-chan, Hashirama said with a smile. Naruto nodded and soon he fell asleep. Chapter 12. Oh, Naruto, oh. He woke up the next morning and wrinkled his nose as he tried to smooth out his clothes Deidara had gotten him. He hoped he could return home soon. Exiting his room, Hashirama and Madara followed him, both of them silent, but they seemed happy. He grabbed breakfast at the ramen stand Deidara had taken him to the other day. Next thing he heard was a bunch of high-pitched screeches. Uggo, his guardian stated. Naruto felt something in him scream in horror. Some instinct in him was screaming to run. Run far, far away. Naruto, run. Just run, his guardian shouted. Trusting him, he took off. He heard footsteps racing behind him and shouts, It's Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun. Come play with me. He glanced over his shoulder and saw a horde of girls his age and older by a few years. No me. He heard the sound of fighting but he didn't stop. Eventually he ran into the Tsuchikage building after having lost the crowd of girls. What was that? Naruto asked aloud in a shaky voice. Fangirls, his guardian deadpanned. I see your fangirls finally found you, Inoki said with a chuckle. What, how? Naruto asked, unable to grasp that he had fangirls. He had seen that some of the girls in Konoha had taken to stalking Sasuke, but never as many as he had seen chasing him just now. IWA takes its Janken very seriously, Anoki stated. You came here just in time though, the results are in. Naruto's eyes went wide. You know who my parents are? Anoki nodded. Indeed, you are the son of Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash, and Kushina Uzumaki, the red-hot habanero. They weren't traitors. Naruto said slowly, his legs gave out from underneath him. You really didn't know? Anoki asked. Naruto shook his head. All my life the civilians told me my parents were worthless traitorous drunks. That they abandoned me. Gigi said that they died the night of the Kyuubi's attack, but he never said more than that. Everyone else told me other things though. Gigi? Anoki asked with a frown. Yeah, Hokage-sama, he allows me to call him Gigi, Naruto stated with a shrug. Anoki nodded, then he cackled, feel free to call me Aji-san, anyone good enough to beat me in Janken is worthy. His guardian snorted and Hashirama facepalmed. Naruto's sweat dropped as the old man seemed highly amused for some reason. The banded shimmer sighed. Okay, pausing he tested out the name, Anoki Aji-san. Anoki smirked at him. Now I've already sent the messenger bird to Konoha, enjoy your stay here in IWA. The old man turned to head to his office and grumbled under his breath. Now what the hell does Kumo want? Naruto shrugged and left, going to look for Deidara. After another chase by the fangirls, he found the boy on a training field messing with some clay. Hi Deidara. Hey Naruto. The two spared for a little bit, with Naruto receiving advice from Hashirama and his guardian. After the spar they went to go eat and Naruto had to run away from a group of fangirls yet again. Just be glad you're so young that your fangirls are not interested in dating you yet. His guardian commented dryly as they lost the fangirls, which for some reason was even harder than Chunin. Oh hey, Naruto. Asusukura called out. He was standing with the other males of Squad Earth. Hey, Naruto replied. What's up? We were about to go to the hot spring, want to join us? Sure. Naruto agreed. The group went and started relaxing. So what do you know about being an honorary shinobi of IWA? Asusukura asked. Nothing really. Okay, so being honorary shinobi means that you are first and foremost a ninja of another village, or in your case, since you're loyal to Konoha, you will be a ninja. The station automatically gives you the rank of genin here in IWA, though you should probably join some teams with D ranks if you want to do any missions. But other than us saying you're someone we trust enough to let in our village without keeping a guard on you at all times, that's about it. You obviously won't be trusted with any really sensitive information. The one other thing is if you ever decide to leave Konoha's ninja ranks, you'll be welcomed here in IWA, within reason of course. For example, if you say kill someone for no reason, then we might not be as welcoming, depends. Oh. About the Janken tournament, we try and keep outsiders as in the dark as possible. It's not really a secret, just something we like to do for fun, Asusukura explained. Naruto nodded. Cool, what's a D rank? With that, Asusukura explained the mission ranking system. After they were done with the hot springs, since Naruto wanted to try a D-rank mission, they agreed to team up with him. The mission they got was to clean up one of the parks from litter. Naruto did it without complaining as he was happy about technically being a ninja. That night Naruto fell asleep exhausted, though he did have some night clothes now which he put on and sealed his other clothes in a sealing scroll he bought with the money from the mission. He put the scroll in his pajama pockets, just in case a fangirl decided to rummage through his stuff. When he woke up he felt his hands were bound as were his feet, and he was even gagged, and he was being carried. He was also blindfolded. Naruto inwardly sighed. How was he being kidnapped again? The brat is awake, a rough voice said. Good, that old fart can pay us for capturing this brat. Naruto blinked, completely confused. Which old man are you talking about? He tried to ask, although it was muffled by the gag, so it just came out as MMMPHF MMMHF MMFH MMM. Does the brat wish to speak? The rough voice taunted. Naruto nodded as best he could. The gag was taken off. Okay, first of who are y'all, why did you kidnap me, and what old man are you talking about? The rough voice responded, we're Kumo-nin. We kidnapped you because of your popularity in IWA. We figure we can get the old fart Anoki to pay us some money for you. So we know your name is Naruto and that somehow you're popular in IWA. Naruto sighed. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I belong to Konoha. IWA kidnapped me. And I'm popular cause I participated in their tournament and won. Uzumaki, a different voice asked, you wouldn't be the son of Kushina Uzumaki, would you? Well, I guess I am, according to IWA anyways, Naruto said with a shrug. What do you mean by that? The rough voice asked. Well, I'm an orphan and I didn't know who my parents were until IWA kidnapped me cause I look like the Namikaze. They did a blood test and found out that my parents were the Namikaze and Kushina. And frankly, so long as y'all don't try and hurt me, I could frankly care less about being kidnapped. Naruto deadpanned. Why not? I'm considering this my vacation, honestly, much nicer than how I'm normally treated by Konoha. Wow. Well, I guess we can allow you a bit more freedom since you're just a kid, the rough voice said. He was released from his bounds to find he was being carried on the shoulder of a medium-sized man with his hair in a ponytail. There was only one other person, another man who was broad-shouldered and had 3 marks on each of his cheeks leading to his nose. The rough voice man with the 3 marks was called Damu, and the smooth voice one who was carrying him was called Dambaru. For the trip they didn't say much. Naruto, after the first day of trying to get the men to talk, gave up and decided to sleep. Naruto sighed. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I belong to Konoha. IWA kidnapped me. And I'm popular cause I participated in their tournament and won. Uzumaki, a different voice asked, you wouldn't be the son of Kushina Uzumaki, would you? Well, I guess I am, according to IWA anyways, Naruto said with a shrug. What do you mean by that? The rough voice asked. Well, I'm an orphan and I didn't know who my parents were until IWA kidnapped me cause I look like the Namikaze. They did a blood test and found out that my parents were the Namikaze and Kushina. And frankly, so long as y'all don't try and hurt me, I could frankly care less about being kidnapped. Naruto deadpanned. Why not? I'm considering this my vacation, honestly, much nicer than how I'm normally treated by Konoha. Wow. Well, I guess we can allow you a bit more freedom since you're just a kid, the rough voice said. He was released from his bounds to find he was being carried on the shoulder of a medium-sized man with his hair in a ponytail. There was only one other person, another man who was broad-shouldered and had 3 marks on each of his cheeks leading to his nose. The rough voice man with the 3 marks was called Damu, and the smooth voice one who was carrying him was called Dambaru. For the trip they didn't say much. Naruto, after the first day of trying to get the men to talk, gave up and decided to sleep. He woke up, tried to talk again, not getting anything, sighed and started complaining about being bored. Damu glared at him. You're being kidnapped, it's not supposed to be boring. Naruto crossed his arms. IWA was much more entertaining kidnappers, they at least talked with me, aren't y'all supposed to try and get information out of me or something? Like I'm a kid, don't you think if y'all talked with me I would slip up and reveal something? Isn't that how things usually go down when the villains kidnap a kid? The 2 shimmers facepalmed. The 2 dumb guys didn't respond and so Naruto just sighed and tried to fall asleep again. The trip passed by and Naruto mostly sleeping, trying to get the 2 guys to talk or eating the rations. They did allow him to change into his clothes though. Although Naruto left the headband off, since he wouldn't need it for a while most likely. He ended up annoying the 2 enough that they gagged him and rebound him, though they left the blindfold off. Finally, though, they were at Kumo. The 2 brought him to a big central building and into an office where a big imposing man sat at the desk. What are you 2 idiots doing here, and why do you have a kid bound and gagged? The 2 reported about him. The imposing guy sighed. You 2 idiots leave. Yes, Raikage-sama, the 2 said, bowing and leaving. Naruto had been carelessly dropped to the floor. Growling under his breath, he glared at the 2 leaving guys. Slowly he tried to stand up but kept falling back down. He pouted. A shadow fell over him. Pausing, he looked up, and up, and up some more to look at the guy in the eyes. The man picked him up and sat him down on a chair, and then ungagged Naruto. Hello. Naruto chirped in greeting. The man raised an eyebrow. It was silent for a moment before Naruto mentally shrugged. Is all of Kumo not talkative or something? I tried to talk with those 2 guys but they didn't say much other than their names. Like seriously, is it too hard to hold a conversation? He rambled a little bit, his nervousness getting the best of him. I don't know, it could just be that those 2 lack a brain between the 2 of them, the imposing person, who the 2 guys had called Raikage, said. That is probably true. Nice to meet you though. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, who are you? I am the Raikage of Kumo, the man stated, still staring at him. Behind him stood a similar looking figure. Nice to meet you, so I'm hoping that my stay here can be as pleasant as the one in IWA. If that's possible? Naruto nervously said, still craning his neck up. The Raikage was just so big. Why don't you tell me what happened before those 2 idiots kidnapped you? And so Naruto did. Very interesting, the man mused. The door was thrown open. Yo, be here, with a message from Mr. 8, about his older Mr. 9. The Raikage sighed and glared. What is it, B? He demanded sharply. Hosting, sure is great, he says. Half of 9, be mighty fine, the blonde-haired boy, be such a joy. The other man, who the Raikage called B, rapped. Pinching the bridge of his nose, A asked, are you saying that he's the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails? You got that right, half 09, be his to entwine. A turned to him, you're the Jinchuriki of the QB? A what? And didn't Namikaze kill the QB? Naruto said. You don't know? A asked slowly, looking like someone was slapping him with a fish. Does Konoha not know how dangerous it is to leave a Jinchuriki untrained? The man shouted, slamming his hand down onto the desk, breaking it and scattering paperwork everywhere. Naruto yelped in shock. He shuddered as the man glared at him and cowered into himself. Brother, B said. A turned to him. What? Calm down, he's only a child, and it's his village's fault that he doesn't know. Wild. B reprimanded with a very bad rap. A calmed down and then B grinned and turned to him. Sorry about big bro, he just worried. Yo. The village he'll protect, so it doesn't get wrecked, the man once more rhymed. Naruto frowned at him. Why do you speak like that? He was saving having his mental breakdown later. Because I'ma be the best B rapper, the main said, grinning and fist pumping the air. Naruto giggled. B. You are going to be the Uzumaki's guard until we can work out a deal with Konoha to have him returned. Stupid idiots. A grumbled. And get him some basic training so he doesn't go on a rampage. Understood. B said. Follow me, we gonna go meet your big feline. Naruto did, and B sat him down and held his fist. We bump fist, to give you a gist of just what you miss. Naruto nodded and fist bumped with B. He opened his eyes to find himself in a giant sewer. B stood next to him. Come, let's go find Ninio. Yo. He shrugged and followed the man. They eventually reached a big room with bars. At first Naruto saw nothing, and then he saw an eye open. Idly he wondered what color it was. Hello. Naruto chirped. A growl reverberated through the chamber. So you are my jailer? The eye looked over to B. And you brought the host of the 8 Tails as well? The eye looked back over to Naruto again. Why are you here, jailer? Naruto shrugged. I dunno. A-sama seemed displeased that I haven't received training and tasked B-sama here to train me. I didn't even know you were sealed into me until day. I'm waiting until I'm alone to have a breakdown after figuring out why all the villagers hate me and call me a demon. Such is the curse of the ones who are asperse, because of what we hold, truth be told. B rapped once more. The QB growled. They most likely think that the seal of yours is weak like most other seals, and that I can break out and rampage about when your emotions are unstable. Pa, that stupid yondaime has made that impossible. Especially with my physical half ripped away. Naruto looked to the side as the air shimmered and his guardian appeared. The QB's eye snapped to it. It roared, throwing itself against the bars, glaring. B looked at that shimmer, his eyes going wide. Is that? He blinked. You can see him? His guardian snorted. It is most likely we are in your mindscape that they can see me. Ah. His guardian stood behind him and crossed his arms. Calm down, QB, lest I make you calm down. His guardian commanded as the QB kept trying to ram the bars. Madara Uchiha. How dare you show up again? I thought that bastard Senju killed you. I am dead, I am merely a spirit in the in-between world. The QB growled. Then how can we see you? His guardian looked at him. Naruto just shrugged. Naruto has the ability to see us spirits. I have taken to watching over him. B whistled, then he paused. That knowledge I just learned wasn't mine to discern, was it? No, and then his guardian reappeared in front of B, staring him in his eyes with his Sharingan activated. What are you doing? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. Mildly concerned for B. I simply made it so he could not relay your ability to anyone else, his guardian stated before reappearing behind him. B frowned at that. Uncool, fool ya fool. His guardian scoffed. Just be glad that I left your rapping alone. I could easily make it so you do not rap ever again. B's eyes widened. His guardian smirked. In fact, if you annoy me too much I will do that, so stop that nonsense. B pouted. Naruto shrugged. I don't mind it. B beamed at him. Still, I wouldn't push your luck with my guardian. He can be grouchy. HMPF. His guardian snorted, crossing his arms. The QB was merely watching right now. Fine, fine. B grumbled, glaring at Madara. Naruto grinned. Hey, you said that A-sama is your brother, right? And if what I have observed is correct, he gets annoyed with your rapping, yeah? B nodded slowly. Well, your brother would be shocked if he is under the impression that I'm the one who gets you to stop rapping, even if it is the threat of my guardian stopping you from rapping forever. Anyways, it would be a funny prank on him because he would want to know how I do it, yeah? The rapper nodded and grinned. You got yourself a deal. When he, B pointed at Madara, is on the verge of making it so I never rap again, then you should say, B is being uncool. Yeah. I'll stop rapping for a little bit. How's that sound? Naruto smirked and nodded. So, jailer, what are you going to do about me? Well, Naruto tilted his head in thought before grinning. Let's be friends. The QB coughed. What? I want us to be friends. Fine, we can be friends, brat, just take the seal off. The QB said with a grin. Do you really think we'll allow that? Removing the seal would set you free and kill Naruto? B spoke with a frown. The QB just grinned. and I will be Naruto's friend for the last few seconds he's alive before going on to kill all of you pathetic humans. Naruto pouted. Does that mean you don't want to be friends? His bottom lip stuck out a bit. Why would I want to be friends with a pathetic fleshbag like you? You're being mean. Naruto pouted. His guardian glared at the Kyuubi. Fine, if you're not willing to work with Naruto, I can always make you willing to work for Naruto. The Kyuubi growled at him, you blasted Uchiha. Always using those damn eyes of yours. Fine. I will work on being friends with the brat. Naruto frowned at his guardian. That wasn't nice. I don't want the Kyuubi to only be friends with me because he's scared of you. The Kyuubi eyed him. His guardian just shrugged. Fine, but if the Kyuubi ever does something to hurt you, I will turn the overgrown fox into your obedient pet, he said. Naruto sweat dropped at his guardian's way of being an overprotective family member. What does being a Jinchuriki mean exactly anyways, besides for holding a Biju? You guys never explained. B took a bit of time to explain, saying that Naruto should be able to access the Kyuubi's chakra, but if he uses too much of it he could lose control. Plus a lot more information. He said Naruto was a bit too young to go through the full training to become a proper Jinchuriki, but for now he could get used to being able to talk with the Kyuubi. Speaking of which, I'm surprised you never spoke with Naruto before. I cannot speak with Naruto unless he is in the mindscape because of the seal, the Kyuubi said. It looked at Naruto. The brat shouldn't use my chakra, because I am missing my physical half. If he tries to use my chakra it will eat away at his cells, making it so his lifespan is shortened. Is there any way to fix that? B asked. The Kyuubi looked at him. I suppose if I had some way to get my physical half, or I suppose if my brothers decided to lend me enough physical chakra so that I can recreate my physical half. The mindscape suddenly changed and shifted and Naruto found himself standing still in the sewer, but half of it changed to reveal another tailed beast. Which is unable to happen, as it would take two of us working together in order for you to reform your physical half. The Kyuubi growled, I was wondering when you were going to make your appearance, Hachibi. The eight-tailed beast didn't say anything, instead choosing to look at Naruto. So you are Kurama's new container? The Kyuubi roared, how dare you, Gyuki? The Kyuubi threw itself against the bars. Naruto ignored it. What do you mean Kurama? Hachibi smirked. Kurama is his name, mine is Gyuki, nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you too. Naruto said, grinning. B, it is getting late, the boy will need to sleep, and we have to go chat with my sister. Gyuki said. B nodded and he disappeared. Gyuki went away at the same time. Naruto turned to Kurama. Goodbye, Kurama-san. The giant fox merely turned away. Naruto shrugged as he watched the mindscape fade away. Follow me, the awesome B, to your room we go, with the flow. His guardian reappeared and scowled at B. He just grinned and followed B. He was signed into a basic room and he quickly fell asleep. It had been an interesting and busy day. Chapter 13. The next day B woke him up and after Naruto changed they made their way to a training field where a girl stood with long hair and a ponytail. She had a scowl on her face. I do not want to do this, she stated. B rolled his eyes at her. Come on Ms. 2, it's time to help out Mr. 9, so that this lad so fine, can do his job, yo. She scoffed. Whatever, let's get this over with. I'm only doing this case Matatabi says we should. They all fist pumped and Naruto found himself in his mindscape with Kurama behind him. B stood in front of Gyuki, and the girl stood in front of the two-tailed cat, who Naruto believed was Matatabi. Let's get this over with, Kurama grumbled with a huff. Yes, let us. I can't stand the stench of Uchiha that hangs around the boy, Matatabi said. Damn Uchiha? Kurama growled out in agreement. Jailer. You are going to have to be the conduit for the chakra. Me and you will do that fist bump thing and then you will also fist bump Matatabi. When I say switch you fill fist bump with Gyuki. Understand, brat? Naruto nodded. Kurama held his paw out managing to get it through the bars. Naruto fist bumped him and then Matatabi held her paw out. He fist bumped that and then felt chakra pouring over him, through him and into Kurama. 20 minutes pass before Kurama calls out for the switch. Naruto fist bumped Gyuki. The chakra flow resumed. I'm outta here, the girl stated, looking on in disgust. She left. Matatabi stayed a few seconds longer. I am sorry for her actions. Before she left. An hour and 20 minutes passed with the chakra passing from Gyuki to Kurama. Alright, I'm done, Gyuki said, pulling away. Naruto turned to Kurama, who pulled his paw back away. The fox grinned and stretched. This is much better. Loath as I am to say this, I owe you and Matatabi one. I know of that seal that is on you. Make sure to help your host, lest he dies and drag you with him. I would hate to lose you to the death god, Gyuki said. That is all I request. Kurama nodded. Let us leave be. We will keep watch in case Naruto loses control. The duo left. Alright brat, I'm going to give you a small amount of chakra, not even a tail's worth, to see how you handle it. Got it. Got it. A small tendril of something came out from the cage towards Naruto. It entered him and he felt powerful. He opened his eyes to the real world. You with us, Naruto? B asked. Naruto nodded. Yeah. Cool, man, your eyes look the same as Kurama's right now. What do you mean? B frowned. What do you mean, what do I mean? Naruto huffed. I'm colorblind, so the only thing I know about Kurama's eyes is they are slitted. They're a blood red. I guess that doesn't really help much if you're colorblind. It does. I used to be able to see colors, but a little over a year ago, there was an accident. Me not being able to see colors is the result. I kinda remember what colors look like, but they're fading away as the time passes. Naruto growled out, remembering the event, his claws dug into the ground. Okay, now this is probably enough for now. I would say in another year or so then try working on controlling one tail's worth of power, even if you master this little bit before then. Because you're so young, it will be harder for your body to process the Biju's chakra. Now continue practicing with that amount of chakra though until you can stay completely calm and make rational decisions. Understood, B-sensei. The man smiled. Okay, release Kurama's chakra now. Naruto nodded, closed his eyes, and feeling for the Kyuubi's chakra he pushed it away from his own system, releasing it. He opened his eyes to the sewer. Good job, brat. For now I will limit the amount of chakra to that unless you are in a life-threatening situation. Or until you're ready for the one-tail claw? Okay. Sounds good, Kurama-san. Focusing, he willed himself back into full consciousness. Say, B-sensei. I heard that you guys have a tournament. I was wondering about that. Well, we hold a speed tournament every half a year, though we have races every week or so. My brother holds the title of first place. But for the races you can use whatever you want to win, bloodlines, chakra, even jutsus are allowed. Well, except for the Hiraishin, or anything else that teleports you. The next race is in 2 days. It's not the Junior Cup, which is usually what someone your age would participate in, but it's the Genin Cup if you want to try your luck. Sure, it sounds fun. Naruto said with a grin. Okay, let's go get some food and then we'll continue practicing calling forth your Biju's chakra and releasing it at a moment's notice. Do y'all have ramen? B laughed and nodded. They went to eat ramen with some people staring in shock at B chatting away normally with Naruto. Man, if I knew that I could shock people this much. B said with a chuckle. Yeah, but if you talk normally too often then it won't shock them. True, B said, smirking in amusement. After finishing the ramen they went back to training. Hours passed and then they ate dinner before B led him to his room again. The next day B came to get him again and they continued training. Alright, now that you got a basic handle on Kurama's chakra, I want you to use it and we're going to spar. Naruto nodded and mentally asked Kurama for the chakra. He felt himself strengthen. Good. Now let's spar. The man declared. He leapt at the man using the basic academy stance he knew, though it did have a few katas mixed in from his guardian. An hour later Naruto collapsed in exhaustion. Even with Kurama's chakra running through him. He released the chakra. Not bad. Actually, I'm surprised you knew a taijutsu stance. From what I heard, Konoha doesn't teach taijutsu until the kid is 9, unless you're one of those special genius kids. But from what you mentioned of your village, then they wouldn't allow you. Naruto gave a shrug. You met the reason I know a stance? Naruto said, and he wasn't even lying. If it wasn't for being able to see shimmers then he wouldn't have been taught by the the academy basic. Ah, B said with a nod. The day passed with B suggesting things to help Naruto improve, and giving him some tips so that he could handle Kurama's chakra better. Saying that in the future Naruto would have to go through the waterfall to go past 3 tails, but he shouldn't do that until he was at least 13 years old. They ate and then Naruto went to bed. He woke up to be grinning excitedly. Alright, let's get you signed up for the Genin Cup. They went and Naruto did a few stretches getting warmed up. People whispered and pointed at him. Other contests came and lined up. Naruto tuned out their whisperings. He was the fastest non-genin in Konoha to his knowledge. He had escaped Chunin multiple times before he could do this. There are 3 races. One is a flat 100-meter sprint in a straight line, the second is 100 laps on the track, and the third is an obstacle course. The winners of the 3 will then have an endurance race in which they continue laps until someone collapses. The exception is if only one person won all 3 laps. They were lined up and then the whistle blew and they were off. Naruto used Kurama's chakra for a boost, but much to his surprise he was in 3rd place. Next was the 100 laps. Naruto ran and after 100 laps he was almost tied for first, but he came in second only by a split second. Next was the obstacle race. Running through the obstacles Naruto scoffed at how easy it was and came out in first by a solid lead of 20 seconds. The 3 of them, a girl, a guy and then him, were allowed a small break for food. Naruto smirked. This next challenge isn't a race, Hashirama stated. Twitching his left arm he asked, what? This race is made for endurance, how long you can run? If you put all of your energy into it at the start you'll wear yourself out faster, Hashirama stated. Naruto gave a small nod. After their lunch break the three of them stood at the line, and go, the three of them were off, Naruto steadily falling behind though as he set a lighter pace. The other two soon lapped him. A couple hours later the girl collapsed. Naruto and the boy kept running, the boy occasionally lapping him as he still went at a fast pace, though it was heavily reduced from what he had started out with. Another hour and the boy collapsed. Naruto had won. B came up to him and they fist bumped. A also came up to him, quite an impressive win Uzumaki. What made you think about going slow during the final race? Well, y'all said it was endurance run, meaning how long you could go at it, not how fast we could. So by going at a slower pace I was able to keep my stamina up instead of wearing myself out. Smart plan, but let's say you're being pursed, how would you escape from them? Well, it depends, but I would use the terrain to my advantage where possible, and if it was where that didn't stop them I would try and put some distance between us and again depending on the situation, set up a trap, signal for help, or see if I can hide or otherwise trick my opponents. A nodded. You got some pretty good thoughts. I think you'll make a decent ninja in the future. Naruto smiled. Some Konoha ninja should be here in the next day or two to get you. B. How is Naruto's Jinchuriki training progressing? Is he stable? A asked. B gave a nod. Yeah boy, be mighty fine yo. Good. Continue watching over Naruto until those slowpokes get here. Naruto blinked. Slowpokes. Yeah, I hear can get to Konoha in 2 days easily. One day if he needs to be there quick, so anybody who takes longer than that are slow to him, even most of our own ninja. B explained. A nodded at that before he left. Let's go get you some celebratory ramen. Yay! Naruto shouted. They ate ramen and then they resumed training for the last hour or so before it was time for Naruto to get to bed. The next day he woke up and continued training with B until they were summoned to the Raikage's office. Once there Naruto beamed at seeing that the third had come to get him personally. GG. Naruto said, going to hug him. The Hokage smiled and patted his hair. I hope you're doing okay, Naruto-kun. Yeah. This has been an awesome vacation. He said, grinning. The Hokage raised an eyebrow. Seems like you had quite an adventure. You'll have to tell me all about it once we're back in Konoha. Naruto nodded. So this old man, be Konoha's man, the mighty leader 3, for the people of the tree. Be rapped once more. Yep. Naruto said with a nod. So what will it take to get Naruto back? A looked thoughtful. Since we had no intention of kidnapping a Konoha citizen, only 250,000 ryo. The third narrowed his eyes. That is quite the high price for a mere child. Oh, cut the bullshit, A said with a scoff. Not only is Uzumaki there the son of the Yellow Flash and the Red Hot Habanero, he is also the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. You should be thankful I'm even willing to give him back. A said with a growl. Sarutobi's eyes widened and he glanced at Naruto. Yeah, we got a lot to talk about. Naruto commented, drly crossing his arms. Mr. 9, is quite the find. B rhymed badly. His guardian sighed. Can you shut that fool up, his terrible rapping is giving me a headache? Naruto shrugged and turned to the holder of the gyuki. B is being uncool. The man gave a pout but nodded, fine fine. The third pulled out a scroll and tossed over the money. They're in stacks of 50,000? A smirked, pleasure doing business with you. Uzumaki. Yes, A-sama? He asked with a sweat drop as the imposing man directed his full attention to him. You are to return when you're 13 to further your Jinchuriki training, and I expect you to get even faster. I want to be challenged like your father challenged me. Naruto gave a nod. The Hokage raised an eyebrow. Let's go, Naruto. Time to return home. The boy beamed as one of the Hokage's guards picked him up and they left. Chapter 14. 4 days later they were back in Konoha bright and early. They went to the Hokage's office where the old man sat down. Tobirama stood behind the third. Hashirama and his guardian stood behind him. It is good to see that appear to be unharmed, Tobirama stated. It was fun? Naruto said with a grin. His guardian rolled his eyes. Being kidnapped is generally not supposed to be fun. Gigi scolded lightly. Naruto gave a shrug, then he paused. So Gigi. Naruto started straightening and looking at his grandfather-like person. The old man looked at him. When were you going to tell me about my parents, or that the villagers hate me because of what Namikaze sealed into me? The old man sighed and lighted his pipe. I was going to tell you about the Kyuubi after you became a genin. As for your parents, that was going to happen after you became a jounin or you were 18. As you should know, Minato and Kushina both had enemies in IWA and Kumo. The old man said, puffing a bit of smoke out. Why do you call your father Namikaze? Naruto shrugged. That's how everyone addresses him in IWA. Well, that or the bastard/blasted Namikaze, or damn Namikaze. And it feels weird to call him my father. I'm surprised that IWA didn't kill you even for suspecting you were Minato's son, Sarutobi murmured. Why would they? I'm only 6, and besides I won the tournament they held. I beat Inokiaji-san. Naruto watched amused as the Hokage spluttered and coughed on his pipe. He was pretty sure this was why the old man wanted him to call him Aji-san. And it was a good small bit of revenge on the old man for keeping the secret from him. Speaking of Iwa's tournament, I also was able to participate in one of the smaller ones in Kumo. I came in first there as well, even if it was just against the Genins. Next time I hope I can compete against the Chunins. Or even the Jounins. Say what's Konoha's tournament? We don't have any tournament. Naruto shook his head. As soon as I am Hokage I'm making a tournament for us, all the other villages have one yet we don't. Naruto sniffed as he turned his head away. Oh, and what would you make our tournament be? I don't know, I don't want to copy IWA or Kumo's, and I don't know what Kiri and Suna has. I'll have to think about it, the tournament would have to be something everyone enjoys. He mused. Did anything else interesting happen? Does me becoming an honorary shinobi count? Yes Naruto, that would count. The third stated flatly, rubbing his nose to ward off a headache. I am an honorary shinobi of IWA. Naruto beamed. So, not only does IWA not hate you for being Minato's son, they actually like you enough to make you an honorary shinobi? Naruto nodded. Yep. Say Gigi, do you know what the Red Alert book is? The third Hokage twitched. That would be a yes. His guardian deadpanned. Naruto, Tobirama stated. Please give a full debriefing. Of course. Naruto agreed. Then he gave a full report of what happened. Leaving out just what the two tournaments were about. Why didn't you do that to start with, Naruto? The third asked after Naruto was done. You didn't ask for a full debriefing, you asked specific questions which I answered. Who taught you how to give a full debriefing? I didn't think you were that far in the Umbu training. His Gigi asked. Tobirama-sensei taught me. Very well, anyway, since both IWA and Kumo know of your parentage, it's not much use to keep it secret. I'll make the announcement to the village tomorrow. Naruto said, surprising everyone. Please leave my parents a secret, Gigi. I want everyone to acknowledge me for what I have done, not what my parents have done. Are you sure? Yes. Very well then. You of course can choose to tell someone the secret of the QB or your parents if you so choose, the third said. Hey, speaking of my parents, why aren't they around as shimmers? Well, since your father used a forbidden jutsu in order to seal the QB into you, the price was his soul. And my mother? I don't know. I have an idea, Hashirama stated. I watched when Mito passed away, she was the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. She should have appeared here in the in-between, yet she didn't. I can only hope that her soul was forced to pass on to the next world, and not that the QB completely destroyed her soul on her passing. Hashirama stated sadly. Since your mother was the Jinchuriki before you, then it could be she wasn't allowed to become a spirit and was forced to move directly on. I see. Naruto stated before relaying what was said to the Hokage. He gave a small nod and then after a moment of silence he smiled and said. Since you missed almost a month of schooling, you have quite a bit to catch up on. And you're also behind on your training from the commander? Naruto sweat dropped. Slowly turning around he saw the commander standing behind him. As soon as the academy is over we will be resuming your training, he said, then disappeared. Now I believe you're running late to the academy. What will you tell the instructor about your absence? That I was on vacation? Naruto said with a shrug. I don't want people to wonder why I was kidnapped. The Hokage just raised an eyebrow. Very well then, you better get to the academy before you're more than 3 hours late. Okay, Naruto said and ran out. He pushed chakra into his feet and took off down the familiar streets of Konoha, making it to the academy after only a couple minutes. Though he was still a few hours late. Naruto slid into his seat next to Shino. Are you okay? The boy asked. Yep. It was pretty much just a vacation, I had tons of fun. Shino remained silent. Naruto knew the boy was frowning despite being unable to see it. I'll tell you more later. The boy nodded. At recess Naruto told Shino more about what happened, leaving out his parent, the QB, and what the tournament was about. It wasn't that he didn't trust Shino, it was just that he didn't want Shino to hate him for holding the QB, or to decide to remain his friend because of who his parents were. The day ended and Naruto stayed behind as the academy quickly became deserted, making sure he was alone by asking his shimmers. He changed into his Umbu clothes, finishing right before the commander appeared. Let's go, Nomon. And so Naruto resumed his speed training, fighting against the commander. Slowly the year crawled by. His training continued. Tobirama finished him on the 2-step and now Naruto was working on the 3-step. His hand speed signs would increase with practice, and chakra. His Umbu training for being able to process things faster was going well as he was now facing off against the commander who was going at high Chunin speeds. And Madara and Hashirama took to training him their basic taijutsu styles to use. While he would not be able to fully use their styles without the Sharingan or the Mokuton, it was still a good basics for aggressive and defensive styles. Naruto in the academy wasn't paying much attention, though he did just enough to pass. He didn't care for the academy, it was just so boring. For months after his return it was his birthday, which was celebrated with the Shimmers, the Hokage and the 4 Umbu, who knew his secret though they could only stay for a couple minutes, as well as Shino, though he came in after the Umbu. It was the best birthday he had ever. Sarutobi did ask about the books later after Shino had left and if Naruto was learning from them. Naruto nodded. He had finished the history book and the booklet on chakra. He had glanced at the seal book and the diary, but he had just gotten a headache and so put those two off for another time. He was currently reading the trap book and learning the traps. But well, the book had been written by Madara, so generally his guardian just told him about the traps. How are the books I gave you for Christmas last year? Good, I finished the chakra book and the history book. I'm working on learning traps now. That's good. Madara, despite being the first Nuke-nin, was a genius at traps. His guardian smirked. I am a genius at everything, not just traps. Naruto rolled his eyes. And you wonder why people think you have a stick up your ass, he commented dryly. I am not arrogant, I just know that I am above everyone else. Tobirama scoffed. And this was why the village thought you were a warmonger? His guardian growled at Tobirama. The two started fighting. Hashirama signed. Such children, he muttered to Naruto. He giggled. The third watched and then asked, Naruto, do you know who your guardian is? Yeah, though I still call him guardian. That's what he is to me, though Hashirama is like a guardian as well with his hovering. Naruto glanced to where Hashirama was sitting next to him watching Madara and Tobirama fight. Who is your guardian? Madara. Naruto replied flippantly. His Gigi twitched. You two better not fight in my apartment again. He shouted at the two. They didn't hear him. Hashirama, can you trap them with Mokuton? The man grinned at him and clapped his hands. Wood sprung up from the floor and trapped the two. Naruto walked over to the two and crossed his arms. What have I told you about fighting in my apartment? Not to, but why not? It's not like our attacks damage anything. Tobirama stated, his face completely flat. I told you it's cause whenever one of your jutsus hit me it feels weird. Fine, we will take our fight outside. Madara grumbled, glaring at Tobirama. Hashirama released them and the two shimmers went to go fight. Your guardian is Madara Uchiha? The third asked. Yeah, and don't give me any of that crap about being suspicious of him. Tobirama has already stated that I should be wary of him. That was at first though. I guess the two talked or something, cause now they only bicker back and forth like friendly rivals instead of enemies. Besides, Hashi-chan here is keeping an eye on me. The third thought over this before nodding. Very well then. He remained silent for a moment before asking. Why do you call the first Hashi-chan? Because Naru-chan loves me. Hashirama said, draping his arms around Naruto. Speaking of that, Naruto could now feel the ghosts about 25% of the time. If the ghosts focused on making contact or if he focused on contacting the ghost it would happen, but if neither were concentrating then it was a 25% chance of it happening. Naruto just huffed, but he leaned into the touch. Well, at first it happened when the commander showed up, and my guardian mentioned how much he disliked Hashirama calling him Dara-chan, so I decided to call him Hashi-chan. He doesn't mind being called that. Dara-chan secretly likes me calling him such. I sincerely doubt that, every time you call him that he tries to fry you. Hashirama pouted. I don't think I will ever get used to you having conversations that I can only hear half of. The third stated. It's hard for me because sometimes the shimmers like to talk over the living so I can hear a mess of stuff, like the academy. Sometimes a shimmer will come in and start teaching something to me completely different than what the teacher is teaching, usually saying that even though you revised the academy that the teachers are dumb or that the information is useless to me since I'm going to be a ninja. Sarutobi nodded. Well, happy birthday Naruto-kun, he said smiling as he left. Naruto nodded and looked at the gifts he had been given. From Shino it was actually a small colony of bugs that he could take care of in his apartment so long as he fed them his chakra. From the Umbu he received a scroll that had 5 basic jutsus, 1 from each element. And the Hokage gave him a basic weight set for his training. Yes, it was a wonderful birthday indeed. Another couple months of training and he had learned the defensive jutsu of Water Wall with Tobirama's help. He was now facing off at the commander at high genin speed, because of the weights. It was the beginning of December and Naruto was enjoying the vacation month from the academy. He was currently eating his breakfast when a shimmer walked through the wall. What was surprising was that this wasn't Tobirama, instead it was the banded shimmer from IWA. Hello. Naruto greeted with a wave. What are you doing here, banded shimmer? The man blinked at him. Banded shimmer, he repeated. Yeah, I don't know your name so I named you. Naruto replied flippantly, waving his hand. Hashirama and Madara glanced at him but soon went back to playing Janken. I see, my name is Mu, and I was the knight aimed Tsuchikage. Nice to meet you then, Mu Shimmer. So what brings you to Konoha? Naruto asked. I doubt that my successor informed you of the fact that to keep your title as the Janken King you need to take part in the yearly formal tournament, and as it is very interesting to see him lose I choose to inform you myself. Naruto blinked. He is basically saying that he finds it amusing that the old man loses to a brat like you. His guardian explained. What's different about this tournament from the rest? Well, it's a formal tournament, meaning you should have formal wear on, and it is longer. The rules a bit different. Unlike the tournament you participated in, you have to fight against everyone again. The top 10 then fight off against each other to determine the order. This happens every year to give others a fair chance to the top 10. Once you're a top 10, so long as no one wants to challenge you, then you really don't even have to show up. Since Inoki knows you're not from IWA, he hasn't challenged you. He was probably also planning to retake his position of number 1 by not informing you. Mu said. I see. When is the tournament? In 5 days. You will have to leave today to get there in time and have some time to rest. Naruto sent the bandaged Shimmer a flat look, cutting the warning a bit close. Yeah? The man shrugged. To Gigi. Naruto shouted. He quickly finished his breakfast. Naruto ran out of his apartment towards the Hokage's tower and he burst into the room. Yo Gigi. He called. He paused as he saw that someone else was in the room. Sorry. Naruto apologized. It's fine, Naruto-kun, Fugakudano and I were finishing up, he said with a kind smile. What did you need? I need to go to IWA. I was informed that to keep my number 1 spot I need to go to the formal tournament. I see, you will need a guard to go with you, the third just said with a sigh. Naruto noticed that the man with shoulder-length hair that cropped his face was still standing there. Fuga something. I don't have much time, I have to leave today to make it in time, since it's a 4-day journey to get there. That lets me sleep and wake up the next day for the tournament, which is an all-day event. So I would be gone 9 to 10 days. I might want to spend an extra day so I can chat with Daidara-kun and Kuratsuchi-chan. The Hokage frowned. I see, unfortunately I don't have anyone of qualifications available at the moment. I can go with the boy Hokage-sama, the man offered. Naruto beamed at him. The third raised an eyebrow. May I inquire as to why you wish to go with him? I thought that clan matters were keeping you busy. They are, and as such I could use a break from the stress. My wife can handle the matters for the duration of how long I'll be gone if you allow me to go. I see. Would you mind if I spoke with Naruto-kun alone for a moment? Not at all, Hokage-sama. The man said with a small bow as he left. Naruto, while I want to trust Fugakudano, there is a chance he may try and use this opportunity to grab control of the Kyuubi, the third warned. I will allow him to go with you, but only if your guardian can counter the effects of another's Sharingan. You mentioned that he can use it on you. Naruto looked at Madara who smirked. It will be no problem. Relaying that to the Hokage, the man gave a nod and the door opened by itself, allowing Fugaku back in. Naruto has agreed to you guarding him for this trip. Sarutobi puffed out a bit of smoke from his pip. Seeing as Naruto has no formal clothes, would you mind taking him to get something? The Hokage pulled out something from his drawers and tossed it to Fugaku. That should cover the cost. And Fugakudano, Naruto will most likely do things that surprise you. I would give you a warning, but an old man like me needs some form of amusement. The childish Sona went unsaid. Fugaku raised an eyebrow before he bowed and they left. Do you have a preference for your clothes? Fugaku asked him after they reached the market district. Naruto noticed that even more people than usual were sending wary glances at him. I like gray, mostly because it's the only color I see, but I want the leaf symbol on the back in red and the Uzumaki swirl on the shoulder if it can be done today. The Uchiha clan head raised an eyebrow a tiny bit, but no other expression crossed his face. They went to a shop where Naruto was quickly outfitted with a formal kimono. Ninja tailors had to be fast to meet the demands of shinobi after all. It did allow Fugaku enough time to go alert his family of where he was going. Packing the new clothes neatly into one of his ceiling scrolls, he put it back into his pocket before he started walking out, Hashirama and Madara following, as Mu walked slightly in front. Let's get going, Janken King. I want to see Inoki's face when he realizes that you have showed up. The small group walked out. Let's go, Fugaku-sama. We have 4 days to get there. Naruto called out as he broke into a decent-paced run. The man easily caught up with him. Even at this pace we won't arrive in time. What pace do we need to go at? High Chunin speeds will do, the man told him with a glance. Naruto gave a nod. I can run at that speed for a good few hours. Without using the Kyuubi's chakra, that was, and with his weight still on. The man glanced at him and they increased their speed. I am surprised you can run as fast as you can, Uzumaki-san. Please call me Naruto, and speed is an important factor for a ninja. I have heard rumors that Asama is the fastest ninja, and that he can make it to Konoha from Kumo in 2 days. I would like to be that fast, maybe even surpass him. Partially true. I had challenged him to get faster after all. I see, the man stated. The next few hours passed in silence as the two ran towards Iwa. Finally Naruto had to slow down as his chakra depleted from keeping that fast pace. Fugaku slowed down as well. If we run at average genin speed for an hour, my chakra will replenish enough for another few hours of running at high chunin. Naruto explained. That will put us behind schedule. Naruto frowned, wondering how they could make it in time. The 4 days was usually an estimate for jounin at low speed. Which was why Chunin High could make it in the same time if only a couple hours later. If you are okay with it, I can carry you and travel at average jounin speed for a bit. Naruto nodded and he clambered onto Fugaku's back. Then they were off in a blur. Naruto beamed happily as the man took to the trees. He really did like the view from up here. His guardian snickered at him. Naruto stuck his tongue out at the shimmer. An hour later Fugaku set him down and the two took off at high chunin speeds again. This pattern continued until it was night time and Naruto fell fast asleep. Fugaku woke him up 5 hours later saying they needed to move again. And so the journey went with them only completely stopping for sleep. They ate rations on the move. They actually made pretty good time as on the 4th day they arrived a few hours before nightfall. As they walked up towards the gate, Naruto dug through his scroll and pulled out his headband and placed it around his neck. Fugaku raised both eyebrows. You are an honorary shinobi of Iwa? Yep, Naruto said. I see, so that must be why Hokage-sama only felt the need to place one guard with you. Naruto nodded. Yeah. The two arrived at the gate. Naruto was immediately waved through, though they had to go through paperwork with Fugaku. Naruto waited amused. Now to go greet the old man. Naruto said out loud, Fugaku following him. Naruto looked for the familiar building and made his way. Entering he saw Deidara-kun. He called out. Naruto-kun. Huh. I knew you would show up. The older boy said, ruffling his hair. Of course I have to keep my position. Let's go greet the old man then. The two boys grinned and ran to the Tsuchikige's room. Bursting in, Fugaku followed. His eyes widened as soon as he saw what room they had burst into. Anokiaji-san. Naruto called out. The old man looked up and cursed under his breath. How could you not tell me that I needed to come here for the formal tournament to keep my place as number one? Bah. No matter that you're here, I'll beat you this time, brat. Huh. You can try, old man. Naruto said with a smirk. Who's the grouchy-looking Konoha ninja behind you? Anoki asked, smirking as Fugaku frowned. That's my guard Fugaku, Gigi assigned him. Naruto replied dismissively. Anoki snorted. Wicked Eye Fugaku? I thought you were retired as clan head. I am, Fugaku replied in a monotone voice. Bah. You Uchiha always so dull, still better that Hyuga clan. Anoki snorted. I take offense to that, Madara deadpan, crossing his arms. I am not dull. Well, since you're here, brat, you can stay in the hotel same as your last visit. I'm sure the girls will be pleased to hear that you could show up. Naruto sweat dropped and groaned. Not the fangirls. I forgot about them. I have heard many horrible stories about what fangirls will do if they can catch me. Fugaku sighed deeply. Huh. Serves you right, brat. Now shoo. Anoki said, waving him away. See you tomorrow, Okokiaji-san. Naruto said. And seeing Deidara jump out the window after shouting, race you to the hotel. He jumped out after the older boy, quickly catching up with him with a smirk. The two boys arrived at the hotel at the same time, Fugaku arriving a second after them. So how long you plan on staying? So long as Fugaku-sama here doesn't mind, I'll stay an extra day after the tournament. It is fine. Fugaku agreed. Cool, then we can spar the day after the tournament. Deidara said. Yeah. After checking into the hotel, Naruto went with Deidara to eat some bakudan. I tried some of this in Konoha, got to admit that it's a lot better here, though the ramen and inarizushi are better in Konoha. Actually, I was wondering, what rank are you? Deidara grinned as they started walking back to the hotel. I was actually just promoted to Chunin. Cool. Hey look, isn't that Naruto-kun? Naruto heard a whisper. Yeah, it looks like it. Naruto started walking a little bit faster. Naruto-kun. One of the girls shouted. Where? A multitude of voices called out. There, let's get him to play with us. Naruto started running. I ain't sharing Naruto-kun with you hags. One of the girls shouted. A horde of footsteps ran after him. Good luck. Deidara laughed at him as he split off. Traitor. Naruto shouted as he speed up a bit faster. Deidara's retreating laughter was his only answer. Eventually he lost the fangirls and made his way to the hotel. You have fangirls? Fugaku stated flatly. Yeah, unlike in Konoha, I'm actually liked here. I admit I'm surprised they like you despite your similarity to your father. Fugaku stated before he realized what he said and shut his mouth. Oh, you know my parents? Naruto asked, shrugging. Yeah, my thought was if Iwa can like me despite who my father is, then I can get Konoha to like me despite the burden he gave me. You know? Yeah, Naruto replied as he started changing his clothes. He kicked back on his bed before stating, "Do you know when I was gone for about a month a while back?" Fugaku nodded. Well, Iwa actually kidnapped me then, because of who I resembled. They did a blood test and so I learned who my parents were. During that time I participated in a semi-casual tournament and beat the old man, gaining the respect of Iwa and fangirls. Anyways, after that Kumo kidnapped me and I met one who carries one less than mine. He was able to tell what I was and so I received a bit of training in how to use Kurama's chakra. I also participated in one of their weekly mini-tournaments. Kurama. His name? I see. Are you an honorary shinobi in Kumo as well? Fugaku asked with a frown. Nah. Anything else I should know? Not off the top of my head. Naruto stated with a shrug. Anyways, since I already know who my parents were, Gigi offered to tell the village, but I said no cause I want to earn the respect of Konoha, despite the burden I carry. I understand, it is getting late. Naruto nodded. Yeah, good night Fugaku-sama. Good night Naruto-san. With that he fell asleep. Chapter 15. He woke up the next day, got dressed in his formal clothes. With his guardian directing him, he fixed his hair to make it look more tame than it normally did. It had grown longer down to the medium of his back. Naruto refused all of Hashirama's teasing that he was growing it out to look like Madara's. Even if it was true. Exiting, he found Fugaku leaning against the wall opposite of his door. The man raised an eye looking over him. You clean up nice when you're not wearing those rags you normally call clothes. The man gave a compliment and insult at once. Used to that kind of compliment, he just smiled. Thanks, and I get overpriced usually, so I tend to wear the few clothes I have until they are nothing more than rags before buying new stuff. I see. Naruto walked through Iwa heading towards the large stadium in which the tournament was to be held. He remembered from his previous visit that the ramen stand was near it. Getting breakfast, he then made it into the building. Fugaku followed him. Is your guard going to participate? Anoki asked, walking over to him. Fugaku frowned again. Participate in what? I still have not been informed as to what this tournament is about. Anoki laughed, throwing his head back before he complained about his back. After a moment he smirked at Naruto. Keeping the suspense on your old Hokage? You got it, Aji-san. Naruto said with his foxy grin. What else would the tournament be about, but one of the most fearsome competitions known to man, where it can break your spirit if you're not strong enough. Anoki stated ominously. Fugaku's frown deepened. Just like I am going to crush your spirit, old man, when I defeat you again and keep my claim of the number one. Naruto smirked, making his tone sound a bit more like Madara on purpose. Huh. I have been training since the last match, brat. You're going to lose. That is what you think, old man. I am going to win every single hand like last time. The old man smirked down at him. Care to make a bet around that fact, brat? Naruto nodded. Sure. Neither noticed how silent everyone had gotten as they watched the back and forth. If you lose even one hand, you have to forfeit the entire thing, and you have to bow down to me, proclaiming me the true master of Janken. Fugaku blinked. Alright, and if I win? I will bow down to you, brat, and state that you are the master of Janken, or I will teach you a jutsu. Naruto nodded before pausing. Is there any way I can get both? Anoki raised an eyebrow and chuckled. He started to shake his head no before pausing as he looked at Fugaku. How do you think you could fare against your guard using his Sharingan? Naruto paused as he glanced at Madara. His guardian gave a terrifying grin and cackled. Do not worry, brat, even with Fugaku using his Sharingan it will be no match for us. Smirking to Anoki he nodded. I can take him down, winning every match, even with him using his Sharingan. Very well then, if you win the tournament, and against Wicked Eyes here I will both bow down and teach you a jutsu. You are going down, Aji-san, Naruto declared. It was silent for a moment before the crowd erupted into cheers, some shouting for Naruto to win, some shouting for Anoki to reclaim his throne. The two competitors eyed up each other before turning away from each other and walking away. Fugaku followed him. All of this, over Janken? He questioned, a note of disbelief in his voice. Obviously, what else do you think a kid like me can beat Anoki Aji-san with? Naruto questioned with a snort. Fugaku nodded then asked, You think you can beat me even if I am using my eyes? Naruto smirked at him. I know I can beat you. He crossed his arms. Interesting. It's only cheating if you get caught, Naruto stated. That is the ninja motto, is it not? Very true. Alright, can everyone hear me? It's time to start this tournament off. If you are not a competitor, please make your way to the stands. If you wish to compete, please go sit down at a table. Naruto sat down at the nearest table, Fugaku sitting next to him. This year we got a real treat, as I'm sure most of you heard. Fallen King Anoki has made a wager with the solid hand Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. Let us see if the Fallen King can reclaim his throne, or if solid hand thoroughly defeats him. But before we can get to that exciting match, we have to start from the ground up. Let's kick this off with round 1. 5 rounds of 50 hands. Remember, cheating is allowed so long as you don't get caught. Begin. Naruto smirked at his opponent, an older ninja, most likely a jounin. Naruto won easily. He liked that he could cheat with Madara's help to win constantly. Everyone here knew he was cheating, but they didn't know how. And they respected him for it. Naruto waited as everyone else finished their rounds and round 2 begun. It was now double the hands. The third round came and there was now 100 people left. Time for the wheel of additions. For those of you who don't know, since this is a formal tournament, from the third round until only an uneven amount of contestants are left, the wheel chooses an extra rule in place. The man spun the wheel. Okay, the first addition is blindfolds. Some people walked around and passed out blindfolds. Naruto put it on, still smirking. He was already sitting across from his next opponent. 5 rounds of 100 hands. They had people come to watch all the contestants and count the wins and losses of each person since they were blindfolded. Naruto once more won the round, though this was the round Fugaku lost. Finally, the last people finished and the announcer spun the wheel again. And the wheel says, cold water. Ha! A lot of people questioned before they noticed ninja jumping up above them and using a water jutsu to make them all soaking wet. Then they used a wind jutsu to get a breeze going, making them get cold fast. The cold wet contestants went to their next opponents, where they still had to fight blindfolded. Naruto once again won. Now there was only 25 people left. Alright, now that there are only 25 people left, we will have knockout style. 2 names are randomly drawn. If you lose your name is placed back into the drawing until only 10 people are left. 7 rounds of 100 hands. Of course, your opponent can forfeit if they don't want to suffer the punishment of losing. Again, for those who don't know, if you lose in the knockout round, you have to suffer the humiliation from the wheel. Naruto's name was called first against Asusukura. Damn, just my luck, the man grumbled. You want to forfeit? Naruto asked. The man nodded. Ain't no way that I'm going to suffer the humiliation. If I thought I had a chance of winning, I would risk it. But not against you, solid hand. Winner by forfeit, solid hand Naruto. The other matches went on, the losers having to suffer humiliating punishments. Unspeakable, horrible stuff. Naruto had to go against someone else and they to choose to forfeit so as to not suffer the terrible, horrible punishment. Finally, there was only 10 of them remaining. And surprisingly, it was the same 10 as Naruto remembered from the other tournament. Well, 9 if you didn't include him. Alright, now that we're down to the final 10, it's time for the ranking. To start with, we draw numbers to give you your starting ranking, and then you 10 can challenge each other until either you are satisfied with your spot or an hour has passed. 3 rounds, 10 hands. After the hour has passed, then we start the final challenges. They were given their numbers and Naruto was given number 6, Deidara number 1, Kuratsuchi was number 8, and Inoki was number 7. Naruto didn't know anybody else on the top 10 rankings. Finding the number 5 person, he challenged them before they had a chance to challenge number 4. Naruto won against them, ascending his rank up. He had to wait for number 4 to finish his fight against 3 and lose before he could challenge him. Then he challenged the girl who was number 3. He beat her and then he had to battle against Deidara, who had lost his position of 1. Naruto won and then challenged the older male who held 1. Naruto won and then he stayed at the top position of number 1. Inoki soon went to number 2 and held his position, saying that they would do their challenge in the final battle. Deidara took number 3 and held it, while Kuratsuchi held number 4, being unable to beat Deidara. Everyone else kept fighting. The hour passed and the announcer blew the whistle. Okay, time for the final challenges. Number 10? I challenge, she said. Alright, as per the challenge rules, this is 3 rounds of 100. The 2 fought and she won against number 9. She challenged number 8 but lost. Number 8. He challenged but lost. Number 7 challenged number 6 and won, then challenged number 5 and won again. He challenged Kuratsuchi, but lost. She chose to challenge Deidara and lost. Deidara chose to not challenge Inoki. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, it is the match we have all been waiting for, and as such we will let it be a longer match so long as the crowd agrees. There was a loud cry of approval. Okay, it will be 5 rounds dash. The crowd started booing and calling for more. Well, looks like the crowd really wants a long drawn-out battle between Solid Hand and the Fallen King. We will have 7 rounds of 50 hands dash. The crowd shouted for a 100 hands. Pardon me, it will be 7 rounds of 100 hands, the announcer said with a sigh. Does the crowd want anything else? The crowd was silent. And then to Naruto's surprise, Fugaku called out, all rounds must be played to full. Does the crowd object? It remained silent, but Naruto could see a couple people nodding in approval at Fugaku. Alright, then let's begin. A fierce match of Janken began, Inoki trying to win at least one hand to get Naruto to forfeit his right to being the Janken king. As the hands passed by and then rounds, Inoki became more and more desperate to win a single hand. Finally, after an intense battle between the two, Naruto thoroughly defeated Inoki. Not even one, I couldn't even win or tie one hand with you. Alright everyone, now as we all heard earlier, if solid hand Naruto here can defeat the infamous Wicked Eye Fugaku, who will be using his Sharingan, he gets the fallen king Inoki to both bow down to him in defeat, but to also teach him a jutsu. We may not be able to figure out how solid hand here is cheating, but can it hold up to the Sharingan? Let's find out now. Fugaku used the Shunshin to come back down from the stadium. The two stood across from each other. What made you call out for the rounds to be played to full? Fugaku gave the tiniest of smirks. I wanted you to humiliate that Tsuchikage. Naruto laughed at that. Nice. Ready for me to beat you even with the Sharingan? The man nodded and activated his Sharingan. Naruto saw his 3 tomo appear. Alright, this will be an interesting match, 3 rounds of 50 hands. Naruto, I want you to start as if you were going to do a certain hand sign. Fugaku will react to that motion and then you'll change to what I call out, understand? Naruto gave a subtle nod. The two started. Naruto twitched his hand as if he was going to do scissors and then Madara told him to do paper. Fugaku did rock and stared in shock as he lost. And so it went, Naruto winning, though some were close as Fugaku tried to change his in the middle as well to recounter Naruto's counter, but Naruto was able to smoothly counter Fugaku's rencounter. 3 rounds later and Naruto was declared the winner. Inoki was shocked. How the hell can you even defeat Wicked Eye Fugaku? The man shook his head. You must have some kind of Janken bloodline. That would be a weird bloodline. Indeed. Fugaku agreed. You have very talented eyes, Naruto, to be able to pick up the twitches at the same speed. In fact, it seemed even faster than the Sharingan and counter them so smoothly that it seemed as if you were going to make that motion all along. Very impressive. That can't be it. Remember, even in round 3 when he was blindfolded he didn't lose a single hand. Inoki stated, shaking his head. Fugaku blinked before nodding. That had slipped my mind. Truly then I do not understand how you can win so thoroughly. Naruto just smirked. I think it's time for you to owe up and bow to the true king of Janken. Naruto announced, raising his voice a bit to catch the attention of the people around them. Silence fell and everyone watched. Inoki sighed. A bet was a bet, he declared and bowed down. I admit my defeat to the great and powerful master of Janken, Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. His declaration as his back gave an ominous crack and he winced, complaining, Ow, my back. Naruto chuckled and helped the old man to straighten up. The crowd cheered. After the cheering died down, Inoki stated, since this is a formal tournament we have to stay the rest of the day for fans who want to talk and get signatures. Leading them to some tables that were brought out. Ah, okay, say Inoki Aji-san, what is with them calling me solid hand and you fallen king? That wasn't mentioned last time. Well, before you came around, brat, I was the reigning champion of Janken for well over 50 years. But even I lose a few hands. You though, you have yet to lose a single hand, even against Wicked Eye over there. I wouldn't be surprised if the next time you come your name has evolved or they add a title to it. The two seated themselves at the table and starting signing cloths or other items at the request of told him to sign as solid hand Naruto, and only add his last names if they asked. Oh, Sarutobi, oh. His door opened and he looked up to see his advisors walk in, luckily though Danzo wasn't with them. Danzo always brought him a headache these days. Hiruzen. Hamura stated, standing next to Koharu. Yes. We have heard that you allowed the Jinchuriki to leave the village, and to IWA no less. And? He asked, staring at them, lighting his pipe. Such foolish behavior cannot be allowed. If IWA decides to keep the Jinchuriki we would lose our weapon. Koharu protested with a glare. IWA will not keep Naruto, and you would be wise to not address the boy as a weapon again. He stated firmly. If Inokidano does decided to do something foolish, then Fugaku will take care of the matters and get Naruto back safely. You sent the Uchiha clan head with the Jinchuriki? Hamura asked. Of course, he was around when he heard that Naruto wished to go to IWA and needed a guard. He offered his services, seeing no reason to deny Naruto from going. I allowed it. But the Uchiha plan. Hiruzen leveled a glared at them. You two know as well as I do that Fugaku hates his clan's actions as much as we do. He is doing his best to get them to see reason. If it were not for him they would have revoluted a lot sooner. But you can't trust him around the QB. His clan was behind the attack 7 years ago. Hiruzen puffed a circle of smoke out. I have told you that those actions were a rogue Uchiha, and you have given us no proof of it? If I were to reveal my source that would, but my source in danger. He told them. That still does not negate the fact that Fugaku could choose to utilize this opportunity to take control of the Jinchuriki for the coup, Koharu stated. Perhaps not, but I trust Fugaku. Why do you not think IWA would do something to the Jinchuriki, especially if they figure out his lineage? Hamura asked. IWA already knows of his lineage, they have known since earlier this year. They do not care to pass the actions of the parents on to the child like some people like to do, Hiruzen stated. Very well then, but if we lose our Jinchuriki due to your foolish actions, we will be formally petitioning the daimyo for you to be replaced with someone of more mental soundness. Perhaps before you judge me too harshly you should read this, Hiruzen stated amused as he blew out another circle of smoke. Digging through his drawer he pulled out the latest edition of the Red Alert. Flipping it open to a certain page he slid his book to them. Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, known as Solid Hand Naruto, has thoroughly defeated the previous King Inoki, this legend, in the one tournament he has partaken in not lost a single hand. Kumo has further added that he has won the Genin Cup while he was staying in their village. Koharu read out loud. Hiruzen, what is this book? Hamura questioned. He raised an eyebrow surprised, you don't know? Well, I guess it's more commonly used in the other 4 villages rather than ours since we don't host tournaments are generally a secret to the other villages, but outsiders are welcome to participate if they have someone willing to front them. They request that the outsiders do not tell others what it is, but it is not enforced. I myself happen to know that Kumo has speed races, and that Suna has wind and puppet competitions. Anyways, the Red Alert book is generally used to show people who can humiliate you. Like Kakashi for example, he is in there because he tends to finish his opponent's jutsus before them even if they are a master at the technique. If Iwase Tsuchikage is so weak to lose to a child, then perhaps they should no longer be considered a major 5. Hamura suggested slowly. Hiruzen snorted. Do not think that just because Inokidano lost in a tournament that the village is weak, the tournament can be anything, we do not know what it is. Perhaps you should use that spy network of Jiraiya's to find out about their strength. Deciding to amuse his former teammates he agreed. Next time Jiraiya is in town I will ask him to find out, or report if he already knows. I am a bit surprised he hasn't shown up yet. Very well, we shall take our leave now. Chapter 16. Oh Naruto, oh. Naruto collapsed into the booth across from Inoki, Deidara, and Kuratsuchi. He sat next to Fugaku. The 3 were at a fancy restaurant. I'm exhausted, Naruto complained. Kuratsuchi nodded in agreement. Huh. You better get used to it, brat, Inoki stated with a bark of laughter. When I agreed to guard you, I did not think I would actually have to save you from a group of fangirls, Fugaku teased in a flat voice. The only reason Naruto knew he was teasing was from all his experience with his guardian. You did such a good job, Naruchan. Hashirama congratulated him. It was only because of me that he did so well, Madara stated crossing his arms. Of course. Thank you for helping our little Naruchan cheat, Hashirama said hugging Madara, who quickly shoved him off. Baka! Madara shouted. Hashirama pouted and bent down, a depression cloud over his head. Naruto watched amused, before turning his attention back to the table. He looked at his menu and since they didn't have ramen he decided he would order inarizushi. Oh Naruchan, have you tried mushroom mixed soup? It's my favorite food, Hashirama asked pointing to the side dish. Giving a small shake of his head he decided to try it. The waitress came by and took their order. They ate and Naruto amusedly watched as Inoki and Deidara got into another argument about the boy's choice in art. Let's go to the hot springs after dinner, Deidara suggested after they finished their argument at an impasse. Yeah. Naruto agreed enthusiastically. So after they finished eating the group went to relax in the hot springs. After they had relaxed a bit Fugaku sighed, I needed this, he muttered. Oh? Naruto asked. The man opened an eye and said, being a clan head is stressful. Naruto nodded, it was probably more stressful when his clan wanted to plan a coup. The Shimmers had told him how Fugaku was one of the few trying to calm the clan down, yet that the masked Uchiha was still egging the more vocal members on. After the trip was done they went to the hotel and Naruto quickly fell asleep. The next day he woke up to Deidara banging on his door. Come on Naruto, let me teach you more about the beauty of art. The boy shouted. I'm up. Give me a minute to get dressed, Naruto shouted back. Getting changed he left the hotel following Deidara, with Fugaku following him. The 2 boys sparred a bit with Deidara clearly being the winner despite Naruto putting up a good fight. Still it was a good fight. Fugaku watched ready to interfere if something were to go wrong. After they finished their spar Deidara showed Naruto some of his art. Say Deidara, you say they only appear in the standard fire colors, yeah? Maybe you could find a way to change the color of your explosives? Or maybe find a way for your explosions to take a certain shape. And if you could do that maybe you could find a way to get your explosions to blow up in a certain picture or design, yeah? That would be even more artistic, at least I think it is, Naruto suggested. That is brilliant, Deidara shouted him, tackling him in a hug. Naruto smiled. How do you make the explosive clay anyways? Well, I have the explosion release bloodline, It allows me to mix earth and lightning chakra together to create a very destructive chakra. I can use it out of my hands and feet if I wanted to, but I prefer shoving the destructive chakra into clay which is very receptive to it and then activating it. Naruto nodded. That's cool. Thinking he wondered? Entering his mindscape, he stood in front of Kurama. Hey Kurama, were you listening to what Deidara said? Yes, I was. What of it, brat? The grumpy fox asked, opening an eye halfway. Do you think your chakra can do something similar? Your chakra is destructive, right? The eye opened fully and the great fox laughed. Perhaps it might, you should try it. Naruto opened his eye back to the real world. Hey Deidara, I want to try something. Do you have any non-explosive clay on you? The boy nodded. Yeah, why? He questioned, handing over a small lump of clay the size of a marble. Naruto giggled. Let's just see if this works. Pulling the Kyuubi's chakra, he pushed a tiny amount into it. He noticed that the light gray clay changed into a darker gray. Deidara's eyes widened a bit. The color of the clay took a red tint to it. He explained to the boy. Fugaku frowned. Naruto, it's fine. I'm just experimenting. Fugaku nodded but came closer. Deidara tilted his head. What was that red chakra you shoved into it? The chakra color is different? Huh. I have a second source of chakra, you know, a mutation that some are born with? Deidara gave a nod of understanding. Anyways, I know my normal chakra won't be destructive, but the other chakra. The boy's eyes light up. I see. Because mutations can have a variety of effect, you think it might have a similar effect to my explosive release? He said, excited. Yep. I don't know how to activate it. Would you like to? Deidara nodded and got ready. Throw it. Naruto tossed the lump of clay high into the air and away from them. The two boys watched as Deidara said katsu. At first nothing seemed to happen, and then Naruto watched as it expanded rapidly, and then his world went white. His ears were ringing loudly, and after a moment it started to go away. Blinking, he found himself on the ground, same with Deidara, and covering them was Fugaku. Above the clan head was an earth dome. Fugaku sat up. Are you two boys okay? He asked, looking at them. Naruto nodded. Hashirama was circling around him, and Madara, his eyes were decidedly giddly looking. Deidara beamed. That was amazing. How much of that chakra did you put in? Naruto blushed. Only a little bit. Please. You have to make me some of that clay to have on hand? Sure dash. Not for free. Fugaku interrupted. Naruto blinked. You should never offer any services for free, and that chakra you used made those bombs seriously deadly. I would also need Deidara here agree that he must never use those bombs made from your chakra against a Konoha ninja. The young boy nodded. Naruto, say this, Madara commanded. Fugaku-sama, I would be honored if you would be the negotiator for me in this exchange, Naruto said formally. The man raised an eyebrow but nodded. Very well, Naruto-san, I will be willing to negotiate for you. Deidara, realizing that this was going to be a formal transaction, bowed. Please allow me to get a negotiator for myself. Fugaku nodded. About 20 minutes later they were in the Tsuchikige's office. I have agreed to be Deidara's negotiator for this transaction. He says that the cause of the large explosion from earlier was a mutation chakra Naruto-kun has. He wants Naruto to infuse some of his clay with this chakra. Is that correct? Fugaku nodded. Yes, that is correct. My client is to be paid for doing this, and we want a guarantee that the special clay will not be used against Konoha in return for offering this service. That is reasonable. I will create the documents for an agreement to not use those bombs against Konoha. What price do you want to name? For each pound of clay, 2 million ryo? Anoki frowned. That is too much, 500,000 ryo. That large explosion was from only a small marble size of clay. 1 million. Fine. He agreed. Then the next hour was spent on paperwork, drafting the agreement and having to agree on the words and clauses and all that. All right. That's done, Fugaku said, nodding to Naruto. Thanks, Fugaku-sama. The man looked at him for a moment. Just call me Fugaku, he stated, offering his hand. Naruto's eyes widened at the show of respect the Uchiha clan head was offering him. Very well, Fugaku, Naruto said with a smile as he shook the man's hand. All right, I need to uphold the other part of my bet now, so brat, I'm going to teach you an earth jutsu, Anoki said, leading him to a training field. The jutsu I will be teaching you is Doton, mobile core. The hand signs are Ram Oxboar. And then slam your hand on the ground? Anoki demonstrated, raising himself up 10 feet. You can use this to raise or lower a patch of earth. Naruto nodded and tried it. The first few times nothing happened, but with pointers from Madara and Hashirama he soon got it raising up a couple feet. That's my job done, just keep practicing with it to get better, Anoki stated with a nod. Now make this pound of clay into the super explosive clay, Deidara said, rushing to him. Fugaku looked to Anoki, who grumbled, I'll have the money delivered to you once I get back to my office. Fugaku nodded. Very well. Naruto grabbed the clay, but before he could put Kurama's chakra into it he was in his mindscape. Hey, why did you bring me in? The amount of chakra to put into the pound of clay will be a bit more than the marble of clay from earlier. How why? Wouldn't that make a larger explosion? No, because the small amount you had earlier was condensed into a smaller form, it created more bang. To create the same size the chakra density would have to be equal to what you put into the marble size. Oh? I don't know how deep the chakra was in the marble. Leave that to me, brat. I will put the amount of chakra needed and stop when it is done. Okay, thanks Kurama-san. The Kyuubi nodded and Naruto opened his eyes to the real world. He felt Kurama's chakra come to him and be shoved into the pound of clay. After a few seconds Kurama pulled his chakra back. There you go Deidara, one highly explosive pound of clay, try not to blow Iwa up with it yeah? The boy beamed at him, sweet. Thank you so much Naruto. Naruto grinned back. He practiced the earth jutsu Inoki taught him, while Deidara experimented with his clay trying to figure out how to add colors or shape. Inoki had the money delivered in a scroll which Naruto put in his pocket. The day passed and with Deidara's help they found the store that sold the clay and Naruto bought about 10 pounds of the stuff that he sealed into a new sealing scroll he bought. They went to eat though Naruto had to run from a group of fangirls before he could get there. They ate and relaxed at the hot springs once more, and then they went to sleep. The next day Naruto left with Fugaku and was surprised when people actually came to say goodbye to him. Fans from the tournament, Deidara, Kuratsuchi, even Inoki came to say goodbye to him. Next year brat I'll beat you. Naruto smirked. Keep trying old man, I ain't going to let you win. And then Naruto and Fugaku began their journey back, though the two took it more slowly going at only an average genin pace, it would take them a couple extra days, but neither of them were in a hurry to return. As they ran back Naruto and Fugaku would play a bit of Janken the man using his Sharingan trying to beat Naruto, or just even figure out how he kept winning. Naruto when they got back into Fire Country took off his Iwa headband and put it in his scroll. They got back late at night, Konoha seemed oddly silent, the very air itself still, the two glanced at each other as they entered both noting the sleeping guards. It's getting late, why don't you come sleep at my house tonight and then tomorrow morning we can report to the Hokage? Sure. The two walked through Konoha. The two walked and slowly they came to the Uchiha clan grounds. Naruto blanched at the scene before him, bodies lay on the ground, the streets tainted red with blood. Men, women, and children were on the ground in lifeless positions. Fugaku ran forward. Naruto followed him not wanting to be alone amongst the bodies, and the many shimmers that were starting to appear. They entered into a house to come across a horrifying scene. Chapter 17. A teenager stood over the down form of a boy, who Naruto recognized from his class, Sasuke. The teenager looked up, his face scarily blank. His guardian was looking around in horror. My clan. Hashirama went over to him and started trying to comfort the man. Itachi, what? Fugaku asked, his eyes wide in horror. Tusan. The teenager stated flatly. You. The clan head questioned in disbelief. Itachi tilted his head to the side slightly. I am glad you showed up, now I don't have to hunt you down to kill you. He stated. Madara growled and suddenly a large thing formed around him. How dare you? He seethed, glaring at Itachi. The air became heavy and difficult to breathe under his killing intent he was releasing. Apparently he was having some kind of effect on the living as he was Naruto, because the two Uchihas paused looking around. What is this feeling? Fugaku muttered. Madara swung one of the arms of the large thing at Itachi, who shuddered but otherwise seemed unaffected. How dare you kill the clan? Kinslayer. Naruto watched as his guardian continued to try and pound Itachi to the ground. Hashirama sighed. Suddenly Madara appeared in front of him. Naruto. Do you think I could temporarily possess you to crush that slaughterer? He asked. Though they had never tried possession before. Madara no. Hashirama stated. His guardian growled at him, his eyes spinning madly. Naruto bit his lip, Hashirama frowned and would sprouted up and tried to wrap around Madara. Madara scowled at him and the two begun fighting. Naruto sighed in relief as Hashirama led his pissed-off guardian away, taking away the heavy feeling. Apparently while the shimmers had distracted him, the two living had been talking. Sasuke started to stir, he opened his eyes. Tusan. He muttered. Naruto noticed that his eyes had one tomo in them. Naruto. Get Sasuke to the hospital. Fugaku commanded. Understood. Don't die, your son will need his father. Naruto stated to him as he went over to Sasuke. Let's get out of here. Naruto stated, gently offering his hand the boy. Sasuke nodded, shakily taking it. The two boys ran out of the Uchiha clan. Naruto flared his chakra out 3 times, a rudimentary SOS signal he had been taught. The two boys continued to the hospital. He entered. You lot. Get him to a room. And why should we listen to you, demon brat? The nurse on duty stated, not even looking up. Naruto growled, because Sasuke here needs treatment. The nurse looked up and her eyes went wide at seeing him practically holding the boy up. She pressed a button and a team of medics came out with a stretcher. The nurse from before glared at him. What did you do, demon? She hissed. I did nothing, Naruto stated. She stared flatly back, adopting the Uchiha expression number 15. You are beneath me and I will not listen to what a plebeian such as you has to say. Maybe Madara was rubbing off on him, just a little bit. An hour later Fugaku appeared heavily wounded. I need treatment. He managed to get out before he collapsed. Naruto stayed in the hospital lobby and a few minutes after they scrolled Fugaku out the Hokage appeared. Uzumaki. Report, the third said sharply. He gave a nod. Me and Fugaku-sama were returning. Since it was so late he graciously offered his home for the night, stating that we would report his successful mission in the morning. We arrived at the Uchiha clan ground to find bodies scattered about. Naruto shuddered. Fugaku-sama ran off and I followed him. We found an older by whom he addressed as Itachi standing over the body of Sasuke. He told me to take Sasuke to the hospital and I did. I have been waiting here for Fugaku-sama. He appeared an hour later heavily wounded. They took him for treatment and then you arrived, Hokage-sama. Naruto reported. The third gave a nod. I see. Go sleep, I will summon you tomorrow for a full debriefing. Naruto bowed and left. He returned to his apartment to find Hashirama there, though his guardian was not. Where is Guardian Shimmer? Naruto asked. He's offering comfort to the newly dead Uchiha. He's also scolding them for their foolishness of trying to plan a coup. He is also explaining what they are now. For those who choose to pass on, he is helping them with that. If they can pass on, that is. What do you mean if they can pass on? Well, to be able to fully pass on you have to be at peace with yourself. That is willingly, of course. You can be forced to pass on by another spirit destroying you. How can you be destroyed? Naruto asked with a frown. We are considered destroyed if we use up all of our spiritual energy. Ah. Naruto stated as he finished getting ready for bed. He lay down and soon fell asleep. He woke the next day to a knock. Going over, he opened the door and saw the commander. Hokage-sama has requested your presence. Okay, let me get dressed. The commander nodded and Naruto closed the door and changed into his semi-formal clothing he had gotten in IWA when he first visited. Noticing that the clothes seemed to be getting small on him, he grinned. That was sure proof he was growing. Quickly sombering though, he went to the Hokage tower, Hashirama following him, as well as his guardian who was back again. He went into the old man's room and saw that Fugaku was already there. He gave a small nod to the man who nodded back. Naruto gave a small smile to Tobirama who dipped his head in acknowledgement before straightening back up. Fugaku-dano, please give a full report of what happened since leaving Konoha. After we left, we traveled at high chunin speeds for a few hours before Naruto-san had to take a break to allow his chakra to refill. Because we would not make it in time at the current rate, I offered to carry him so we could move faster while his chakra recharged. He agreed and we made good progress. Upon arriving in IWA territory, he surprised me with the fact he was actually an honorary shinobi. When we got there, he made his way to a prominent building and he greeted an older boy named Deidara. The two burst into a room and it was only after I saw the figure behind the desk did I realize it was the Tsuchikage. And that he called him Aji-san. The two bantered a bit before the two boys decided to race to the hotel where Naruto-san would be staying. We went to eat dinner and after we returned I had my first encounter with Naruto's fangirls. The boy wisely fled and I followed after him. Fugaku stated, giving Naruto a sympathetic pat. We chatted a bit upon arriving back at the hotel where it was revealed that he knew who his parents were and of the burden he carried, but despite the fact that announcing who his parents are to Konoha would relieve some of the hate he receives, he chooses not to so he can earn their respect himself. The next day it was time for the tournament. The boy met up with Inoki-sama before it started and they made a bet. If Naruto-san could win without losing a single hand, then Inoki-sama would bow down to him and proclaim him master of the tournament, or Naruto-san had the option to learn a jutsu. If Naruto were to lose even a single hand, then he would have to forfeit and proclaim Inoki-sama as the true master. I was also invited to participate in the tournament. Naruto-san asked if there was a way to win both. Inoki-sama said that if Naruto could beat me while I am using my Sharingan, then he could have both. Everyone had heard the two bet against each other. The third raised an eyebrow. Naruto gave a grin reminiscent of Madara when he was plotting something mischievous. The tournament then started and Naruto-san was announced as Solid Hand Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, and Inoki-sama was announced as Fallen King Inoki. The tournament started. I was able to make it until round 3 when blindfolds were introduced. The next round soaked everyone in water and had some wind users created a cool breeze. Now soaking wet, cold, and blindfolded, the fourth round commenced. With only 25 people left, the tournament style changed a bit and names were randomly drawn. If you lose now, you had to face a humiliating punishment. Of course, you could spare yourself if you forfeited. The 2 people who were drawn against Naruto-san choose to forfeit. Then the final 10 were chosen and they were assigned numbers and had to fight against the number higher than them to get a higher ranking. Naruto-san ascended to the top, Inoki-sama to second. After the hour had passed, they were able to do final challenges. This was the moment everyone had been waiting for as Inoki-sama challenged Naruto-san. The announcer stated it would be 5 rounds, but the crowd disagreed, wanting it to be longer. So they made it 7 rounds. The announcer asked if the crowd wanted anything else, and after having seen Naruto-san's skill, believing he could humiliate Inoki-sama, I requested the rounds be played to full. The crowd agreed with my request. Fugaku gave a slight pause. Naruto-san dominated. Inoki-sama in all of the rounds could not win a single one. After the round was over, it was time for my honorary match in which I could use my Sharingan, which I could not before because that was obvious cheating. Cheating was allowed so long as they didn't find out how you were cheating. Everyone there knows Naruto-san is cheating somehow, and they respect him because they can't figure out how he is cheating. Here Fugaku took a deep breath. Naruto-san won against me using my Sharingan. I don't know how he did it, but he did. The third looked flatly at Naruto. I think I have an idea of how Naruto-kun won. Fugaku raised an eyebrow, but he continued on. Inoki-sama bowed down before Naruto-san and proclaimed him the true master, but he wasn't able to do much more before his back caused him problems. The 2 then sat at a table and they had to sit for hours signing things for fans. At one point I had to rescue Naruto-san from a group of girls who had surrounded him. Fugaku's lip twitching up revealed his still lasting amusement at the situation. After they were done, Inoki-sama treated us to dinner. After dinner we went to the hot springs and relaxed. The next day Naruto-san met up with Deidara and the 2 sparred. The 2 chatted about explosives which Deidara called art. Fugaku pinched the bridge of his nose. Naruto-san then accessed the Kyuubi's chakra and pushed it into the clay, trying to mimic Deidara's explosion release bloodline. I came closer, weary of the Kyuubi's chakra breaking free, but Naruto seemed to have it under control. The 2 boys threw the marble-sized lump of clay and exploded it. The blast was larger than expected, and it was only due to my fast reaction of throwing up an earth dome and tossing the 2 boys to the ground that saved us from serious injuries. Deidara wished for more of the highly destructive bombs Naruto-san could make. Naruto-san surprised me with formally requesting me to be his negotiator, under the old laws. Deidara seemed to realize that Naruto was making the transaction formal and had Inoki-sama be his negotiator. We hashed out a deal. Fugaku pulled out some papers and handed it to the Hokage. For each pound of clay Deidara wants, he has to pay 1 million ryo. And he cannot use those bombs against Konoha? The Hokage looked over the paperwork and nodded. After that was done, Inoki-sama held up his other part of the bet and taught Naruto Doton, Mobile Core. The day ended peacefully after that and we left, with Inoki-sama, Deidara and others actually coming to say goodbye, though for Inoki-sama it was just to tell Naruto that he won't win next year. We decided that there was no rush in returning, so we went at average genin pace. 6 days later we arrived late at night. Seeing as to how late it was, I decided that we should report in the morning and offered Naruto to stay at my place for the night. And then we arrived to find my clan slaughtered. The Hokage held up a hand. That is enough? Fugaku nodded. Is this what happened? The Hokage asked Naruto. Yep. Very well. Now Fugaku-dano, are you going to tell me what the tournament is about? Naruto saw Fugaku's lip twitch upwards in amusement. It is one of the most fearsome competitions known to man. Spirits can be broken if you are not strong enough, he stated flatly. Sarutobi sighed. That would be a no then. Naruto beamed at Fugaku, who gave a nod to him. Suddenly he heard shouting. He tilted his head and turned to the wall just in time to see a flood of shimmers come in, Uchiha shimmers who were pissed and trying to attack the Hokage. Tobirama, Hashirama and Madara immediately started pushing them back. Naruto. He heard the Hokage snap out. Turning, he sweat dropped. Sorry. I thought I heard something, he said, knowing the Hokage would probably figure it had something to do with the shimmers. Behind him the battle waged on. He twitched as a kunai passed through him. The Hokage eyed him. Fugaku, could you leave us for a moment? The man frowned, giving a worried glance to Naruto, but he nodded and left. What is it, Naruto-kun? Naruto raised a hand as he turned to glare at the fighting shimmers. What the hell do you guys think you are doing, barging into the Hokage's office like that? He shouted at the shimmers. The Uchiha clan members who had burst in startled, looking at him. Tobirama sighed. Madara glared at them and Hashirama beamed, taking his place behind Naruto again. You can see us? One of them asked, an older-looking male. Yes, I can. Now what are you lot doing barging into the office and starting a fight like that? He ordered our clan to be massacred. One of the younger males snarled, pointing at the third. Really? Well, from what I understand, you were the ones planning the coup, and if I remember correctly, then if any clan is caught planning a coup, it is well within the rights of the Hokage to send an execution order, especially if they have been unwilling to negotiate on the matters. Naruto stated, inwardly thanking Tobirama for his lessons on Konoha laws. You! The old man snarled, charging at him. Madara stepped in front of Naruto, easily stopping him. You would do well to not attack my charge, lest I send you to the next world forcefully. He stated, crossing his arms. Why are you siding with the demon brat? He obviously was in on us being killed. The old man shouted, seemingly the leader of the group. My charge was not aware of the massacre, only that you guys were foolishly planning a coup just because of a few false rumors. You lot are no better than children getting upset over a few measly words. Why should you care what Konoha thinks of you? The Uchiha clan is above such petty matters, and now that you are dead, I expect you to behave accordingly or be sent to the next world. Madara stated, looking down at them. Naruto looked on, impressed, as most of the members of the group started looking embarrassed. The old man at the front scoffed, why should we listen to you? You're dead same as us, you can't do anything to stop us from doing what we want. Naruto looked on, impressed, as most of the members of the group started looking embarrassed. The old man at the front scoffed, why should we listen to you? You're dead same as us, you can't do anything to stop us from doing what we want. Madara reappeared in front of the man, holding him by his throat in the air. No one except possibly Hashirama and Tobirama had seen him move. Very well then, if that is what you believe, I will be glad to force you to the next world. With that, Naruto saw a waft of what looked like smoke come out from the man and into Madara. A few seconds later the shimmer disappeared completely. Damn, Naruto muttered, impressed. Madara smirked at him. Would anyone else like to challenge Madara? Naruto questioned, wishing he had popcorn. The group shook their heads and fled. Madara snorted, wimps. Looks like I have to make sure they follow the rules of the in-between if the current clan head cannot control them. Will you explain what is going on, Naruto-kun? The Hokage asked. Sorry, a group of Uchiha shimmers came in and started fighting. After you dismissed Fugaku, I decided that since they weren't listening to Tobirama-sensei, Hashi-chan, or my guardian, then maybe they would listen to me since I'm living. They stopped and they stated that you ordered their clan to be killed, which is well within your right as Hokage. Anyways, Guardian Shimmer took care of them now that they were paying attention. Sarutobi scowled, I did not order the massacre, Danzo did, pretending he had my permission. I sometimes hate your ability, you know, Sarutobi said, frowning at him. Naruto frowned, wondering why. Tobirama rolled his eyes. Because you gain insight into all sorts of sensitive information you are not supposed to be privy to. Ah, Naruto stated. The Hokage sighed, is there anything you need to report about your trip to IWA that you are unable to mention in front of Fugakudano? Not really. It was Madara that instructed me what to say for the formal negotiation though. I see. Is everything with the spirits good? I would recommend explaining what happened to the clan to Fugaku. It would be unwise if someone else, such as the Rouge Uchiha, were to explain it to him and twist the facts? Tobirama stated. Naruto relayed this. Naruto looked at them and they nodded. Yeah, everything is good now. Sarutobi called Fugaku back in. Alright. Naruto, you're dismissed, the Hokage told him. Naruto bowed and left. He was on his way back to his apartment, taking the side streets, when the commander appeared in front of him and commanded him to get changed. Naruto did, and the man took him for more training. After training with the commander for the day, Naruto returned to his apartment to fall asleep. Chapter 18. After that, things started becoming normal again. A week after the massacre, Fugaku and Sasuke came to thank him for his help in getting the boy to the hospital. His training resumed and the second year of the merged academy started. This year they focused on math and science, had PE twice a month and a couple more health classes. Naruto mostly tuned them out, his grade falling as he kept forgetting to turn the work in. When one of the teachers scolded him for this, he just shrugged, saying that he was going to be a shinobi, not a civilian. The teacher just frowned at that but left him alone. A half year passed by. Naruto was learning from Tobirama about politics while his hands continued with the three-step. Slowly getting faster millisecond by millisecond. From Hashirama, the man taught him his mostly defensive taijutsu style. It was made so that you were defensive, but you could also easily do jutsus. Madara taught him his more aggressive style, which allowed him to attack and also quickly break away to attack with jutsus. As for jutsus, Naruto now had a basic grasp on the basic 5 jutsus he had been gifted for his birthday. His best jutsu was the wind blade and the fireball, followed by the earth dome. His worst was the water all and the shock wave. That wasn't to say they weren't good, it was just harder for him to do those 2 jutsus when compared to the others. As for his training with the commander, he was now up to being able to process things at low jounin speed, and he himself could move at that speed without his weights and with chakra. Without chakra he could go at average chunin speeds, and with his weights on and no chakra he go at high gening speed. He was still giving weekly reports to the Hokage about what his shimmers told him from the spy network that was now fully in place and operational. As for his friendship with Shino, he and the boy were still best friends. As for Sasuke, he and the boy had been friends for a little bit, but Sasuke didn't like Shino and forced Naruto to choose. Naruto chose Shino, which made his best friend really happy. He and Fugaku did eat dinner together once a month. The man seemed inclined to help him. Madara told him that Fugaku was trying to set up an alliance with him for when Naruto decided to reveal his heritage. Naruto still thought Fugaku was just being friendly. As for his personal studies, he was working on learning the seals from the basic seal book. He could make a basic storage seal that could only hold one item. He was working on making the more advanced copy. The small colony Shino gave him seemed to be changing, some of them looked a bit different. So he was going to the Aburame clan with the colony to ask about it. Shino met him at the front door and welcomed him inside. Naruto was led to a table and he was seated after placing his colony on the table. His colony was contained in a medium-sized plastic container. There was an opening at the top which made it look as if the bugs could leave at any time, but the opening actually had a barrier seal which prevented them from leaving. Soon Shino's father Shibi came in. "Naruto-san." The man greeted. "Shibi-sama." Naruto responded politely. The man went to where the colony was placed and seemed to be analyzing them, then he placed his hand through the opening and sent a few of his own Kakachu inside. They all watched in shock as Naruto's colony viciously attacked Shibi's Kakachu. His colony tore them apart and they watched as they started feasting on the dead bodies. Naruto's eyes went wide. "Interesting, you have been feeding them your chakra regularly, correct?" Naruto nodded. "Yeah. I just noticed that they seem different looking than when Shino originally gifted me the colony." "I see, my son mentioned you are colorblind, as such you cannot see that your colony has taken a red hue to them." "Red?" Naruto repeated with a frown, trying to figure out why that color was making him worry a bit. "My chakra is red, brat. These bugs of yours have been feasting on your chakra which has mine mixed into it," Kurama told him, pulling him into his mindscape. Naruto gave a nod as he exited. Looking at Shibi he said, "I see, my chakra mutation seemed to have an effect on them." The man raised an eyebrow above his glasses. "I understand." The man once more extended his hand over the colony and seemed to be doing nothing. "As I suspected, the colony will not respond to me." The man pushed up his glasses. "Your Kakachu have evolved by feasting off your chakra. I wish to see if you can command them." The man stated. "I'm okay, how do I do that?" "If we are to test this, I must have you swear to secrecy, Naruto-san." Naruto paused, shifting his left leg. He asked why, to his shimmers to get an explanation. "Most likely in order to test the theory they need to teach you something that is a clan jutsu. If it was not so then anybody can control their bugs," Madara explained. Naruto gave a nod. "Very well, Shibi-sama." The man nodded. "In order to control the hive we set ourselves as the hive's queen. This is usually done at birth by allowing the Kakachu to colonize our bodis. This forms a bond between us and them. And we are able to mentally command them. It is generally instinctive to control them as we have them with us from our birth." The man paused to see if Naruto was following along. He was. "You seem to have formed half a bond with them. They recognize you as their queen, but you don't know how to properly communicate with them, which is what caused them to attack my Kakachu, because they saw them as outsiders, and they can't communicate with you to ask what to do, so they seem to default to aggressiveness." "Ah, so I need to learn how to communicate with them then?" "Indeed, though you will never have the full bond of your colony living inside your body. To do so now would be dangerous for you. Still we will provide you with a gourd so you can bring your Kakachu with you, if you can form the proper bond that is and command your Kakachu," Shibi stated. Naruto nodded. "I thank you for this honor, Shibi-sama. It would be a waste to not have your Kakachu be used for fighting," Shibi said in return. Shibi took his colony and led him to an empty room. This room is a bonding room. It is typically used when our colonies have suffered serious losses and we need to bring new Kakachu to our colony so that they don't die off. Sit and then open your colony and feed them. When you feel them pulling on your chakra, that is the best time to try and connect your mind to the hive mind. It may take a while, and they may even become filled up, but so long as they are on your skin you should be able to connect with the hive mind. Once you find the connection they no longer need to be on your skin." Naruto gave a nod. He placed his hand through the opening and watched as the colony swarmed around it and started pulling his chakra. He had long since gotten used to the feeling. He held his hand there for hours trying to feel their minds. Eventually they did stop feeding. Though as more and more hours passed, Shibi told him that they were done for today and that he was to come back every day after the academy until he could connect his mind to the Kakachu. 5 days later it was Saturday and Naruto was once again sitting in the bonding room with his hand inside of the container. Deciding to ask Kurama if he could think of how Naruto might be able to connect with the hive mind, he went into his mindscape, and stared in shock as he saw the relatively small colony there flying around the room. "So you finally decided to come here, took you long enough, brat?" Kurama said with a scoff. "They're here in my mindscape?" Naruto questioned. "Yes, and now that you realize that, focus your attention on them, try to feel the connection between you and them. Once you can feel the connection in here, then focus on feeling that same connection in the real world," Kurama told him. Naruto nodded and sat cross-legged on top of the ground. He focused, trying to feel the connection. Having no sense of time in his mindscape, he had no idea how long it was, but it felt like forever when he felt the connection between him and the colony. He could hear their buzzing softly, though he didn't understand what they were saying, if anything. Opening his eyes, he saw that the room was now pitch black, and that Shibi and Shino were gone. Shrugging, he felt for the connection. Slowly the room lightened, light coming in through the window. Shibi came in and watched him. An hour later, Naruto finally found the faint connection, which, now that he found it, was easy to feel. The faint buzzing that was the colony's hive mind. He blinked and looked up at Shibi. "I found the connection." "Prove it by commanding your colony to get of your hand," Shibi stated. Naruto nodded, and wondering how to do that, he focused on the connection. "Hello," he called out inside his head to the buzzing. "Please get off my hand," he requested. He heard the buzzing change a bit and the Kikaichu left his hand. "Very good. I will bring in a gourd to hold your colony," Shibi said as he left and came back. He was holding a gourd that looked relatively small. "This is a 5-galleon gourd, it is placed sideways on your lower back," he stated. "Until your colony becomes larger, this will do." "How do I make my colony large, Shibi-sama? They always seem to stay around this size." "Now that you are learning how to control them, we will give you another small colony to incorporate into yours. That will give you enough to fill this gourd halfway, and it should be enough that they can slowly expand on their own. Though it will take time for you to get your colony up to the amount normal Aburame has. If we were to add to many normal Kikaichi, your colony could lose whatever special abilities they have developed from feasting on your chakra." Naruto nodded and commanded his colony to stay in the gourd, that it was their new home. He could feel that they seemed pleased. "Now to bond with these you should do the same process, though it will be much easier now that you know what you're looking for. You will temporarily have 2 bonds until you tell them to merge into one hive." Naruto nodded and stuck his hand in. Unlike before, he could easily find the second connection, and then he merged the 2 hives together. He released the Kikaichu from the plastic container and they flew the gourd. "Good, now I'm sure that you know about the basic abilities of Kikaichu?" "Yes," Naruto stated. "You may find that yours have something special related to the chakra mutation you have. It will take some experimentation though, before you might find what the ability can be, or abilities," Shibi stated. "Please come by every month so we can check on you and your colony." "Okay. Until your colony is a higher size, do not do anything to risk them. Once they do become higher size and they stabilize their genes from feasting on your chakra, we will harvest a starter colony from them to see if we can find someone else who can use them. That is what we want for giving you a clan secret." "I understand." Shibi nodded and dismissed him. Naruto went back to his apartment, and after removing the gourd he collapsed in exhaustion. Hashirama chuckled at him and Madara rolled his eyes. Both were amused that because of Kurama's chakra Naruto had become an honorary Aburame, which Naruto was about ready to start training with on tail of Kurama's chakra. Though he was only allowed to train the chakra with an umbu called Tenzo, it was because the man had a mockery of the Mokutan, given to him by one of Orochimaru's experiments. As the time passed, he continued his training. His birthday came and went. The third had given him the next book up for sealing, which Naruto was now getting the hang of. Fugaku had given him a scroll containing the Great Fireball Jutsu, which Naruto appreciated even if he didn't need the umbu. Had given him a pouch to hold clay in. The pouch was actually bigger on the inside, though due to some seals, it had a little bit of clay in it. Naruto had been experimenting with using Kurama's chakra to create the explosive clay, and he had 2 levels so far: the light stuff, which was a pound of clay with the bare minimum of Kurama's chakra he could put in it, which led to explosions about twice the size as an exploding tag. And the big stuff, which was the marble with the small amount of chakra. Those were level 1 and 2. And of course he could make some that were big up to the level 2, it just depended on the amount of clay he had when he put Kurama's chakra into it. He, Kurama, and Madara were looking forward to seeing what putting in a whole tail's worth of chakra would do. Hashirama was scared, as was everyone else who knew about the explosive clay Naruto could make. Kurama and him had an interesting relationship. The fox was grumpy, but it loved anything destructive. Over the 4 months since he had gotten his colony, they had grown a little bit, not much though. But he and Kurama had discovered that the Kikaichu easily handled the Biju's chakra and could develop chakra cloaks of their own, though it barely took a drop of chakra for them to cloak the whole colony in the Biju's chakra. During an examination, Naruto had been shown the physical difference between his Kikaichu and the standard. The standard's main body was ovalish with ridges and 6 legs. His had that, but its head had 2 ear-like appendages, and it also had 1 tail appendage that waved around. Which was new from 4 months ago because they didn't have a tail then. Shibi said that he felt they would evolve to possibly up to 9 tails. Naruto had nodded in understanding. According to Shibi, his Kikaichu were tinted red, and their eyes were a blood red instead of green. Anyways, the 2 months till December passed quickly and Naruto was giddy ready to make another trip to IWA. He had missed Deidara and Inoki, even Kuratsuchi, even if he didn't know her as well as the other 2. She was seemingly the only girl his age there who didn't fangirl over him though. The 8-year-old boy went to go make his request. Chapter 19. Entering the Hokage's office, he smiled at the old man. Hey Gigi, it's time for the tournament again. Indeed it is. Will you tell me what the tournament is this time? Nope. I see. Well, I have a guard for you. I will have him meet you at the gate tomorrow morning at 7. If he's not there on time, feel free to head out by yourself and just tell the guards. They will inform your guard. Cool, thanks old man. Naruto stated, hugging him. Of course. Now I believe the Aburame wanted to see you before you left. Really? Okay, I'll go see them then. Naruto stated and turned to leave. He made his way to the clan grounds, waving as he passed a few Aburame, and sticking his tongue out at a Hyuga who scowled at him. Arriving at the Aburames, he entered into the house waving back at members who greeted him. Most of the Aburame clan liked him. There were a few members who didn't care about him, but they didn't go out of their way to antagonize like some people did. Hey Shibi-sama. Gigi told me you wanted to see me before I leave? He questioned, bounding over to the man. Yes, since your Kikaichu are so different than normal, they seem to be becoming their own breed. We have decided to name the species. We of course will respect your opinion if you have a different thought as to what to name them. We were thinking to name them Bijikaichu. Naruto sounded it out a couple times. What about just Bikaichu? Not as obvious as to their origins, and it sounds better to say. Shibi nodded. Very well. Besides for that, your colony has started to become bigger, and as such we are giving you a slightly larger gourd, he said, gesturing. Another clan member stepped forward, handing the gourd, which was twice the size of his current one. It was still small enough though to go sideways. Once the 10-galleon one became full, he would have just enough Bikaichu to form a bug clone, though if he did that it would wipe out most of his colony. So he wasn't going to do that. He relocated his Bikaichu to the new container. One final thing, you told us that you were going to IWA to partake in a formal tournament, and we do not know if you have the clothes, but we thought that these formal clothes would be an acceptable gift, Shibi stated, handing over a package. Naruto beamed. Thank you, Shibi-sama. He thanked the man as he grabbed the package. Naruto left and soon he was training with Tenzo for the One-Tails chakra. He had relative control over it, though if anything got him angry he lost control and went berserk, but he was getting better control of it. It now took longer to anger him in the One-Tail cloak. Kurama also had him working on the physical transformation which would protect him once he reached the version 2 state. The version 1 state wouldn't eat away at his cells like the version 2 state. He said that even if he held the version 1 state up at 9 tails for an entire year, it would only take a month off of his life. It was the version 2 that would eat away at his life. Which was why he had to have the physical transformation down, which would make him look like a fox-human hybrid. He could easily transform his nails into claws. It took a bit of concentration, but he could make fur sprout from his hands. He was working on doing that to the rest of his body. If he concentrated really hard he could completely transform his hand, but he could only hold it for 10 seconds if he wasn't concentrating. Done with training for today, Naruto went to go eat, and then went to sleep. The next day he got up, grabbed his stuff and went to the gate. At 7 he saw no sign of guard. Waiting for 30 minutes he frowned before shrugging. Gigi had given him permission to go ahead. Turning to the gate guards he let them know he was heading out. He headed at high genin speeds, since he now knew that the tournament took place on December 12th, then he had left on the 5th, so he would have plenty of time to get there. This year he scheduled so he could stay 3 days, one before the tournament and once after the tournament. Or if he was overly slow about getting there, then 2 days after the tournament. 5 hours later and a man appeared next to him. Naruto wasn't surprised as Hashirama had alerted him, and that he was a Konoha ninja. Hiya! Are you my guard? Naruto asked. Yes, I am. You left without me, the man stated flatly. Naruto looked and was surprised to see a familiar patch of hair. Oh hey Inu. Naruto greeted. Inu sighed. I'm not in my mask, Naruto. Oh yeah, why don't you have one of those color-changing masks? Your hair is the same shade and style as when you wear the mask? I never felt the need. Inu responded. After Sloth sleeping on his job, Inu had forced the Hokage to assign him to his personal guard. Tobirama told him that he had threatened to burn Saru's Ika Ika collection. Since he was on his personal guard, Inu learned about his ability to see shimmers. What's your name then? Kakashi, the man answered, pulling out an orange book. Hashirama twitched. Tell him not to read that trash in front of you. Hashi-chan says that you're not to read that trash in front of me. Kakashi gave an eye grin. What is he going to do about it if I don't? Hashirama grinned as he clapped his hands, and a look of concentration appeared on his face as he then placed his hands on Naruto's shoulders. He felt a peaceful chakra wash over him. The branch Kakashi was just about to land on moved away from him, dropping the man to the ground below. Naruto jumped after him. Hashirama looked exhausted. That? Naruto stated flatly. It was a new ability that his shimmers to use jutsus, but doing so consumed a lot of their spiritual chakra, so they had to be careful to not exhaust themselves. Not that Kakashi knew that. As you can see, Hashi-chan can still use his Mokuton, so no reading that trash in front, Naruto stated, rolling his eyes. Madara smirked. Of course, if he wants to read it behind you, I am all for it. The man stated with a lecherous grin. Hashirama's eye twitched. Dara-chan. He growled. What can you really blame a guy for wanting some entertainment? I haven't had any action in over like 80 years. I read a little bit of the book, and to imagine a girl lick Madara stated, waggling his eyebrows. Naruto covered his ears with a yelp. Dara-chan. Naruto shouted at him. Madara cackled. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Perverted Uchiha. Naruto informed him, as he took his hands of his ear. Ah, Kakashi stated. Dara-chan says to read the book behind me, since Hashi-chan says no reading it in front of me. The man shrugged and went to stand behind him as he pulled out the orange book again. Naruto knew that Madara was going to stand behind Kakashi and read the book as well. Pervert. He and Hashirama deadpanned at the same time. I'm a super pervert. A voice shouted as a man appeared in front of them with a grin. Who the hell are you? Naruto asked, coming to a stop and getting into a defensive stance. He seemed strangely familiar, like Naruto should recognize him from somewhere. Mama, it's okay Naruto-kun, that there is Jiraiya of the Sannin. Naruto blinked and then nodded. Ah, okay, it was him. His godfather. Now that he looked, he could see the resemblance the man had to his picture. He remembered Tobirama grumbling about the man before, saying that his spy network was pathetic, and that the man mostly perved on women and wrote the trash he called literature. When Sarutobi found out just how little Jiraiya's information was compared with Naruto, he was greatly upset. And then of course they had told him he was his godfather. Adopting a more Madara-like posturing, he crossed his arms. So you are the pathetic supposed spy master. What a joke. Madara raised an eyebrow and smirked at him. Huh. You knew exactly what I was going to say. Naruto just smirked. Jiraiya blinked. Pathetic spy master? He repeated with a twitch. Yep, our little Naruto-chan is a much better spy master. Hashirama chirped, not that Jiraiya could hear him. Of course, Kakashi stated with a shrug. Sandaime-sama has found a new spy master who provides better information and is a lot faster than your system. He said that while flipping through Ika. I see. Jiraiya stated, his voice seemed oddly dead sounding. This is old news by now, though only a few people are aware of the fact, and even fewer know who it is. Kakashi said idly. Oh, what are you doing out here anyways, especially with the brat? Why does everyone call me a brat? Anyways, I'm making my yearly trip to IWA. Jiraiya looked like he was constipated as his face got a weird look. You are going to IWA? He choked out. Yes. It's my yearly trip, this is my second year doing it. You. Naruto wondered why the man couldn't comprehend that simple fact. Adopting his Tobirama stance and posture, he looked down at the man, well up at him, but still. Is it really so hard to comprehend that someone wants to go to another village? He questioned. Madara facepalms, and now you predicted what Tobirama would say down to AT. Hashirama nodded in agreement. Jiraiya twitched. Am I really that out of the loop? He murmured to himself. Yes, now if you will excuse us, we need to continue on our journey. Naruto stated as he smiled brightly, his posture relaxing into the more friendly posture Hashirama held himself. That is actually kinda creepy that he can mimic us so well. Hashirama whispered to Madara. Come on Kaka-chan. Forward to IWA. Naruto cheered, jumping forward amongst the branches. The white-haired man rolled his eye but followed after him, reading his book. Jiraiya is following us. He is higher up in the branches above you, Madara stated. So Toad-san, and why are you following us? He asked, looking up. He couldn't see the man but he trusted his shimmers. The Sannin dropped down next to him, hoping next to him. IWA is dangerous territory. I don't know what my sensei was thinking letting you come with only one guard, so I will valiantly offer my assistance. Naruto scoffed. Whatever, just do not get in my way. He stated. Do you have multiple personality disorder or something, kid? Nah, he just likes to act like his favorite people would. Kakashi answered. Oh? Neither of them answered him. Say brat, what is your name? You know who I am, otherwise you would not act so frantic about me going to IWA, especially since you are out of the loop. I'm really starting to not like you brat. And I really do not like you, Naruto retorted. The man blinked. Geez, lighten up kid, what did I do to offend you so much? Oh let us see shall we? Naruto stated stopping and turning to the man glaring at him viciously. Jiraiya flinched. You run away from your duties as my godfather, with a flimsy excuse that you need to uphold your spy network, a network which is pathetic and majorly behind on any of the intel it gets. You instead choose to spend your time perving on women and writing that porn you try and pass off as literature, and not once do you visit me. Not once have you even sent me a gift on my birthday or for Christmas. So what did you do to offend me? You were a crappy godfather. Where were you when the villagers avoided me? Where were you when they called me a demon for the burden I carry? Where were you when a drunk villager stabbed my eyes? Where the hell were you when I got kidnapped? Tell me Jiraiya. Where were you? Naruto spat out. There was a silence before he continued on. You were perving on woman writing those stupid books? After he spat all of that out he clenched his mouth shut. He hadn't meant to say some of that stuff. Jiraiya stared in shock. Let's go Kakashi, Naruto stated turning away from the man. A few minutes later Kakashi jumped to the same branch as him, his book put away. Mama, wasn't that a bit harsh Naruto? Naruto stated flatly, too harsh would be letting Dara-chan verbally rip into him. And Hashi-chan, when we learned about him, and that he was my godfather, they were pissed. I see, Kakashi said. Hey Dara-chan. Hashirama started dodging a fireball Madara sent towards him. Why do you let Naru-chan call you Dara-chan, but not me? Madara rolled his eyes, for one because he uses it so he is not throwing my name about where that perv can hear since he is still following us. Naruto twitched. Toad is still following us. Naruto subtly signed to Kakashi. If you are going to follow us you don't have to hide it. Kakashi called out lazily. Jiraiya came from the side. How did you two know I was there? Neither answered him. I'm sorry Naruto. Jiraiya apologized. Make him sweat. If you don't talk to him at all and ignore him he will become more and more desperate to get you to forgive him. You might get something out of it. Hashirama suggested, for once being a bit mean. Madara nodded in agreement. Hey Kakashi, let's kick up the pace a bit, Lo Chunin. Kakashi nodded and Naruto took off pushing his chakra into his legs. Over the next 5 days Jiraiya tried to talk with him, but Naruto just ignored him. Though he happily talked with Kakashi. They even played a few rounds of Janken, though apparently Jiraiya hated the game. When Naruto had heard that he had actually stared at the man in horror. He shook his head. He could not accept the man if he didn't like Janken. Jiraiya tried apologizing. He tried to ask him about some of the stuff he had mentioned. Naruto could see that Kakashi wanted to ask about it as well, but he didn't. When they finally got into IWA territory Naruto put on his IWA headband. Jiraiya twitched. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Naruto had told him one night in the Umbu sign language after Jiraiya had fallen asleep. Since he had Jiraiya to be his victim he told Kakashi what to expect. He got to the gates and was waved in. This man is with me as my guard. Naruto pointed to Kakashi. I don't care about the other man. He hates Janken. Naruto stated shaking his head. Everyone within hearing distance turned to see who Naruto was pointing at. Naruto smirked. Jiraiya would not have a pleasant time. Let's go Kaka-chan, Naruto stated as he turned and walked away. The guards had allowed Kakashi through hearing that he was Naruto's guard. They started hassling Jiraiya. Mama, that was mean, Kakashi stated lightly. So, I approve, the man said giving an eye smile. I knew I liked you, Naruto stated happily. Madara gave a nod of approval. Let it be said that Kakashi was vicious to those who hurt the people he cared about. To Inokiaji-san's office. The two made their way to the office. Naruto burst in with a grin. Hey! He greeted, throwing himself onto the chair. Brat. Inoki grunted in greeting, still doing paperwork. I'm so going to crush you in the tournament this year, but I managed to acquire a stalker on my way here, Jiraiya of the Sannin, and get this, he hates Janken, Naruto stated viciously. He was going to make Jiraiya suffer. Inoki looked up. I see, and Jiraiya was the teacher of that blasted Namikaze. The old man cackled. So why are you making him suffer? Naruto scowled. He was supposed to be my godfather, he didn't even send me a gift or anything. Instead choosing to perv on woman than to do his duties. Inoki gave a nod. Alright, well, the hotel is expecting you, he stated, and I'm going to crush you this year, brat. How you wish, old man. Naruto scoffed with a grin. A knock at the door came and Inoki called the man in. It was unsurprisingly Jiraiya. What can I do for you, Jiraiya of the Sannin? Inoki questioned flatly. I'm just here as one of this brat's guard. Naruto scoffed. That is unusual, Naruto only had one guard last year. Inoki stated. The toad pervert invited himself along Aji-san. Naruto whined, glaring at the man. Jiraiya gaped. I see, well, only one guard is allowed into the tournament halls. I assume it is going to be Kakashi of the Sharingan. Naruto nodded. Yep. Inoki glared at Jiraiya. We don't appreciate you stalking one of our honorary shinobi. Especially since you were the teacher of that blasted Namikaze. He grouched. Jiraiya twitched. The door was thrown open and two people burst in. Old man. They called out. Naruto turned and beamed when he saw it was Deidara and Kuratsuchi. You are here. They cheered. I have been saving up money to buy another pound of the clay from you. Deidara stated, bouncing around. It has been a lifesaver. Naruto beamed. I'm going to beat you and the old man in the tournament. Kuratsuchi declared with a grin. Tournament? You guys keep mentioning this, what is it? IWA secret? Inoki stated flatly. Kids, this is the sensei of the blasted Namikaze, even has the same views as him. The two kids looked properly horrified. Come on, Naruto-kun. Let's get away from him. Kuratsuchi stated, grabbing him and dragging him away. Naruto grinned and the trio ran off, gossiping about Jiraiya with other kids who took off to spread the word. Jiraiya hated Janken. He and his two friends spent the rest of the day together, sparring and training mostly until night had fallen. The group ate at a nice restaurant. Jiraiya had found them after a few hours. He seemed disgruntled. Kakashi just meandered behind the group reading Ika Ika. Naruto went to the hotel and checked in the receptions, being really helpful as he got his room key. Naruto smiled and went to the room, throwing himself on the comfortable bed. He sighed in replacement. He loved coming to IWA. The young boy fell asleep with a smile on his face. Chapter 20. He woke up and got dressed in the formal clothes the Aburame clan had gifted him. It was a high-collar coat that Madara said was in fact a light gray. On the back was the leaf emblem he usually had embroidered on all of his clothes. Hashirama told him it was a leafy green color. It came with black pants and a dark orangish red shirt. Again, color information provided by the shimmers. Then he did his hair with Madara's help, who could be such a girl when it came to hair. Seriously, the man would sometimes spend an hour or more, when he didn't think anybody was watching, trying to fix his hair in the mirror. Naruto exited out of his room and down to the lobby before he saw Kakashi, who was sitting on a couch reading his book. The man got up and fell in step behind him. As soon as they walked out of the building, Jiraiya appeared. They went to the stadium and Naruto and Kakashi were allowed in while Jiraiya was blocked. Finally, Naruto muttered. HMPF, indeed. Now we can begin the real fun. Inoki stated, making a beeline for him. You bet, I've held this title for 2 years now, old man. I'm not letting you have it back. Naruto grinned. Well, let's make a new wager this year. You lose one hand and you have to forfeit. You only say that because you know that it would take a miracle to get me to even lose one hand, Naruto said, rolling his eyes. Inoki grumbled but didn't deny it. If you win, I'll give you a jutsu. Sounds like a deal, old man. The two shook hands. This time they were aware everyone was listening in to them. WOO, go solid hand, Naruto. The crowd cheered. Reclaim your throne, fallen king. Another section of the crowd cheered. Hours passed with the tournament going strong when finally it was time for Naruto to fight against Inoki. Now for the round everyone has been looking for. The fallen king Inoki is challenging solid hand Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, slayer of the wicked eyes, for title of Janken king. The announcer called out. Gah! How do you do it? Inoki grumbled as he lost. It's a secret? Naruto stated as he grinned as he stood above the defeated man. The crowd descended upon them as they sat at the table ready to sign. Eventually they were done. Squad Earth came over to him. Man. It's been a while, huh, Naruto-kun? I missed the tournament last year due to a mission, but I'm glad I could see it this year, a woman greeted. Naruto blinked, trying to remember her name. He knew she was the woman who kidnapped him. That's Chikyu, Madara reminded him. He beamed. Hey Chikyu. She grinned. The boys and I were about to go to the hot springs. Want to come? Asking him Inoki, Deidara, and Kuratsuchi. Sure. Naruto agreed. Seconds later he was swept up by Asabiruto, who placed him on his shoulder. They exited the stadium amongst cheers. They went to the hot springs where Naruto and the other guys relaxed on one side with Chikyu and Kuratsuchi on the other side. After a while of relaxing in the hot water, only interrupted once by Jiraiya giggling loudly and the woman invoking their womanly wrath on him. Anyways, after that interrupt the group went to a nice restaurant and ate a large dinner. Jiraiya unfortunately joined them, which turned the affair more quiet. None of them were going to tell him what the tournament was about. Hey Naruto. Here's the money. I'll bring the clay tomorrow so you can make the good stuff, Deidara said in a dreamy voice, his eyes lighting up in pyromaniac glee. Of course, say Aji-san, is there a place where I can test out a larger explosive nearby? I want to know just how big the explosion can get. Deidara looked at him in wonder. Sorry Deidara, but Gigi has already banned me from selling this, he wouldn't even let me test it in one of the training fields. Speaking of which, tell me tomorrow if you were able to incorporate some of my ideas from last year. The boy pouted but shrugged. Good, Deidara doesn't need anything stronger than what he has, explosions are not art. But yeah, we have a training field a few miles away from the city which is mostly used for explosions or the testing of any dangerous techniques, Anoki stated. They finished dinner and Naruto returned to the hotel, after running from fangirls, and fell asleep dreaming of white-hot explosions. He woke up and went to find Deidara, Kakashi and Jiraiya falling in step behind him. With Hashirama finding the boy's chakra, they found him eating some bakudan. Naruto joined him and then the two boys left to go to the explosive field. Anoki came up to them. I don't trust his reactions to be fast enough if the explosion ends up bigger than expected. Anoki grumbled, glaring at Jiraiya. Then he turned to Kakashi. I don't know if the brat told you what happened the first time he used his chakra mutation to make the explosive, but I'm not risking them being injured by us being underprepared, so when we get there activate that Sharingan of yours. Kakashi dipped his head slightly in acknowledgement. The group of 5 arrived at the training field. Kakachan, make sure that the toad doesn't do anything foolish. Naruto called out to him. Kakashi gave him a thumbs up. Naruto took out a small marble size of clay. Deidara, when I first did this, I put the smallest amount of chakra I could into it. Now, I'm going to put a huge chunk of that destructive chakra in this small piece. He stated, giggling manically. It was okay though, because Deidara was right there with him. Going into his mindscape, he and the fox shared similar manically grins for the destruction they were about to cause. Let's do this, brat. The fox stated. Naruto opened his eyes and felt the chakra flow into the little lump of chakra. Slowly he watched the clump change from a whitish gray into a darker shade of gray. Glancing at Jiraiya, he saw that he-man was too shocked to do anything to interrupt the process. Done? The fox said, wiggling its tails happily. Naruto placed the little thing down on the ground, then he retreated far away. Once he felt he was a safe distance away, he backed away another few hundred feet. The rest of the group followed him, nodding at the others. He formed some hand signs and did the Doton Jutsu to give them a high aerial view, and as a kind of showing off to Anoki. Not bad. Anoki stated. Ready? Naruto stated. Kakashi lifted up his headband. Alright, let's see this show. Deidara cheered. Naruto held up his hands. Katsu! He shouted. A second passed and Jiraiya scoffed. And then? Boom! The group was luckily far enough away as the blast made a 5-foot deep crater straight through solid rock, and it was 10 feet round. They could see that the rock at the side was actually liquefied and slowly melting down to the bottom. He and Deidara grinned at each other and Madara cackled in the background. Hashirama stood as far away from as he could. Art is an explosion. Deidara crowed. Speaking of art, have you been able to incorporate any of the ideas I suggested last year? Naruto asked as he ended the jutsu, lowering them to the ground. Anoki snorted. Yeah. I've figured out how to change the color of the explosion. I have only figured out how to do one color at a time so far. As for the shapes, I'm still working on it as well. Deidara said. I want to see. Madara stated, beaming manically, looking every bit as crazy as the history books made. Would you mind showing us? Kakashi asked before Naruto had a chance to make the request. Sure, no problem. Deidara pulled out a few lumps of clay that Naruto could see were varying shades of gray. He tossed and exploded them. The explosions were relatively small, and though Naruto was unable to see the colors, he could tell they were different from the varying shades of gray. Anoki shook his head and left. Naruto noticed the boy watch from the corner of his eye as Anoki left. Deidara clenched his fist. Naruto placed his hand on the older boy's shoulder and smiled. That was so cool, Databeo. I may not be able to see colors, but the explosions were varying shades of gray. Man, I wish I could see the colors. I bet it would be very artistic. Naruto rambled to the other boy. Deidara grinned. Of course it's artistic. The fleeting moment of the explosion, the quick burst of color, it's art, Naruto and Madara nodded rapidly, paying rapt attention. Inside of its Kage Kurama was also nodding. This is a wise fleshbag indeed. The 4 pyromaniacs enjoyed a few more hours of explosions. Kakashi continued reading his Ika Ika. And Jiraiya, well, he was just trying to stay alive from the 2 boys throwing small explosions at him. He volunteered. At least Madara said he did. Naruto trusted Madara, especially since Hashirama backed him up. Who was he to disagree with 2 of the founders? It was completely inconsequential when Jiraiya couldn't see the shimmers, nor even know of their existence. Back in Konoha, the third sighed and banged his head. The second was frowning and he muttered, why do I feel like I am missing someone receiving some well-deserved punishment? The two boys cackled as they sent their low-yield explosives at the toad sage who was dodging them amidst trying to get the boys to stop. They didn't, at least not until their low-yield explosives ran out. It was a perfectly good waste of clay. Eventually Inoki came back with a scroll. He tossed it to Naruto. Here's your jutsu, brat. Forming the bird hand sign he smirked and said, Doton, falling earth spears. Big spears of rock suddenly came out of the ground. Cool, Naruto stated and opened the scroll to start learning the jutsu. The rest of the day was spent with Deidara trying to figure out how to shape his explosions once they go off. Kakashi watched with interest as the two boys practiced. Naruto-kun, when you're doing the jutsu try to mold your chakra into spikes. Deidara-san, what do you know about shape transformation? Not much, Deidara answered. Well, shape transformation is an advanced form of chakra control. It involves changing the form and movement of chakra, which allows you to modify the size, range and purpose of a technique, so if you learn how to utilize shape transformation then you should be able to use it to change your shape of the chakra. The boy's eyes widened. How do I learn shape transformation? Kakashi rubbed the back of his head. I can't help with that, sorry, each person usually learn it in their own way, though clans have similar styles. I see. Thank you Kakashi-san. Deidara said bowing politely. Then he turned back to his clay and started fidgeting with it, bringing out a set of sculpting tools as he stuck his tongue out, obviously thinking. Naruto was working on his jutsu and was now making a bit of progress on it. The day came to an end and Naruto went to sleep. The next day he got up and checked out of the hotel. After having to run away from the fangirls once more he made his way to the front gate. His friends came to say goodbye to him as well as Inoki. I'll beat you next year, brat, Inoki stated with a smirk. Keep dreaming, old man, Naruto retorted, smirking back. And you Toad Sannin, don't return, ever. We don't take kindly to you and that blasted Namikaze student of yours wicked ways. Jiraiya twitched, not so subtly looking at Naruto. At least that blasted Namikaze son here doesn't follow his and yours wicked evil ways, Inoki stated. Jiraiya gaped. What, you thought that they didn't know of my heritage? Naruto asked, giving Uchiha expression number 7, are really that much of an idiot? The man pouted. The trio left and started the trip back to Konoha, Naruto ignoring all attempts of conversation Jiraiya tried to start. After a day of traveling, Naruto removed the IWA headband, storing it away in one of the many sealing scrolls he had. For days after that they arrived back at Konoha. Oh Jiraiya, oh. He looked at his student son back. He had no idea what to think of Naruto. The boy seemed to hate him, and well he could understand it, he hadn't been there for him at all, he had yet to even give the boy a gift. He had been planning to send the boy a gift once he got older. Where were you when a drunk villager stabbed my eyes? Where the hell were you when I got kidnapped? Naruto's words echoed in his mind. He had tried to learn more about what he meant by that, but the boy was tight like a clam. Kakashi didn't know anything about Naruto's eyes, but he did say that a couple years ago Naruto got kidnapped by IWA, and then Kumo, where he learned of his heritage and his burden. When he came back he called the kidnapping experience a vacation. Then there was that gourd on his back. Jiraiya felt as if he should recognize where it was from, but he couldn't. You run away from your duties as my godfather, with a flimsy excuse that you need to uphold your spy network, a network which is pathetic and majorly behind on any of the intel it gets. You instead choose to spend your time perving on women and writing that porn you try and pass off as literature, and not once do you visit me. The boy's words floated through his head as he watched the back of Minato's son. He could almost see Minato staring at him with disapproving eyes. He had, though his spy network was pretty good, but Naruto was proof that he was behind, to haven't even gotten wind that Naruto had been kidnapped, nor the fact that he was apparently some kind of famous champion in IWA, it was inexcusable. Of course, Sandaime-sama has found a new spy master who provides better information and is a lot faster than your system. His own sensei had apparently replaced him. Who could be better than him? Looks like he was out of his job then. They arrived at the village gates and they were welcomed back. It was once they were inside that Jiraiya felt as if he had been slapped in the face with a rotten fish. The villagers were glaring at Naruto and they avoided him, purposely going out of their way to stay away from him. Compared to IWA, he could see why Naruto loved the village hidden in the stones. There he was treated like a normal person, actually he was more of treated like a hero there in IWA, even despite being the son of Minato. Here, in Konoha, his own home, he was treated as the demon he carried. You were a crappy godfather. Where were you when the villagers avoided me? Where were you when they called me a demon for the burden I carry? He had thought that it was only a few villagers, just enough for the young boy to notice, not every single civilian they came across. He couldn't find one villager treating Naruto like the hero he was. Minato's last wish had been failed, it had been spat upon and trashed by the village who loved him. Kakashi had told him about Naruto's choice to keep his heritage a secret, about his dream of becoming recognized by the village for his own talents and strength, and to become Hokage. He could respect that, but seeing how the villagers treated his student's son, it was despicable. But, what he had done was worse. It was his duty to take care of Naruto, to be there for him, and he had failed. Where were you? Repeated in his head. I was perving on women, writing porn. He thought to himself in shame. Kakashi's famous saying came to mind, those who abandon the mission are scum, those who abandon their teammates are worse than scum. What would that make him then, someone who had abandoned family? The only thing he could do was beg the boy for forgiveness and try to be the godfather he should have been. Naruto, I promise you, I won't let you down again, he promised in his head as they arrived at the Hokage Tower. Chapter 21. Oh Naruto oh. They arrived back in Konoha and made their way to the Hokage Tower. Naruto burst in the room and blinked when he realized that someone else was in the room, then he realized it was Fugaku. Ah Naruto-san, I see you have returned from your trip. How was the tournament this year? Fugaku asked. It was awesome. Man, I defeated Aji-san again, and Daidarakuen, you remember him yeah? Fugaku gave a nod. Well, he has been working really hard on his art and has added colors. I wish I could see them. Oh. I also got to test my new one-tail marble. It completely decimated the ground it was on. The crater it made was like 5 feet deep and 10 feet wide, and the walls of the crater were melting. Naruto rambled on excited. Impressive, I might have to buy some of those marbles from you, they could be useful in a pinch. Fugaku mused. Just don't be within 120 feet of them, Kakashi warned. Naruto only mentioned the aftermath of the direct sight. If it had been a forest, the trees in a 50-foot radius would be ash, and up to about 120 feet they would be burning. Fugaku nodded. I shall arrange a meeting with you later so we can discuss price on those beads. I will be my own negotiator if you would like to find someone negotiate for you. Of course, Naruto said. I see you have also brought back my student, Sarutobi stated, looking at Jiraiya who was sulking in the corner. We unfortunately came across him on our way to IWA. Naruto grouched, turning away from Jiraiya. I'm sorry. Please forgive me Naruto, Jiraiya once more pleaded. I see. How was this year's tournament? I won. As expected, Naruto said with a smirk. What was the tournament? Not telling. Naruto told him with a grin. Kakashi, did you say something? The man asked, his nose in his book. Jiraiya. Sarutobi asked hopefully. I don't know what it was, they wouldn't let me in fact IWA now hates me almost as much as they hated Minato. They only allowed me to stay because I was guarding Naruto, who they adore, and I don't get it. How can they adore Naruto, who is blood related to Minato, but hate me and my only relationship is being his teacher? Jiraiya ranted, throwing his hands up. I don't know, but I suspect Naruto knows the answer, and possibly Kakashi and Fugaku. How, why would he know? Jiraiya asked, pointing to the clan head. Fugaku sneered at him. Fugaku was my guard last year. Sarutobi sighed. Next year I'm sending Guy with you, he will tell me what the tournament is. I am sorry Hokage-sama. I cannot do something as unyouthful as tell you what the tournament is. As my punishment I will run 1,000 laps around Konoha. Alright, you're dismissed Naruto. Kakashi, I expect your report tomorrow. Fugaku, thank you for informing me of your thoughts on the matter we discussed. Naruto tilted his head at the last bit, curious. It is nothing of importance, child. Now you have training to do, Tobirama stated, waving him off. Bye GG. I'll talk with you later. Naruto left and his first destination was Ichiraku's ramen. It was time to eat the food of the gods. He sat down and started eating the food. A few minutes later Shino appeared. Hey Shino. Hello Naruto, my hive informed me that you returned. I figured. I don't understand how you can understand them though. Shino shrugged. I have lived with them my entire life, understanding them is second nature to me. I am sure that you will eventually be able to understand them as well as a born Abermane can. Naruto nodded. The two boys chatted, catching up since Naruto left for vacation. Eventually Naruto left and made his way to his house, passing by the academy on his way. It was as he passed by where he heard something. Looking up he spotted a girl being dragged by three older. As she was crying he chose to follow them. He got there and saw them tormenting her. Hey! What do you jerks think you're doing? He asked them. They turned around and sneered. Oh, it's that kid. One of them muttered. Leave the girl alone. Or what? You can't do anything. Naruto jumped using his chakra and landed behind the three kids and in front of the girl. Feeling his connection to the hive he requested them to come out. The three boys backed up, their eyes going wide. Naruto sent his bugs to drain them of their chakra until they passed out. And then he had his colony returned to him. Are you okay? He turned smiling at her as he offered his hand. The girl gave a small nod. "Why yes," she said quietly as Naruto helped her up. "That's good, Hinata-sama," a man called out as he appeared. Looking at the 3 bodies on the ground, he frowned. "What happened, Hinata-sama?" The girl looked down, poking her fingers together. "Hyuga-san, I found these 3 surrounding Hinata-san here and being mean to her, I knocked them unconscious through use of my Bikachu." The man looked at him and then to Hinata, who gave a small nod. "I see, thank you for your help, Uzumaki-san." Naruto gave a small bow as Madara told him it was the appropriate thing to do. Naruto then left the 2 Hyuga, leaving as well. Returning to his apartment, he smiled. Despite the civilians being their usual selves, it was good to be back. Iwa was nice, and everyone there actually happy to see him, but there was something to be said for Konoha. It was his home and he would protect it with his life. Seeing as night had now fallen, he went to sleep happy. The next day he woke up and got dressed, ate breakfast and all that normal morning stuff. He spent an hour reading his sealing book before a knock came at his door. Opening it, he was surprised to see the same Hyuga as yesterday. "What can I do for you, Hyuga-san?" he asked politely, inviting the man in, glad that his apartment was clean. "Hayashi-sama has requested your audience," the Hyuga stated. "Ask if it is a formal audience or not," Madara told him. "Is this a formal audience?" "Semi-formal," the Hyuga told him. "When is my presence expected?" "Within the hour, if that is acceptable." "It is. Let me change into something more fitting and you can leave me if you wish." The man gave a small nod of his head and left. Naruto assumed he was waiting outside. Grabbing his new coat, he chose jeans instead of pants and the reddish-orange shirt the Aburmane had given with the coat. Raising an eyebrow at Madara and Hashirama, they gave their approval and Naruto walked out. The Hyuga led him through the streets and they went to the Hyuga clan grounds. Naruto was led forwards towards the most prominent building. Once inside, he was sat down at a living room. The Hyuga walked further in. 5 minutes pass before 2 figures come in. One is the Hyuga who had led him here, and the other was a man with long hair that was a darker shade of gray. This must be Hayashi, and judging from how deep the other Hyuga bowed before leaving, he suspected that the man was clan head. "Uzumaki-san?" the man greeted. "Hayashi-sama," Naruto replied evenly. He was now thankful for every lesson Tobirama had drilled into him about politics and clans. Fugaku had been a bit more lax, but Naruto knew the Hyuga were going to be more political. The man sat across from him and with a signal tea appeared and was served. Naruto waited until Hayashi took the first sip of tea before sipping his own. "How are you doing, Uzumaki-san?" "I am doing well, Hyuga-sama. Yourself?" "I am fortunate that my clan is doing well off," the man replied. "That is good," Naruto replied back, sipping at the tea again. "How is the academy?" the man asked. Naruto inwardly sighed at the polite talk. He would much rather they just cut to the chase of why he was summoned. "It is okay. I heard that you have some of the lowest grades in your class. I tend to forget to turn the assignments in. I find that most of the information they teach is more orientated for those students who will become civilians." "I see, you would go straight to the ninja academy if you could?" "Ah, I would, if that would not make me seem like a prodigy of sorts. I have no inclination to be brought up in such light." "Interesting," Hayashi stated. He sipped his tea. "I would like to know why you helped Hinata." And now they were getting to the matter at hand. "I do not like bullies. I'm sure you can understand why. When I saw them picking on her, I decided to stop it." Hayashi frowned a bit. "But you are allied with the Uchiha clan, the Aburmane as well, so what of it?" Naruto questioned. "My apologies, I assumed that as an ally of the Uchiha you would follow the clan rivalries." "Clan rivalries?" Naruto wondered in his mind. He filed that away to ask Tobirama later. "It is fine, Hyuga-sama. I am not interested in carrying forth any clan rivalries. I only wish to be neutral, or have a positive relation with the clans." "Very well, thank you then for helping my daughter." Naruto bowed his head. "Thank you for coming, Uzumaki-san," the man said as he got up. "It is no problem, Hyuga-sama. Thank you for the tea. It was an honor meeting you," Naruto replied as he stood up, and with a formal bow he left. After exiting out of the Hyuga clan, he sighed, his shoulders sagging. Now he could go read his book again. Chapter 22. The next year passed rather peacefully. He had eventually forgiven Jiraiya, and the man was trying his best to make up for his mistakes. And Jiraiya never asked him about his slip-up, saying that Naruto could tell him when he wanted. The man wanted Naruto to live with him, but he didn't want to since it would make it harder to chat with his true family, the Shimmers. The man took to training him in the sealing art, seeing that Naruto was learning it. Jiraiya did learn that Naruto was getting training from the Umbu, and that he was a lot more advanced than a normal genin. Though he wasn't quite ready for the duties of a chunin. His skills may be at that level, but they didn't think he could handle the leadership duties of a chunin yet. under Jiraiya's teaching his sealing ability raised up quite a bit. On Saturdays Tobirama would always come over and have him work on the 3-step while teaching Naruto politics. This was also helping Naruto learn how to make seals while focusing on something else. Some ninja couldn't focus on hand signs and what the opponent is saying at the same time. Eventually Tobirama told him of a more advanced chakra control. A shell of chakra was formed around a liquid. At first Naruto had to keep in contact like the ball, but eventually he mastered it, even being able to form multiple of them easily. When he mastered it he decided it was time for a prank. He bought a ton of paint and made the chakra balls around the paint. Then he went to the top of the Hokage tower with the paints. Inu, who was his guard at the moment, helped him. The two threw all of the paint balls, the extreme force of contact bursting them as they decorated the nearby buildings, and Kakashi decorated the not so near, even managing to hit the Hokage monument. Eventually the two ran out of paint and they fled the scene of the crime before everyone woke up to start the day. Other than pulling a few pranks, his training was going well. Madara and Hashirama continued teaching him taijutsu. Madara finally taught him the great fireball jutsu, and Hashirama taught him a wind jutsu, the air bullet jutsu. Hashirama also started him on learning to the sensory. Madara also decided to teach Naruto how to wield a gun which with a request to the Hokage they had one made since it wasn't a common weapon and none of the shops sold it. For some reason the Hokage banged his head on the desk, muttering something under his breath that they couldn't make out. Tobirama just shook his head when Naruto made the request. As for his training with the commander, he had finished the mental process training. He was now able to see and process the Umbu speed conversations. His speed also improved. Without his weights and with chakra he could move at Umbu speed. Without his weights and without chakra it was low Jounin. With his weights and with chakra he could move at high Chunin speed. With his weights and without his chakra then he moved at low to average Chunin speeds. Now that he was done with the mental process training, with the side effect being speed, then he could move on to the next training, which was learning how to deliver information and how to signal to other Umbu. As the year finished he completed his Umbu training in information delivery. Other than his training there was his personal life. The academy was the same boring stuff as ever. But the good thing was that it was the final year of the merged academy. Next year they would be in the Shinobi Academy. He and Shino always spent recess together, Hinata joining them after she worked up the nerve to ask. The trio became good friends. Naruto also finally told Shino about Kurama, and about his parents. He still wasn't quite ready to tell him about the shimmers. He also noticed that the Hyuga changed regarding him, whereas before they ignored him and some sneered at him, now they were giving him polite nods or greeting him. It was weird, but Madara told him it was because of his talk with Hayashi. Now that Naruto had shown that he was actually playing the political game, then Hayashi wanted to keep his options open regarding him. Though the man made no further moves. As for his colony, they were slowly increasing in size, and actually during one of his spars with Shino he and Kurama learned something they could do. They could have the bugs form into the shape of a small fox and the Bikachu could apply an illusion to make it look like a fox. That much was obvious and easy, but it was when they applied Kurama's chakra to them when they held the shape that things became surprising. "I'm outside?" Kurama questioned in shock, looking around. Shino turned towards them and raised an eyebrow. "This is interesting," Naruto stated. "Indeed, to think that these bugs of yours can hold my conscience," Kurama muttered, walking around. "So this is Kurama?" Shino stated. "I am Shino, it is interesting to meet you." Yeah, bow before me, meatbag. "I am the greatest of the Biju, the almighty QB. And I am sorta free," the miniature Biju stated pompously. Naruto chuckled as he watched Kurama bound around the clearing. "Say brat, can we go cause some panic amongst the civilians? Please. No. I don't need them to hate me any more than they already do. Bah. Boring. Oh. Let's play with some bombs, I want to see them for myself," Kurama stated, leaping over to him. "Sure," Naruto agreed, pulling out some of the low-yield explosives. The trio spent an hour like that playing with explosives and entertaining the Hyper Biju. On note of Kurama, Naruto's one-tail cloak was coming along well, though he still got angry relatively quick, and so he worked on being able to control his emotions better so he didn't lose control. But soon the academy came to an end and it was Naruto's favorite month of the year, December. Naruto was assigned Might Guy as his guard and the duo set out. Unlike previous trips, Guy encouraged him to push himself as they ran to IWA. Naruto had informed Guy of what to suspect instead of leaving it as a surprise. The duo arrived within 4 days. Naruto was exhausted since Guy said that they should only stop running to sleep. The guards looked at him as he collapsed. "That was tiring," he grumbled from the ground. The guard, seeing he was uninjured, snickered at his plight. "If you don't get up soon, perhaps we should alert your fangirls that your Naruto was gone before the guard could finish the sentence. Naruto made his way to Inoki's office, grinning as people greeted him. Though a fangirl horde did start and Naruto had to run once more. It was an exhausted boy that came into Inoki's office and collapsed on the chair. "Brat, you look tired." "His youthful energy has been put to the test on the most youthful run here," Guy shouted with a thumbs up. "What he said?" The exhausted 9-year-old grumbled. "You got another new guard, Brat?" "Yeah, Gigi keeps trying to learn what the tournament is." Naruto looked at Guy and stated. "Which would be most unyouthful, to tell him what the tournament is?" Guy frowned at that. Anyways, Naruto went to the hotel, checked in, and then his brain checked out as he fell asleep. The next day he spent with Deidara, the two boys messing around with explosions. Deidara had learned how to create basic shapes with his explosions, and had figured out how to make his explosions multiple colors, through the colors ran together. Naruto gave him a small hardened marble of chakra that was on a string. He had one himself hanging on his wrist. "For emergencies only?" Naruto told him with a grin. He knew that the bead was a bright angry red from what Madara had told him. The bead was a one-tailed marble explosion. He wasn't allowed to sell them to Deidara, but giving him one as a gift. Well, Gigi never said anything against it. The next day Naruto had another free day, which he spent actually exploring Iwa, Deidara and Kuratsuchi being his tour guides. Naruto knew a few streets, the ones he commonly used on his other vacations, but the rest of Iwa was a mystery. Finally, it was time for the tournament, in which Naruto dominated. Inoki of course made his standard bet: if Naruto lost one hand he would have to forfeit, if not then he won a jutsu. Which when he did win was the rock clone technique. After signing they relaxed at the hot springs and then Naruto went to sleep. The next day he spent with Deidara and Kuratsuchi, sparring and training. He was able to beat Kuratsuchi in the taijutsu only spar, and put up a decent fight against Deidara, though the older boy still won. Experience mattered after all. Anyway, soon it was time to head back, and Naruto kept mentioning to Guy how unyouthful it would be to tell the Hokage, and that if Guy did tell the Hokage then he was more unyouthful than Kakashi, and that really seemed to do the trick. Naruto returned to Konoha and they reported to the Hokage. As Jiraiya came to teach him more seals, Naruto smiled. Life was good. Chapter 23. Naruto jumped up excited. Today was the first day of the Ninja Academy. He got dressed, putting on his clothes proudly, wearing the leaf sign on his back and the Uzumaki spiral on his shoulder. His Pikachu formed the small Kurama, who grumbled, "Calm down, geez, you got me soaked with that damn water." "Sorry Kurama, if I knew what caused the water I would fix it, or if I could I would change your cage to something more comfortable." "Yeah, I know you would, brat." The Biju jumped up onto his shoulder, wrapping its tail around the back of Naruto's neck. Naruto wrinkled his nose as he felt the Pikachu. He still had a bit of trouble getting used to the feel of the Pikachu on any other body part other than his hand. The CUG clone may look like Kurama, but it certainly didn't feel like fur. Although the miniature Kyuubi had only one tail. Naruto rolled his eyes and walked towards the academy with a hop in his step. He really was excited. Kurama grumbled as they arrived and the bugs returned to his gourd. The grumpy fox didn't want to sit around the classroom all day. Naruto sat next to Shino and Hinata, who luckily were in the same class as him. He noticed Sasuke was also in the class. Looking around he noticed an Inuzuka, a Nara, a Yamanaka, and an Akimichi. Giving a low whistle he muttered to his friends, "There are a lot of clan children in this class. They are not just clan children, but clan heirs with the exception of Kiba Inuzuka," Shino informed him. "Damn, I guess they're going to make the Ino Shikacho group again. Oh, only if the kids show they can work together," Hinata stated softly. "Interesting, what other teams do you think would be formed?" "Well, either me or you will be on a tracking team with Hinata and Inuzuka-san," Sino stated. "One team will be the highest scoring shinobi and kunoichi with the dead last to balance the teams." "Maybe I shouldn't be dead last then," Naruto muttered. Shino raised an eyebrow at him. "I had planned to be dead last so people would underestimate me." "I see, that is a good strategy amongst those in Konoha, but it is ineffectual because people outside will be more likely to recognize you." "Yeah, I don't know, I guess I'll just have to see how things pan out. I don't know if they will even be able to keep my attention." Shino gave a nod. As it turned out, the academy could not hold his attention. The weeks passed and they were practicing throwing kunai, which Naruto had learned already. He was lazing around watching his fellow students when he saw one of the girls struggling. She had medium-length hair. He didn't recognize her, but he still went over. "Hey," he greeted. The girl blinked at him. "Hi." She replied back a bit timidly. "What's your name?" "Mine's Naruto." "Sakura," she replied back. "Nice to meet you. Want to practice together?" "Sure." For the rest of the time they spent on kunai throwing, he helped her throw her kunai. At the end of the day she dragged him over to her parents, much to the amusement of Shino and Hinata. That's when the newly blossoming friendship ended. Her parents were civilians who didn't want their precious flower being near the demon boy. They forbid her from hanging out with him. Naruto sighed as he turned back to his friends, go figure. None of the civilian children would ever be friends with him because their parents told them he was a monster. Anyways, after that she avoided him, soon becoming a fangirl of Sasuke and having a rivalry with Ino, who she used to be friends with. Anyways, as for the Nara heir, there was actually a rumor going on that the two were somehow related, not for their looks, but for the sheer laziness the two boys possessed. In fact, Naruto and the Nara had silently challenged each other to who could be the laziest. Needless to say, the academy became a very good time to sleep. One time when he left the academy, he went to go eat at Ichiraku's and the Ino Shikacho Juniors followed him. He and the Akimichi boy got into a ramen eating contest, which Naruto thoroughly won. No one could beat him at his favorite food. The Yamanaka girl sniffed in disgust as she watched them eat. So why did y'all follow me? I want to play a match of shogi against you, the Nara said. I was just following Shikamaru. A girl can't get to know the second cutest guy in the class? The Yamanaka said with a grin. Naruto twitched, memories of fangirls appearing in his mind. Sasuke-kun is obviously the cuter one between the two of you, and he is much cooler and more mysterious, plus he has such a tragic backstory. She said, her voice going dreamy. Although Sasuke-kun seems to dislike you, she stated, turning to him, a questioning look on her face. Naruto shrugged, we used to be friends, but he didn't like that I had Shino as my friends, he made me choose. I stuck with Shino cause we had been friends longer. The girl nodded. Hey, what are y'all's names anyways? I know y'all's clan names, but not your first. Naruto asked after a moment of silence as he followed Shikamaru to go play shogi. Choji. The Akimichi boy stated. Ino. The Yamanaka girl stated, flipping her hair. Shikamaru. Finally they arrived at the Nara clan grounds and Shikamaru led him to his room. The boy pulled out his shogi board and the two boys played, Naruto learning as he played as Madara, and Hashirama told him rules and suggested plays. Naruto switched between the two advices, from Madara's aggressive frontline attacks with the sneaky back pieces, and Hashirama's defensive plays with the careful taking of his opponent's plays. Shikamaru frowned as the game continued. Still, he won at the end. What strategy were you using? The boy asked. Naruto shrugged, it was kinda mixed between two strategies. I switched between them as I felt was needed. The boy nodded. We should play again. Sure, it was fun. A couple months later he was going to meet with Shino. His life had gotten fairly busy, with learning seals from Jiraiya, and now even Tobirama. Though Tobirama was mostly the principles and theories behind sealing, while Naruto was still practicing the infernal three-step. He had it down, sure, he could do it perfectly without messing up. But Tobirama wanted him to be even faster at it. Madara and Hashirama continued training him in taijutsu, sensory, and the way of the gunbai. His umbu training, now that his information training was done, the commander was teaching him the general stuff. Sarutobi didn't approve, but he could see how beneficial it was for Naruto. After all, the umbu treated him like a normal person, which the other umbu had learned who he was, though they weren't aware of his ability. And when Danzo learned that Naruto was receiving umbu training, the man backed off of Sarutobi a bit. And his training with Kurama's physical transformation was going well. He could get the fur to sprout everywhere and half of his bones changed form to that of the fox structure. Usually it was his arms and legs, sometimes it was head and arms. Once he had sprouted a tail. Naruto really enjoyed being the spy master. He learned lots of stuff he wouldn't otherwise be privy to, and he was helping Konoha. He met with his Gigi at least once a month to report what his network had found out, unless it was an emergency. Shaking his head, he continued on his way to the training field Shino had told him to meet at. They were once more going to be bug hunting, and then training a bit. As he got closer to the training field, he heard the sound of fighting. Frowning, he picked up his speed a bit. Hearing Shino cry out in pain, he ran forward. He saw Shino on the ground, his hand clutching his arm to stop the bleeding. Naruto growled as the attacker stepped forward to finish the job. Rushing over to his friend, he pulled out a kunai and stopped the man. Emotions welled up, panic, anger, and the need to protect Shino. He crouched as he pulled upon the one-tail cloak. His eyes burned as if they were on fire. The attacker cursed and turned to run. Naruto started to chase after him, rip, tear, shred, kill, but he saw his guard go after the man. Naruto heard Shino whimper in pain. Managing to remain in control, he deactivated the cloak. He went to his friend's side. Shino's Kikaichu were crawling on the wound now, which meant that they were trying to pull out poison, but soon they started wobbling in their flight before he saw Shino's bugs attacking Shino. His eyes wide, he sent his Pikachu to protect Shino. Frowning, he held his hands out and sent his chakra at Shino's Kikaichu. The bug sensed his chakra and turned to him. The poison must have been designed to affect the Kikaichu, Hashirama stated, looking around. Naruto, pull your chakra away from your eyes, Madara stated. Naruto did as the Kikaichu flew towards him. Naruto winced as the bugs started attacking him, though Kurama was healing him as much as they were biting him. It hurt, but at least they weren't further damaging Shino. As his guard was no chasing after the attacker, Naruto asked Kurama to go find a medic or an Aburmane to come and help. His Pikachu formed the clone and Kurama ran off. A few minutes later and the fox returned riding on top of the shoulder of an Aburame. The person's eyes widened at seeing Naruto being attacked by Shino's bugs. Shino was attacked by someone, he is being chased. But I think his blade was poisoned. When Shino's bugs come into contact with it they started attacking him. I called the Kakachu to me because of my healing factor. The Aburame nodded. I see, unfortunately we can't easily neutralize the poison here. I will take Shino to the hospital and you go to the main house, we have several antidotes we can try. Naruto winced again and nodded. The foxbug clone dissipated and his clones went to his gourd as the duo separated. He made his way to the clan grounds, avoiding the heavily populated area, and taking the roofs to quickly reach his destination. The Aburame clan saw him and quickly led him in. Naruto reported what had happened, twitching occasionally. Shibi was quick to arrive and winced at what he saw. Follow? The man stated, turning and briskly walking towards a building. Naruto was led and told to sit in a room. Okay, we're going to disperse a few antidotes into the air. Hopefully one of these will do the trick to calm Shino's Kakachu down. They closed the room and soon Naruto heard a hissing. A few minutes later nothing seemed to happen and then he heard a whirling. That process repeated 3 more times before Shino's Kakachu stopped attacking. Naruto sighed in relief. The whirling happened once more and then the door opened. Shibi came in and came over to him. Naruto-san, are you in relatively good condition? I'm fine, I'm already healed. It is good that you were there to help Shino, as he does not have your healing factor the damage would be much worse. I have already received word from the hospital, Shino will be fine in a few hours. Naruto sighed in relief. That's good to hear, and his colony? Naruto asked, looking at the Kakachu who seemed to be flying around aimlessly. I shall collect them and check to make sure they are fine. Shibi said, raising his hands, and the bugs flew into a gourd the man brought in. Please take care, Naruto-san. Shibi stated with a nod as he left. Naruto stood there for a moment, shocked at just what had occurred. Frowning, he made his way to the Hokage's office. Once in the room he asked, was Shino's attacker caught yet? Not yet, he is still being pursued. The Hokage said, dismissing his Umbu guards. Naruto turned to Tobirama. I don't want him to get away. I would like to request that some shimmers also go after him, in case he manages to give the slip. That is a good call. Very well. Tobirama agreed with a nod. Naruto, did anything else happen? Did the attacker say anything? Tell him you unlocked your Sharingan. I unlocked my— wait, what? Naruto started to repeat before he realized just what Madara had said. He whirled to the shimmer, his eyes wide. Yes, I noticed you unlocked them when you saw Shino being attacked. That is why I told you to pull your chakra away from your eyes? Naruto-kun. Sarutobi questioned. How could I have unlocked them though? Naruto asked, ignoring the third for a moment. You remember how you got your eyes correct? Naruto nodded. Orochimaru used a jutsu called the Edo Tensei to summon me. He merged your eyes with my Edo Tensei eyes. I am surprised you managed to activate them. Naruto went pale. You mean? Madara bent down to him. Your eyes are also partially made with my eyes, but that is fine. It is not your fault for what he did. Madara spoke gently. Naruto-kun, what have you unlocked? The third questioned once more. The Sharingan? Naruto said, sitting down in the chair. The third's eyes went wide. How are you able to have the Sharingan? Naruto bit his lip. He had promised that he wouldn't mention Orochimaru to anybody, but it had been a couple years. Finally the young 9-year-old caved. Uo Sarutobi-o. He watched as Naruto bit his lip, hesitant to tell him how he. When I was 5. I had played one of my pranks. I was running away from the villagers and a Chunin and decided to hide in the Hokage monument since there are a lot of rooms, the boy started. I ran into one of the rooms thinking I had lost them. I looked around and spotted someone else in the room. Back then I could see colors. I don't remember much about his looks, other than he was pale with black hair and yellow slitted snake-like eyes. Hiruzen's eyes widened. Surely Naruto couldn't mean Orochimaru? Unfortunately for me, the Chunin was a censor and had located me. I heard them come closer. I then looked for a place to hide, but the man grabbed me and used a jutsu to make us travel through the ground. Eventually we resurfaced back up. I did not know where we were at back then, so I followed him since he saved me. I remember us chatting, but I don't remember what. Eventually he pointed me to the market district and we went our separate ways. He raised an eyebrow, wondering what his old student had been doing that he didn't try to take further advantage of Naruto, especially since it seemed they were all alone. I walked through the district. It was late at night. I remember being shoved into a wall and a knife being held. I had been scared, so scared. The man was talking crazy. kept speaking about eyes. He held the knife to my eye. I remember trying to break free. But that had drove the knife into my eye. I froze then, in pain, in fear, I don't remember. I tried calling for help but nobody came. The man stabbed my other eye. He was about to kill me. He stared in horror at what he was hearing. Suddenly the next thing I remember was that snake guy talking. He told me he could give me my sight back. I agreed. He picked me up and took me somewhere. He then gave me a shot which knocked me out. I don't know what he did. Naruto paused and tilted his head a bit. Madara says he has a bit more information. Naruto changed his posture to stand like Madara. I felt a tugging, and when I arrived I saw that this yellow slitted eye guy was summoning me via Edo Tensei. As a reincarnation I do not remember anything from my time in the spirit world. He tried taking my eye out only for it to fall apart into dust. He seemed amused by this as he watched my eye reformed. He then turned to Naruto, who was on a table unconscious. I could see that his eyes were wounded. He took one of Naruto's eyes, and after taking out my eye again he placed Naruto's eye into my empty eye socket. Of course my eye still tried to reform, and it did, using the material of Naruto's eye in the process. He took the eye out and I waited for it to fall apart. The eye did not, and he placed it inside of Naruto's socket. He then repeated this process with Naruto's other eye. I choose to follow as the snake man, who we later learned was named Orochimaru, took Naruto to his apartment. He looked on, horrified by what he was hearing. His student had experimented on Naruto. That's pretty much the story. GG, Naruto told him, relaxing his posture. A month after that I started seeing a sort of shimmer in the air. And then they developed into people. You know that and the rest? Why didn't you tell me about this? Orochimaru told me not to tell anybody about him being here. Naruto stated, looking away. I see. He stated, shocked. What had his student been doing in the Hokage's monument? There wasn't much important up there. Except Edo Tensei. The first two Hokage's bodies. Fuck. Chapter 24. Oh, Naruto, oh. Naruto was dismissed, but he could hear the Hokage barking out orders, and as he walked out tower he saw the man left towards the Hokage monument with 4 umbu behind him. I wonder what that's about. Naruto mused as he watched. Madara and Hashirama shrugged. I think I should go practice my chakra cloak some more. I was able to be in control earlier today, but I felt like I was about to lose control. The two shimmers nodded, and Naruto, after finding a secluded area, changed into his umbu clothes. Then he headed to the building and asked around for Tenzo. Luckily the man was around. Hey Tenzo Taishu, I wanted to work on my cloak some more, but I was wondering if we could get someone else to use genjutsus on me. That way I can be as if I am actually in a battle, instead of a controlled situation. Tenzo nodded. That is a good idea, Nomani. Give me a moment to find someone who can use genjutsus. I am not the best at them. He left and soon came back with Hummingbird. Naruto was led to the empty room that was always used for his training. Hummingbird made a string of hand signs. Naruto activated his one-tailed cloak. Soon the room warped. He was on the streets of Konoha. Soon though a running figure caught his attention. Taking off after him, he realized he was in his umbu clothes. The runner, who he knew was fleeing from them, jumped down and attacked Hinata. Naruto growled, rage flashing through him as he leapt down at the attacker, claws outstretched. His anger burned at him, threatening to overwhelm him as the attacker threw kunai, aiming for Hinata. He wanted to charge the guy, attack him, rip him to shreds. And he was only barely able to refrain, as he knew if he did that he would leave Hinata unprotected. Soon the genjutsu ended, leaving him sweating and panting. His cloak fading away. He clenched his fist before taking a deep breath and releasing it. Calming down, he looked at them. Again, please? They nodded. The rest of the day was spent under genjutsus, learning how to control himself even amidst a battle. This resulted in a noticeable leap in his skill controlling his emotions while under the influence of the chakra cloak. After that day was over, Naruto's life hit the fast lane. The rest of the year passed, training hard to get better. Tobirama continued his normal teaching of politics and the theory behind sealing. All the while Naruto was doing the 3-step, inwardly cursing Tobirama as the man made him practice, and practice, and practice some more. Madara taught him how to utilize the Sharingan, though Naruto was reluctant to use it. He wanted to get strong on his own strength, not by stealing others' work. Madara praised him when Naruto told him that. He said that Naruto's work motivation was good, and that if he worked hard then he would become stronger than someone who only copies a jutsu. Besides, for the Sharingan training, it was also working on the Gunbai and the next stage of Madara's taijutsu style, which utilized the visual prowess of the Sharingan. Hashirama taught him how to defend himself, and the two worked on figuring out his abilities for interacting with spirits. Since the shimmers were able to grab him and use their jutsus through him. Though Naruto did notice it used up his chakra as well, but it only used his physical half, the shimmer providing the spiritual half. Though it took up a lot of the shimmer's spiritual chakra to do so. which led Hashirama to training himself, trying to develop his spiritual chakra as well as his chakra control. His Umbu training was going well, as he learned the basics of everything an Umbu needed to know. He fully mastered his one-tail cloak by the time December came around, and so long as he wasn't battling and was in a calm environment he could control the two-tail cloak. But after the busy year he was ready for his vacation to Iwa. His guard this year was actually Gigi's son Asuma. The two walked out the gates. "Man, Gigi really is trying to learn what the tournament is," Naruto commented with a grin. The old man muttered something about family loyalty getting the answer. Asuma informed him with a sideways glance. "Will you inform him? I've gotten Fugaku, Kakashi and Guy to keep it secret. It must not be harmful then if they are willing to keep it secret," the man stated, puffing out some smoke. "Nope, it's just Iwa's tournament." Asuma blinked. "Oh, you mean their Janken tournament? I thought the old man knew about that." Naruto cackled. "Nope, he doesn't." Asuma smirked at him. "Who am I to enlighten him to this fact then?" "Yes. Haha, Gigi is going to suffer another year without knowing." "That's it. I'm sending Ibiki with you," the third said, pouting after Asuma informed him that he would not tell him. "It's not often when I can get to one-up the old man," Asuma stated. He paused before he suddenly turned to stare at Naruto. His eyes went wide and he pointed. Your solid hand? The one who overthrew Inoki?" Asuma shouted, shocked. "Yep." Asuma pulled out a poster. It had the back of Naruto on it with the leaf symbol. In the background it had Fugaku's shocked expression, his Sharingan clear in his eyes. It also had Inoki bowing down on the ground. "Please, you have to sign my poster, man. I wish I had been able to see the tournament I heard about and a friend handed me this poster. I heard it was legendary. I have to know how you do it." Asuma started speaking rapidly, thrusting the poster over to Naruto. "It was one of the only reasons I accepted this mission, because we were heading to Iwa. I figured I could see the tournament, but to know I'm actually Guardian Solid Hand. Man, no, if only I knew who the underground shogi tournament leader was." Naruto signed the poster easily. Having to sign a great many posters and other memorabilia led him to quickly developing his signature. "Underground shogi tournament?" Naruto questioned. He had gotten used to the game and Shikamaru said he was pretty good compared to most of the people he faced against. "Yeah, Konoha doesn't have an official tournament like the other four, but we have the underground shogi tournament. Most aren't even aware of it. I probably shouldn't have mentioned it. I play a bit of shogi. I would be interested to learn more about it." "Really? You any good?" "I don't know, I only ever play against a Shikamaru Nara, so I always lose. He says I'm pretty good though." "A Nara?" "Yeah, they are insanely good at the game. In fact, the tournament is run by them." Asuma agreed as they jumped through the trees. If a Nara says you're good, you might have a chance making it past the first round. Tell you what, if you can beat me in a round of shogi, I will front you for the underground tournament." "Sounds like a deal." The two continued their journey to Iwa, bounding over their love of games and wind affinity. They were halfway through their journey when Naruto froze. A feeling of slime felt like it was crawling over him. "There's a filth in the area," Hashirama stated as he and Madara stood in a defensive position around Naruto. "What's wrong?" Asuma asked, having to back up to the boy who had frozen. Before Naruto could respond, the feeling grew, and coming out of the other side of the forest was this black thing. It had a faint resemblance to a human, in that it was bipedal and had 2 arms, but its body seemed to be bubbling and shifting. The thing looked completely black even to Naruto. The boy shifted into a defensive taijutsu stance even as Madara jumped down and attacked the thing. He watched as the two fought. The creature always moved as if in slow motion, but somehow it was always fast enough to dodge out of the way of the strikes. Hashirama formed hand signs and came up and wrapped around the creature, trapping it. Madara formed his own hand sign and burnt the filth to a crisp. The battle was quick, only lasting about half a minute, but his 2 shimmers looked exhausted. "Naruto!" Asuma snapped out, waving his hand in front of him. He jumped back, blinking. "What happened?" He shook his head. "Nothing." Asuma frowned. Luckily though, he didn't question any further. The duo continued on the road. Finally Naruto arrived at Iwa, his headband firmly in place around his neck. The guards waved him by once they saw him. Naruto made his way through the streets, people smiling at seeing him. He knew that soon the fangirls would be upon him. Hurrying up a bit, he managed to make it to the Tsuchikage building before the fangirls could swarm him. Barging into the old man's room, he smiled, before pausing, the words dying in his face as the heavy atmosphere crashed down upon him. Deidara and Inoki were glaring at each other. They turned to face him before Deidara beamed brightly. "Naruto-kun. Finally someone who understands true art." Naruto just grinned at the boy. "Bah. At least the brat isn't obsessed with explosions as you are." "So brat, you ready to lose?" "Ha, you wish, Aji-san," Naruto told him, grinning. Asuma watched. So who's your guard this year? He's not going to be like last year's, is he? Nah, Asuma is cool. Actually I'm hot. Asuma stated, blowing out a puff of smoke. Somewhere in Konoha Kurenai's eyes started twitching. Do you like art? Deidara asked, looking up at the man. The 13-year-old boy grinned. What kind of art are you talking about? Naruto and Deidara shared a glance. The only kind of art worth viewing, the beauty of which is only available for a brief second, but its memory lasts on forever in the person who sees it. Art is an explosion. Databao. The two boys chorsed. Anoki facepalmed. Get out of my office, brats, you know where your hotel is at. The two boys grinned and jumped out the window. First they went to go have Naruto check into his apartment, and then they went to the explosive training field. Hey, guess what, Deidara? What? You know that marble from last year? Yeah. That is my T1 strength. I have developed a T2, which is stronger. I have some pre-made. Gigi said that I could test them here, since any damage I caused wouldn't give him more paperwork to do. Deidara cackled. Let's see it. Naruto placed the marble down and the two went far away. Asuma followed them, confused. Why are we going so far? That explosion is made from my chakra mutation. Naruto deadpanned. Asuma's eyes went wide. T2, oh that. He paled. Yeah. Let's see, this was a safe distance last time. And we still had plenty room left. Naruto slammed his hand on the ground and raised them up into the air. Let's watch this beauty. Deidara said, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Katsu. Naruto shouted, making the cross seal. A few seconds passed. Which was normal for these explosions. Boom. The earth shook. They could feel the heat brush against their faces. The three blinked the spots away from their eyes. The crater was twice as big as the first crater. They watched as the sides of the crater melted down to the bottom, slowly cooling. Brat. Anoki shouted as he raised another pillar to go next to theirs. Yes. The two boys asked. What the hell was that? We saw it all the way from IWA. That was my newest bomb. Last year is called T1. This year I managed to double it to the T. Anoki grumbled. You could have warned me. Oh? Does Aji-san want to see the explosions? He teased the man. Anoki leveled a glare at him. He didn't say anything though. Naruto beamed. Having gotten his answer, the man soon left. The rest of the day was spent as normal, messing around with explosions and sparring. Deidara though said that he was almost done with something and that he would show Naruto after the tournament. With that the two boys parted, and as they got back into IWA, Naruto was forced to run from fangirls to his hotel room. The next morning he got dressed in his formal clothes and fixed his hair to look more tame than it usually did, still spiky, but now it was more reminiscent of Madara's luscious hair. Naruto paused as he realized what he thought. Damn, Darachan infecting me with his stupid hair fanaticism. Heading out, he made his way to the tournament, Asuma following behind him, a giddy look on his face. Geez, you're excited for this, Naruto stated flatly. He loved the tournament, but Asuma looked like a kid set free in a candy shop with as much money to spend as they could need. When they arrived and Asuma was asked if he wanted to participate, the man looked like a squirrel on crack. Anoki came over and they made their usual bet. The tournament progressed as usual. Asuma made it to the top 15 before he was drawn up against Anoki and lost, having to suffer the punishment, the terrible, unspeakable, horrible punishment that should never be repeated. Anyways, the final 10 came up, with only a few changes in the people, nobody important though. Naruto and Anoki faced off finally, though this year Naruto was challenging him from second place since his name had come up as 9 original and Anoki's as 4. They of course saved their fight as the last show, as it had been every year. Naruto won despite Anoki doing everything in his power to distract him and get him to lose. After they spent time signing posters and such, then they went to dinner and finally the hot springs. The next day Naruto and Deidara were given a scroll each. I gave you two the same scroll L, you two are the only ones who utilize clay to the extent you do. For you, Naruto, it's my payment from the tournament, Deidara, that there is an early Christmas present. Anoki explained as Naruto sent him a questioning look. The two boys beamed and started working together to learn the jutsu. The Nendo Bunshin, a clone made out of clay. The two boys worked hard and each time either made a bit of progress, they shared it with each other, quickly learning the clay clone within the day. Hey Naruto, can you meet me at the explosion testing field around midnight? Sure, why though? I have something I want to show you, and it is better at night, Deidara said with a grin. Okay. Naruto took a nap and his shimmer woke up and he went to go meet Deidara, Asuma following with a yawn. They arrived at the training field to see Deidara already waiting for them. Finally, now let me show you how far my art has progressed, Deidara said, bouncing around. First Naruto, can you lift us into the air? Naruto nodded, and doing the jutsu the three were on a pillar about 50 feet high. Now, just watch the show, Deidara shouted as he threw out a few small circular beads. They were quickly exploded, each one a different shade of gray and a different shape. They were basic shapes, but it was still impressive. Then Deidara threw one of his clay sculptures, a bird. The two Konoha citizens watched as Deidara did a hand sign, the bird getting bigger and flying around a bit. Then the older boy crossed his fingers. Katsu, he whispered out with a maniacal grin. The bird exploded. It was all kinds of shades of gray and it retained the shape of the bird even as it expanded outwards. Slowly it dissipated. Wow! That was brilliant? Naruto enthused. So much potential? Madara said, grinning. Yeah. Oh man, that was awesome, such destructive awesomeness. Kurama said, forming himself. Asuma and Deidara paused as they looked at the foxbug clone. Asuma twitched. Who are you? Deidara asked. Kurama, pleased to meet you, the fox clone said, offering a paw to shake. Deidara shook it, then shuddered. Ah, Kurama here is a foxbug clone as I called it, Naruto explained upon seeing Deidara's questioning look. Deidara nodded. Ah, so this is your Biju then, the Kyuubi? Naruto's eyes widened and he took a step back. His breathing started escalating. He didn't want Deidara to hate him like Konoha did. Deidara noticed. Hey, calm down. It's okay, Naruto-kun, he said gently as he slowly approached and hugged Naruto. The boy calmed down as Deidara hugged him. You know? Yeah, when you made the T1 last year, we knew for sure. Before that Inoki had his suspicions, but we don't care, after all you're one of our honorary shinobi. Naruto was speechless as he just tightened his hug on the older boy. Bah, enough of the touchy-feely stuff. I want to see some more explosions before we have to return to the Leaf Village. Naruto, can we please make a three-tail bomb? Please, the mightiest of the Biju asked, bouncing around. Sure. Asuma twitched. Kurama dissipated the bugs, returning to his gourd as Naruto pulled out a marble. Unlike before, they allowed the cloak to form around them for a moment before channeling the chakra into the little clay ball. Wow! So impressive. My best friend has one of the most destructive forces known to man. No wonder you could use it to make awesome explosions, Deidara said, beaming at him. Before you release that, you might want to inform the Tsuchikage, Asuma warned them as they went to place the destructive marble. Deidara smirked and made a clay clone who dashed back towards the village. They had to wait about 20 minutes before Inoki came. Gah! You damn brats, what the hell do you think you're doing up so late? The man grumbled as he made an earth pillar to join them. They had already set the marble and had gotten far away. T3, Deidara and Naruto stated with happy pyromaniacal grins on their faces. Inoki twitched. You two and your explosions, I doubt you two would have thought to alert me though. He turned and raised an eyebrow at Asuma, who gave a nod in response. Alright brats, let's get this over with so I can back to sleep. Naruto grinned as he made the cross seal. Katsu. The resulting explosion was huge, twice as large as the T2, meaning it was 4 times as large as T1. It resulted in a 20 feet deep crater that was 40 feet wide, completely gone, with the sides melting. The fire from the blast reached 480 feet. Such beauty? Deidara/Naruto/Madara/ and Kurama all murmured in sync. Soon the two boys went back to sleep. The next day it was time for Naruto to leave Iwa once more. He went to the gate where he saw Deidara waiting for him, holding something in his hands. Naruto. I couldn't really sleep after that show last night, and I thought to make you something. He held up a small clay bird. This is the same thing as last night. If you throw it while pulsing your chakra into it and thinking of a target, it will follow after that person as well as expand it to its larger form. When it gets close enough you can explode it. This should be really useful if you encounter someone who can fly, Deidara stated. He looked like he had more stuff to say. Inoki rolled his eyes. Deidara, would you like to patrol the borders? You can walk with Naruto until you get to the border? Sure. Deidara agreed, bouncing on his feet. The boys walked out, Asuma just watching amused. Anyway, speaking of someone flying, I wish I had these earlier this year. So I was on a mission when an enemy missing ninja with control over the air took to the air to dodge my explosions and the attack of my team. It was only because of the T1 you gave me that me and my team are still alive. When the man dived down to make one of his attacks, I managed to hook the bracelet on him without him noticing. He flew way up in the air again, like a mile up, way out of reach of any of us. But not out of the reach of me activating the bead. The explosion was huge. Anyways, I wanted to thank you for giving me that gift. Naruto smiled. No problem. Taking off his bracelet, he handed it over to the boy. Here, just in case, I'll make myself another one when I get back to Konoha. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Naruto beamed. It's no problem. Say, are you going to work on making your explosions into shapes or colors? Not really, explosions are your forte, Deidara. I'm happy with just my T-bombs. Eventually I'll get to T9, and me and Kurama were talking about the version 2 cloak. I'm nowhere close to trying to make that cloak, but we suspect that if I can make a version 2 cloak then I should also be able to make it into the bombs. I've already thought to call the V series. Cool. Have you thought about specializing in anything? Not really, I kinda just know a lot about all kinds of stuff. He was kinda specialized in information though, since his ability gave him an edge over everyone else. The trio continued walking until they hit Iwa's border by the end of the second day. They parted ways as Deidara begun his border patrol. Naruto took off his IWA honorary shinobi headband and sealed it away. Then the duo continued back to Konoha. Chapter 25. Soon they were standing in front of the Hokage. Mission successful? Asuma stated, puffing a bit of smoke from the cigarette he always seemed to have in his mouth. Good, anything of interest? Besides wondering why Naruto hasn't chosen to abandon Konoha and live in IWA? Other than the fact that IWA knows about the Kyuubi, nothing much. Why would I want to live in IWA? Konoha is my home, Naruto said instantly. Sarutobi pinched his nose. I figured IWA knew about the Kyuubi, how could the not with Naruto making those use bombs of his? Then he looked at Naruto. I have to admit I do also wonder why you see Konoha as your home. It just is. I plan to prove to the citizens that they can trust me, that I will protect them. The third gave a slow nod. So Asuma, will you tell me what the tournament is? Man, when I learned you didn't know what it was, old man, I was surprised. I had known for years now myself. Sarutobi looked hopeful. But since you don't know I won't tell you. That's it. I'm sending Ibiki with you. The third said, pouting after Asuma informed him that he would not tell him. Asuma just shook his head in amusement. Good luck on your tournament next year, you're going to need it to deal with Ibiki. Naruto gave a confused look. Alright, well you're dismissed, Naruto. Naruto left. He returned to the house he now lived in with Jiraiya. On his birthday he had finally told the man about seeing shimmers, and he told Hinata about his parents and the Kyuubi. Like Shino, she chose to stay. As for Jiraiya, when he learned that it was Naruto who upstaged him as spy master, well, he laughed. He continued laughing until he abruptly stopped and said he needed a drink. The pervert had disappeared for the next 3 days, reappearing on Naruto's couch completely smashed. Anyways, the two now lived together in a small house. Soon it was the beginning of the second year of the Ninja Academy. It was the same class as last year, only it taught different material. He still slept through most of it, his grades once more earning him the title of the dead last. Though he didn't really care about that, it just meant people would underestimate him. Well, unless they were from outside of Konoha. They might recognize him. Anyways, he was still training in his free time. He was now actually registered as an on-duty umbu, though he didn't have to do any of the missions since he was technically undercover. He even had the umbu tattoo. Though he still was training with them, learning how to wield his three-tail state. And he carried quite a few pouches on his waist filled with a bunch of pre-made tiny marbles in most of them, though the front one and easiest to reach was just filled with a giant lump of clay. Though Naruto could only make 3 T3 bombs a day, since Kurama had to replenish its chakra. He also sold the marbles to the umbu for them to use. The T1 was sold in packs of 10 for 1 million ryo. The T2 was sold in packs of 5 for 1 million. The T3 was not for sale at the moment, but Naruto gave them to the Hokage, who would give them out to the umbu he felt would need that much explosion. Naruto also, after experimenting with the different amount of clay and different amount of Kurama's chakra, developed some suicide bombs. With just enough yield to completely vaporize your body, and possibly burn your captors to a crisp if they were close enough. He gave them to the Hokage, as he had originally just been experimenting around to see if there was any useful yields besides for his low yield, and high yield, which was when he used the lowest amount of chakra into either a pound of clay or a marble size of clay. His clay pouch held clay made with a low explosive yield, which meant that his standard marble of clay was about the explosion of an explosion tag. Other than umbu and Kurama, he was still learning that infernal 3-step from Tobirama, including now lessons on Konoha's laws, when the man wasn't teaching him the theory behind sealing, while Jiraiya handled the physical aspect of. Jiraiya was great at shoving something at Naruto and telling him what to do, but not why he should do it that way, or what would happen if he were to interchange one aspect for another. That's what Tobirama was good at explaining. Naruto had seals on all of his pouches, so while they seemed small on the outside, the inside was quite different as they could hold a lot. He also had a water canteen that could hold a lot of water, and the water was kept at a cold temperature, as if chilled by ice. He had created only one new and original seal. It was a modification of the storage seal, and the food preservation seal. The food preservation seal could usually keep food fresh for a few days longer before it burned out. What Naruto wanted was for the food to be kept fresh and ready to eat, even years after the food was placed in it. So he started experimenting. At first nothing came to fruition, but eventually he managed to create a seal that should keep food fresh indefinitely. It had already kept a bowl of ramen fresh and hot for a month, as pristine as when he had put it in the seal. 6 months after he designed the seal, he pulled out his bowl of ramen. It was still perfect. Grinning, he called the seal a success. The seal used storage as its basics, but it had a time-stopping mechanism, which meant that whatever entered the seal came into a permanent stasis. The only problem was the limit of the seal. For an item such as popcorn, Naruto could pour in more and more and just pull out handfuls at a time. But for something like ramen, where had to put it into a container before he stored it in there, the storage scroll only held one for some reason, and he needed to have the container, or else how was he supposed to bring the ramen out to eat? It wasn't like he could just pour the ramen in there and then stick his chopstick in there to pull out the noodles and other goodies. He paused, or could he? Pulling the bowl of ramen, he opened the seal and slowly poured the ramen in. Grabbing his chopsticks, he stuck them partially in the seal, then lifting them up, he grinned at his success. Yada. Pulling out a scroll, he started drawing seals. On top of them he wrote things such as miso ramen, pork ramen, beef ramen, and all the other kinds of ramen. Then he made it so the scroll could be unrolled and re-rolled easily. For the final decoration, he crafted a scroll sleeve with the words Naruto's ramen supply on it. Putting the finishing touches on it, he made his way to Ichiraku's ramen, intent on buying up all the ramen they could make. Luckily, since the Umbu liked having his higher-tier explosives, he had quite a stash of money. "Hey Tsuchiyaji. I'm wiping you clean today, make all the ramen you can." The ramen maker's eyes widened. "How much will it cost?" Naruto asked. "I don't understand, why are you buying all the ramen we can make? Surely you don't plan on eating it all." "I'm stocking for the future," he said, excited, pulling out his scroll. "I finished the testing of a new seal that will allow me to preserve food indefinitely, or at least 6 months, I called it good after that. I figured I'd stick up on your ramen as much as I could, for whenever I'm away from Konoha, or if I can't come here to get my normal ramen for whatever reason, like lunch at the academy." "I see," Tucci stated, and he and Iam got to work. For the rest of the day, Naruto sat there sealing away the different flavors of ramen the two chefs made until their supplies ran out. The total for all the ramen was around 500,000 ryo. He paid them 1 million. It was his thank you to the ramen stall. He had faint memories when he was 4 or 5 and they found him cold and hungry and fed him without asking him to pay, and they offered him free bowls all the time, even now when he could pay for the food. He would a couple months later and do the process again, wanting to fill up his scrolls even more. He also spent a week straight constantly making as much popcorn as he could to fill up his popcorn scroll. Choji found out about the seal, and since the two boys were friendly acquaintances, Naruto drew the friendly boy a seal which he could store his favorite chips in, though he would have to mix them together, though Naruto said he would be willing to draw him a scroll similar to his ramen scroll if Choji was willing to pay 400,000 ryo for it. It was 4 times more expensive than a normal storage scroll, and twice as expensive as a standard preservation seal, but honestly, when Choji heard the price, he said he expected Naruto to ask more for it. Which led to the Akimichi clan inviting him over for a casual meeting. So here he was sitting at the dinner table eating a meal with the Akimichi clan, and unexpectedly the Nara clan and Yamanaka clan head families. "So, Naruto-san, I'm sure you figured we invited you here to talk about making a deal with you to get some more of those food scrolls?" Naruto nodded. "We have our own proposition for you. After having heard some rumors of the things you are doing, you're making quite a way in the clans and the higher-ranking ninja, yet to the civilians and lower-ranking ninja you remain quite unknown except for your burden," the Nara clan head stated. "I am just interested in meeting you. When Choza here said he was inviting you over, I asked if I could come," the Yamanaka clan head explained. "Ah, well, since Akimichi-sama here is the host, I assume he will be directing what happens first. Please feel free to call me Choza," the Akimichi clan head stated with a grin. "Very well then, Choza-san," Naruto told him with a small tilt of his head in acknowledgement. The two then worked out an agreement. Naruto would get a list of Akimichi who wanted the scroll, and what food they wanted to store. For each seal Naruto had to draw, it would cost 100,000. The scroll itself was 100,000. So if they just ordered one scroll with one seal, it was 200,000. Choji's scroll, which he had listed 10 kinds of chips, would have actually been 1,100,000. But Naruto said that Choji's would still only cost 400,000 since it had been agreed upon before the deal. They told him they would pay him as he completed the scrolls, and that he had no deadline. He wouldn't get the list though for a week or two, so that the clan had a chance to put their order on the list if they were interested. Next was the Nara's proposition, which was to design a seal that when activated created a flare that would stay in place of wherever the scroll was when activated for 1 minute. If Naruto was able to do it, they would pay him 10,000 ryo for each seal. The Nara clan head, who introduced himself as Shikaku, stated that if Naruto was able to make the seal into a small marble like his explosives, then that would be cool since them having a bit more weight made it easier to predict where it would go when thrown, unlike paper. Naruto told the Nara clan head that he would work on that. After that the meeting was over since the Yamanaka clan head had just been there to observe mostly. So he was doing plenty of seal work and getting paid a good bit of money for it. Since he really had no use for the money now that he was living with Jiraiya, he just stored it. It took him a month, but he designed the seal the Naras asked, and he was able to paint it onto hardened clay marbles. As for his father Seal's book, it was no longer giving him a headache trying to make head or tails of the words written inside of it. He still couldn't make out much of the seal work, but he could understand his father's words and ideas behind the seal, the portions he wrote down anyways. The book seemed to focus on the Hiraition and his deciphering of Tobarama's version to create his own. He put the book away again though, as even the first entry was too complicated for him to figure out. The journal broke down the Hiraition and gave examples of Tobarama's and Minato's differences for the seals made, but some of the entries didn't explain how that wasn't quite good enough to be able to figure out something like the Hiraition. Other than the interesting breakthroughs he had with his seals, his training with Madara and Hashirama was going well. His Sharingan now had 2 tomo each. He was becoming proficient in the gunbai and his taijutsu skills were at Chunin level according to the commander. The only thing he really lacked was experience in actual combat scenarios. According to his Madara, the standards of Konoha had truly fallen, even if the old education system had been implanted, and that according to him and Hashirama he was only at genin strength. But until he graduated he could keep training. And sure, he could pass early if he wanted, but he would much rather get in as much training as he could before he had to graduate, because after that he wouldn't have as much time to train how he wanted. He would have to do team training and do D-rank missions. Anyways, he had received the Akimichi list and a lot of his free time was making the scrolls. He had the scroll with the number of required seals inside of it, and he was to design the scroll sleeve of each scroll, which was mostly just drawing the Akimichi clan symbol on either side of whichever Akimichi name it was. He still spent time with Shino and Hinata each week, as well as spending time with the Ino Shikacho juniors, thought that was mostly shogi with Shikamaru, ramen contests with Choji, and Ino just kinda tagged along. Speaking of shogi, though he occasionally participated in the underground tournaments, he never made it to the final rounds. But each time he felt like he was improving and learning. His colony was growing as well. In another half a year or so he would have to replace his 10-galleon gourd with the 20-galleon gourd. His birthday came and went, the celebration even larger than last year's as more people came to celebrate it. He was now 11 years old. Nothing else of any real importance happened though, and so the academy's second year came to a peaceful end. Naruto grinned excited. In just another week it would be time for him to once more go to the tournament.